I'm friendly. I didn't mean to hit the.
You're good. You're good. Don't worry. You're good. You're good. We are just looking for some debates right now. Only do send a guest request if you support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We're just going to get some people up here in a second. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
You support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why so?
Because he's going to raise the birth rates with his conservative values.
He's going to raise the birth rates with his conservative values. So with what views specifically is he going to raise the birth rates? And why is raising the birth rates good?
Yeah, so typically conservative values lead to more produced birth rates. And the reason why produced birth rates are good is because it prevents the collapse of the nation where we have less strain on Social Security.
Oh, okay. So why can't we do that with immigration?
Because it wouldn't be America anymore.
What do you mean? Why not? I think are you saying that immigration isn't foundational to what America is?
No, I think if we replace our population with only immigration, because that's what we're doing right now.
We're not. It's not replacing. It's just adding on to our population with immigration. What do you mean by replacing?
No, well, countries have to keep growing, and our only growth so far in the last 20 years has been from immigration.
And haven't we done that in the past? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with the population of America and the demographics changing?
It's less about the demographics. It's more about the people who have been here historically being replaced.
Oh, like who? Like indigenous Americans? Are you talking about indigenous Americans?
Yeah, even them, they'll get replaced as well.
Wait, so that hasn't happened?
Well, I mean, the majority of them...
Were indigenous Americans not forced onto reservations after their people were genocided and mass murdered and tortured?
Yeah, that's neither here nor there. My point is just that every country in the West is facing a birth rate crisis. And
the way that you would deal with that could be immigration. It doesn't specifically just have to be an increase in birth rates. So why would increase in birth rates only be what you're referencing if you just want to, limit the burden, right, of specifically in terms of like Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, right, on our overall governmental budget?
Wait, so you're saying you don't support the increase in birth rates? Is that what I'm hearing from you, Parker?
No, I don't think that it's necessarily a bad thing for there to be an increase in birth rates, as long as it's like, consensual. Yeah, you want to force that, it seems like, probably. So tell me what policy you support that increases the birth rates. Because I think that Kamala Harris's child tax credit policy actually would increase birth rates.
So the baby bonus incentive is actually one thing that he's actually proposing.
And how much is that?
I think that's about $5,000.
Okay, so Kamala Harris was doing $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them 18, which would be more money overall.
Well, the difference is that he's actually doing it, and she proposed. You see, because he's a winner.
When did he actually do it?
He's in the process of doing it right now.
And by the way, I just want to let you know: are you talking about the money that's put into like an investment fund?
I'm not aware of the full details on that, but
okay. Well, now he doesn't know what he's referencing. That's $1,000. Okay, that is $1,000. That is you just completely lied. You don't even know what policy you're referencing.
So, would you say that conservative values bring bigger families? Do they bring back?
No.
How so?
I think conservative values destroy families.
I think so too.
So you wouldn't say that feminism was the cause of the birth rates declining?
I don't think that even if that were true, that would mean anything bad, right? You understand that like there was feminism led to an increase in quality of life. An increase of quality of life led to a decrease in birth rates. Is that a bad thing? No, you want quality of life to increase. So if feminism led to this quality of life increase, well then obviously that would be a good thing. Whether or not the quality of life increase then led to a reduction in birth rates is something totally irrelevant because you also are advocating for a higher quality of life.
Well, no, I'm not. I actually.
Why are you attributing? You can't attribute that to specifically feminism. You have to attribute that to a higher quality of life.
Well, no, like every study has shown, it's not particularly feminism, right? Because I do agree with feminism. However, when we move towards a society where women are given a higher burden of the workforce, they delay childbearing, which is destructive to society. We have aging population.
How about men get off their ass and start doing shit within the context of the household so that women don't have a double shift specifically working within the context of industries for labor to make money, while also working more specifically within the context of the household.
Yeah, I agree with you there. That definitely needs to be done. But I'm talking from a policy standpoint. The Conservative Party does have
Yeah,
more.
That's
also,
not what the Conservative
like,
Party's been advocating for.
it's
No,
not.
I'm talking about
Also,
governmental reforms.
Yeah. Hey, Chase, can you name any policy that the quote unquote Conservative Party, the Republican Party, that they passed within the last 40 to 50 years that's actually beneficial to everyday Americans?
Well, I'm a recent, so like not really no.
The answer is no. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if you're recent or not. The answer is no. Follow-up question: what are you trying to conserve? Because I hear you speaking about birth rates and more so talking about the actual, plight of women and somehow criticizing feminism. But like, I'm trying to understand what's the issue with equality and women being able to actually, be their own people, have their own bodily autonomy, make their own money, be educated, make the decision whether they want to be more than a quote unquote homemaker and decide how they want to go about their lives. Why are you trying to force women back into these social norms? Like if women wanted to fall within that role, then they could, but they also should have the decision to actually do and be more than a quote unquote mother or a wife.
Well, I'm actually glad that you said that because I want to clarify. I'm not saying that we need to force women back. I'm not trying to do a handmaid's tale. What I am saying is that
You're vilifying feminism. I mean, so there's that.
no, like this is actually like scientifically proven that when women started entering the workforce, birth rate started to decline. So what I'm not saying
that's a correlation causation fallacy. Just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other. It was also correlated with an increase in quality of life, and that's actually more likely to be the cause. If you look internationally around the world, there are plenty of countries around the world, right, that haven't had decreased birth rates, and you have to explain that. You're right,
So
and the explanation of that is quality of life, right? Quality of life, particularly given that it meets this particular standard, right, is meta point technologically speaking that it is the case that we have are less likely to choose to have children, given that we met that standard of quality of life, and that's at a certain threshold, right? That's typically like what I've seen.
So which countries haven't seen their birth rates decline?
There are countries around the world, specifically those in Asia, in Africa, and specifically in South America, that have not as much decline of birth rates comparative to the United States or European countries, etc.
Also, I mean, if you're going to talk about like the Conservative Party passing policy that would actually increase the birth rate, cool. What is the Conservative Party actually doing to?
It cut out, Santana. Yeah, and also the distinction I'm referencing is also in the context of Asia. So you'll see both sides of the spectrum, specifically in the context of Asia as well.
No, all of Asia
Can you hear
has
me now?
declining birth rates except the Philippines.
What's that?
All of Asia has declining birth rates except for the Philippines. So you're wrong there.
Wait, declining birth rates isn't the same thing as having like birth rates below replacement rates.
No, they're all below replacement rate. 2.1 is the replacement rate. They're all South Korea is at 0.7.
Wait, where are you reading this from? From last time I checked, I don't think it was just the Philippines.
Hey, Parker.
AMT, thank you for the description, though. But my point is still valid, even if that's true. Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay. Chase, just really quick, what policy is the Republican Party actually looking to institute that would actually incentivize people to have more kids? I mean, we understand that they're cutting social safety nets. They're not offering anything like universal health care or even mandated paid paternity leave or like any type of those, they're cutting SNAP benefits. I mean, what are they actually doing to make people want to actually have babies? Because, I mean, banning abortions, okay, but you're not doing anything to actually support or sustain life. You're just forcing people to have kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I definitely see the criticism there. I wouldn't say it's more about policy. I would say it's more about the messaging from the Conservative Party that wants to bring back bigger families, while the liberal parties are more so focused on independent autonomy and not like really.
Yeah, you
so
choose the families that you have. Yeah, we don't want to be forced into having large families. I don't think that creates good family structures, especially for those large families.
So do you think that the citizens of America have a duty to reproduce for the future?
Have a duty? I don't think every person has a duty now.
That's weird.
No, but I'm saying on average.
On average, I think here with this, on average, right? I think it's a good idea. Actually, I don't make a claim on average. I only make a claim about my individual self. I only make a claim individually that I want to have children. I don't think that needs to be applied to anyone else.
Well,
No,
governments
I
are
do not
ran
apply
by
that.
individual decisions. They're not run by individual decisions. They're run by demographics. And as a country, we need young skilled workers. We have many labor shortages.
Young skilled workers. Okay, we have many labor shortages. So you want to decrease immigration, right? You want to do mass deportation, right?
I never claimed mass deportation. But
Wait, dude, hold up. So you don't agree with mass deportation?
for now, no, I
Oh.
actually don't.
Oh, okay.
I do think we're using it as a crutch, which shouldn't be happening. As the greatest country in the world, we're using it as
Okay,
a
well
crutch.
then Donald Trump is advocating for it right now. So then you must disagree with his policy right now, correct?
I mean, yeah, right now it would hurt us more than benefit us, but in the future,
Okay.
I mean,
Also,
whatever.
what about the cuts to Medicaid and food stamps? Don't those reduce the likelihood of people wanting children?
Yeah, for sure.
So then what policy specifically do you have of Donald Trump's that actually increase birth rates? It seems like most of his policies here decrease birth rates.
So, like I said, I think it's more like I would have voted for Kamala if her message was more pro-family than pro-independence. Because when you have a society of independence, free thinking, I just want to do what's best.
Wait,
for
what do you mean by
How
pro-family?
can I
What do you mean? I think the child tax credit's pro-family. I think the $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes is pro-family. I think that it's also pro-family to do a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, a $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just for people who are on Medicare. Go ahead, Santana.
Also, can I just say, how is Donald Trump more quote unquote pro-family than Kamala Harris? I mean, are we talking about the same Donald Trump that cheated on multiple wives, that has one of his wives buried at Mar-a-Lago, who at often a lot of times forgets about his certain children, whether we talk about Ashley or Eric, yeah. Like even I forget about him. I'm trying to understand like what has Donald Trump actually did portray that makes you believe that he's pro-family, where Kamala Harris actually shows and exemplifies what a nuclear family looks like, taking in children that she didn't birth herself, but in looking as having them looked at as her own, and also eluding those family values, whether it's, you know, the cooking specials that she continued to put out, the actual time and videos that she actually puts out with her nieces. Like, I'm so confused as far as what Donald Trump has actually alluded to as far as quote unquote pro-family, because you keep saying the Republican Party, they're not putting out any policy to actually promote the family unit or do anything to strengthen it. They're top of the Republican Party, Donald Trump doesn't exemplify it. It sounds like you just want people to have babies with no actual support.
He's just pro-dating his family.
Yeah, so I'm not actually like a big Trump guy. I was more of a Vivek guy. But what I am saying is that the conservative culture, like when we look at countries in South America and Africa, why they have rising birth rates is mostly due to cultural concerns. They like bigger families. Like you said, it's an individual decision. So what I'm saying is the conservative parties have more cultural concerns as it pertains to bigger families, while the liberal side isn't really concerned. Like, you guys think that this birth rate thing is just a joke. It's in the next 10 years, we're going to feel it. Many schools.
Dude, why do you keep saying that? I just gave you an argument specifically to indicate that Donald Trump is worse for the birth rate. I gave you that argument already. I gave you multiple things to indicate that. You have yet to give me a single policy that indicates that. I showed you how Kamala Harris is more pro-family. Santana showed you how Donald Trump is not pro-family at all. And you have yet to respond to any of those points.
You know, individually, his track record does not show a pro-family agenda. But I'm saying the party, the values. Could you agree that the conservative party values?
Then you're voting for either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. You're not voting just for the party. You're voting for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is the one who controls the Republican Party right now. Whatever Republican Party you're talking about from the past doesn't exist anymore. This party is the Trump party. Seriously, that's all it is right now.
So he has all the power, right? There's no
Yes,
checks and
absolutely. No, not within the Republican Party. He controls that shit.
Yeah, I think you're wildly confused.
I'm not wildly confused. I promise you.
One man calls all the shots in the party, right?
It might now be declining, but that's how it's been for the past decade or so, almost. That it's been the Trump party. It's not the old MAGA. It's not even the old Republican Party. It's now the MAGA Republican Party.
Think about this, Chase. What happened to Mitt Romney or Liz Cheney or Adam Kissinger? Like any type of Republican who has been loud and pushed back on Donald Trump. Or think about the shift that was necessary for Republicans like Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio, what's her name? Sarah, no, damn it, what's her name? She was running against Trump in the primary. Now I'm spacing on it. She was the governor of South Carolina. She also, what is her name?
Oh my gosh, dude.
And you're spacing on
Nikki
it as
Haley,
well, right?
Nikki Haley.
Nikki
Oh my
Haley.
God, it's
Holy
been a minute.
crap.
It's been a minute. I don't
Yes,
know. I don't
Nikki
know.
Haley. Nikki
I don't know.
Haley.
I don't know why my brain wasn't thinking right now.
I
It's
just
really early
spaced on
for
it.
me, I guess.
Yeah, so like because you see either certain Republicans, either they had to, if they continue to push back on Donald Trump, then they were forced out of the party. If they didn't, or they had to actually quote unquote bend the knee and acquiesce to what he wants and how he wants to run the party. So how can you say the Republican Party is not completely controlled by Donald Trump? To Parker's point, it may be waning some now because technically he can't run for president ever again, so he doesn't have a tight of grip. But they have, for the last 9 to 10 years, completely fallen in line behind Donald Trump.
Well, yeah, I would say that they are very pro MAGA. I could agree to disagree on that. So basically, I got to go celebrate my FBA Juneteenth, but I would agree to disagree that we need conservative values.
Let me just say this real quick. Did you just say you're FBA?
Yes, sir.
I clocked the picture and I hear the voice. And as a black man, especially on Juneteenth, first and foremost, happy Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth to everyone, especially the chat. But brother, I know you are not up here advocating for Donald Jimothy Trump on Juneteenth. Really, Chase?
No, I'm just advocating for us to raise our birth rates.
Yeah, I hear you, but you're doing that with the tool of Donald Trump, who is, come on, Chase.
Which we even argued he isn't even increasing birth rates. If anything, is decreasing them, and you didn't even have an argument against that. Like your own point, your one specific point on birth rates.
So
all right, Chase.
I really feel like Trump, in the long run, he like over his 4 years, he is going to promote a country where we value families again.
I hear you. So Chase, but you're saying that you're FBA. You're FBA, but you're advocating for Donald Trump and his quote unquote the conservative party to actually increase birth rate, but you don't think that the actual systematic approach that Donald Trump, this administration is taking to target black people, people of color in general, but specifically black people, you don't think that's going to actually hurt it? I mean, think about the mortality rate for black women as far as, having babies. Like, thank you for the dinosaur. I mean, if they force more black women to have babies, I mean, that mortality rate is going to continue to rise because black women don't get the same level of treatment as white women. So again, I'm a little confused. If you're so pro-black, how could you actually be supporting Donald Trump? Because even if he does somehow force people to have more babies, it's going to hurt the black community.
I wouldn't really say it would hurt the black community. I definitely think we need to reinforce our numbers, get back into like I said, there's labor shortages. Schools are closing down in many rural towns because of lack of children enrollment. Like if we actually analyze the country right now.
Wow, it sounds like immigration. Sounds like immigration would be incredible.
But that's a crutch though. You can't rely on immigration forever. How long will you be America if you just keep?
Wait, what is America?
America is what the people who were here in 1776.
What? No, America is a geographical land mass, right? That we associate to be a certain country by name. That's it. That's all it is. It's a certain country, certain geographical region with imaginary borders that we've identified that we say in this area is considered the United States of America. That's all it is. It's not a people, right? In any certain sense, it's not 1776, the founding fathers, right? It is by definition just a geographical landmass, right? That we associate with a certain name. That's it.
Also, Chase, by your own admission, then you and I aren't America, right? I mean, we don't belong. If that's your definition of America, then you and I need to go, right?
Nah, Crispus Attucks was the first person.
I mean, I hear you, but 1776, that America wasn't for me, wasn't for you. Hell, that America was only for white men that own land. Like, so I'm confused as far as why you would want that America.
I'm not advocating for that America. What I'm saying is the core ethnic groups of America are black people, Native Americans, and Europeans. That's just what it is. So if we start bringing in all these migrants from other countries, it will no longer be America. It will just be a melting pot, which I don't have an issue with.
Wait. I'm sorry.
as well.
I'm sorry. You have an issue with people coming in from Latin America and Asia.
I mean, to the point where they start to outcompete for jobs. Yeah, I would say.
Well,
yes.
how do you mean outcompete for jobs? What does that even mean? Like,
so, like for example, the H-1B visas. We're one of the most educated populations on the earth. Why?
No, we're not.
Yes, we are. We're one of. So why?
No, we're not.
Many of our all of the best institutions are.
So
in America.
we should cut the Department of Education, right?
No, I never claimed that. No, not really.
That's what Trump wants.
We need to make it better. I wouldn't agree with cutting funding. I think we need to put the trades back in schools, number one. Then we need to actually have our companies hire high-skilled Americans instead of getting H-1B visas to people from India, from China, from all these other places where we have homegrown Americans.
Why do you Why do you have an issue with people from coming specifically from Latin America and Asia?
It's not about having an issue. That's where they're coming from. Those are where the high birth rates are. All the Western European birth rates are low, right? I have no issue even with Africans. I would love for more Black people to come over, but it's just like it's not going to be America. The culture is going to be a completely different thing. These people speak different languages.
Yeah. So I just kind of want to take a whole step back, and for some reason, I think people have this misconception as far as like American excellence. America is not excellent when it comes to the education system. I mean, looking at the multiple rankings, if you want to take a look at the Program of International Student Assessment, with the testing of 81 countries, the United States ranks as a mid-tier globally for the education system, and we are behind top performing countries like those in East Asia and Europe. In math, we ranked 28th, which is below OECD average, science 13th, reading 15th, right? So for you to sit here and say, well, you know, we're one of the best educational systems in the world, we're not. And you talk about those people coming in on those H-1B visas, it's because they work harder and those countries actually invest in the educational system. They invest in math, sciences, and STEM programs, which the United States should actually be doing instead of trying to abolish the Department of Education. So when you talk about those other people coming in from those other countries, we need them not only because of the declining birth rate, but the fact that our country refuses to actually do anything to address our education system and actually improve it.
Yes.
Hey, Athena.
What's up, Athena?
Hey, y'all.
Athena, you hear this black man up here advocating for Donald Trump on Juneteenth?
I was gonna say, hi everybody, by the way, but I just want to say, Chase, why are you spouting this nonsense with Huey P. Newton as your profile picture?
Exactly, my fraternity brother. But Athena, check it out. He's FBA. Exactly. You got it.
My brain just short-circuited a bit. Wait, so you're FBA and you're pro-Trump, but then you're pro the Black Panther Party?
I'm pro-American. I'm pro doing what's gonna keep our country stable. What's going to increase our birth rates, increase our productivity, increase our dominance in key sectors.
How do you think it can increase birth rates?
So we promote a culture that values big families again, that takes the stress off of women in the workforce, allows them to actually have children while being in the workforce. This grind mentality is it's not good for our.
And how do you support people to have big families?
Well, I would say that we fix the housing market first and foremost. We lower prices again. The prices are way too high for homes. Trump has said this multiple times. We make groceries easier to afford, things of that nature. We fix the economy first and foremost. I think that's the easiest thing.
When has Trump done any of that? I'm sorry, or the Republicans in general. When have they have done any of that? They're actually anti, like, quote unquote handouts for people, right? They're anti like welfare system, anti social system. Like, social nets as well that would help people have a bigger family. So why are you voting for the people who are anti everything that you stand for?
Well, I wouldn't say that bigger families need to be subsidized by the government. I would say that we need to create a society in which it is feasible to have a bigger family.
How are you going to create that society which is feasible without money and support? So how are like let's say for example a couple or a person who is living paycheck to paycheck, having to work the whole time, how are they able to then live off of, like, let's say one income and have a huge family or a big family without any help?
Yeah, so I would say we should do the same thing that was happening in the 1960s. We put the trades back in the inner city high schools. We allow these high school students to graduate with certifications and fill these labor shortages that we have instead of focusing on immigration as a crutch. This will allow more students to graduate with less college debt, more actual applicable skills in the workforce, and a stable income.
How much were people taxed back then, by the way? Especially the rich people?
Oh, you're gonna quote the 80%.
I'm just asking, how much were people taxed back then?
Yeah, it was about 80%.
Is Trump pro taxing the rich or anti taxing the rich?
I would say he's anti. I mean, it doesn't really.
So then you voted against what you want.
No, I'm speaking
Interesting.
specifically of creating jobs, right? So the number one predictor of family stability and how they're going to raise children is having a stable income.
Yeah, but you want to go back to a society, which is very interesting, by the way. You picked like 1960s when like Jim Crow existed, right? But anyways, you want to go back to a society where the rich were all like taxed immensely, hence why certain groups of people, not all, by the way, certain groups of people were able to have more comfortable lives. So then you choose a person who could bring back half of what you want, which is if you want segregation of the 1960s, Trump is the perfect person for that job, okay? But then the other half that you want, which is like more support for families, isn't really it. W down for the line.
That is
But-
sick.
Dan,
Yeah.
thank you so much, Dan. Let's get some W for Dan's in the comment section.
W dance for the line. Yeah, but Chase, so half of what you want from the 1960s, Trump can achieve that, which is segregation, right? But the other half that you want, which is more support for families, Trump is completely anti that because he's anti-taxing the rich. So you can't even create such a society without money when all that money is instead being, I don't know, given to like the US military.
And actually, he even agreed with that because he said that having a stable income, right, then creates like conditions that are good for families, right? And that creates larger families. So you think gutting Medicaid and food stamps is going to cause more families to be like in stable income? Because the big, beautiful bill that you're referencing decreases after tax income, right? Specifically for the bottom 80% of the country.
Yes, I would say that his reforms are mostly pro-business, bringing business back to America, which that's neither here nor there. I don't really have much commentary on it. The vision sounds good, but the reality is more like skewed. So I would give you that point. However, based on intentions and cultural values, I would say that his views are much more potent in terms of actually raising the birth rates than Kamala's ever would be.
But everything that you keep talking about is all performative. Like, you're not giving anything that has any type of substance. You keep talking about concepts, which we know Donald Trump has millions of concepts, plans of concepts, concepts of concepts. Like, we understand that, but there's no actual like substance. There's nothing. Hey, W's in the chat, Dan. Like, I'm so confused. Like, thank you, Dan. I'm so confused, like, as far as anything that besides the actual idea. This is why Trump supporters love Donald Trump, because he does things like work at McDonald's for like 30 minutes. He sits inside of a garbage truck and pretends to drive. It's all performative. There's no substance or action behind it. Chase, you haven't given us anything.
So he's a big supporter of putting trades back in schools. Has Kamala ever supported that?
Okay, He is the president of the United States. What has he actually done?
Yeah, wait. Yeah,
as far as
what's
putting trades back into school? He's talking
and when has
about
he even
getting
said
rid of the
that?
Department of Education. Exactly.
When did he even specifically come out and say that he wants trades in schools? Where?
The only thing that I've heard him talk about is like charter schools and private schools. Oh, Dans! Thank you again for the future.
W Dans, W
Sick.
Dans.
But like, I'm trying to understand. Like, I haven't heard him. Not only have I not heard him say that, but like they've talked about privatizing the education system, so only the wealthy can have access to it. So I'm confused.
Yeah, so he proposed shifting $3 billion in federal grants. This was on May 26th. He said, I'm considering taking $3 billion of grant money and giving it to trade schools. Do you think Kamala would have done anything substantial of that nature?
Yeah, I think Kamala Harris would have actually strengthened our educational system overall, not just with quote unquote trades, but actually investing in things that, at least in my opinion, it has more substance. I mean, Donald Trump keeps talking about bringing manufacturing back to the United States. I think it would be more beneficial to actually educate, to invest in the education system as far as like STEM programs, science programs, and being able to take advantage of this AI boom that's coming instead of trying to make people, work on. Holy shit, Dans.
W Dans, W Dans.
Crazy. But should take advantage of the impending AI boom instead of trying to force people back into factories or force people to go out and do like agriculture work. Like we should be shifting instead of not saying trades aren't important. Oh, also, as a matter of fact, yes, Kamala Harris talked about actually removing the requirement for degrees within the government sector, and then also improve the quality as far as the she did talk about that. Do you remember?
Yeah,
What are you talking about, Chase?
Yeah, I was going to say this. Not only would she have invested specifically in trade schools, but she would have also invested, right, in the rest of education in general, whereas Donald Trump wanted to literally gut public education through the Department of Education. Yes, I actually agree with the rerouting $3 billion in Harvard grants to trade schools. I actually don't even think that's a bad idea. Depends, obviously, like what trade it goes to and stuff. But like that doesn't like overall address the rest of, you know, the rest of what's going on, in terms of education. Dan, thank you so much. I appreciate the future city. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, WW Dance for that. Thank you. Did Trump cut funding for many public social programs, or did he like boost them?
Like currently or proposed?
Yeah, proposed or even currently, or since even his first presidency.
Well, yeah, he shifted away funds from many programs that he believes that are being overutilized. And there is some salt in that. There is some salt.
And let's focus on Newton. What did Newton do?
Who?
Or like Huey P. Newton, the person as on your profile picture?
Oh yeah. So yeah, he was a Marxist Leninist and he wasn't very successful at that. However,
what did he think about social programs for schools and community?
Yeah, he definitely believed in free healthcare, free breakfast for children, things of that nature.
Breakfast for children, liberation schools, free medical clinics. So he established free community programs, right? And Trump opposes that, right? So that is one difference that they have, right? What did Huey P. Newton think about like the economy? You just said like free healthcare, education, housing. What did he think about private profit from essential services?
Well, yeah, he definitely believed that capitalism was evil. However, his message was very inconsistent because he did support privatization of black businesses, and he was very militant, which is why I have him as my profile picture.
Wait, militant doesn't make you against like that. That is very consistent, right? What I'm trying to tell you is that it's very interesting because like Huey P. Newton and Trump are ideologically, economically, politically just completely opposed to one another. And to me, it's kind of like interesting that you have a Huey P. Newton picture and then you turn around and you're sitting here defending Donald Trump when Huey P. Newton was for example, Huey P. Newton was anti the police, right? He supported in arming like self-defense and community patrols, armed self-defense. Sorry, he said that the police were like a colonial occupying force within Black neighborhoods, precisely why he was militant. And he believed Black people should be armed, not necessarily because he was just pro like 2A for everybody, let's go unalive everyone. No, he wanted for like self-defense and protection, right? Whereas Trump consistently has opposed defunding or reforming the police. He has actually praised law and order. He also equated BLM protests with like domestic unrest or teaism. Even if you go like through education and community programs, they're completely opposed to one another. If you go through foreign policy, Huey P. Newton was strongly anti-imperialist. He completely opposed U.S. involvement in other countries, and also he supported collective liberation amongst marginalized communities in general, not only within like the imperial core, but also within like a global context. Whereas Trump is all about America first, very nationalistic, but at the same time supports like authoritarian regimes like Saudi Arabia or like Israel, right? So I don't understand how a person can be pro Huey P. Newton, who is the complete opposite of Trump, and then still support Trump.
Yeah, so Huey P. Newton is not my god. I'm not a socialist, but I do believe in his strength and his wisdom, right? And he was a big proponent of community control. So yes, he did believe in socialism, but he did believe that the Black community needed to be independent. So like your whole premise falls apart because Trump is a big supporter of states' rights and like decentralizing the government, which
what? Hold on. Community control does not mean authoritarian control. You understand that, right? He just wanted more protection for the community because he understood that the community was being subjected to structural violence at the state and federal level, right? So Trump does not want that, Chase. I don't know what you're talking about. Like Trump just wants like to monopolize power and control for himself and for his crony buddies. But he doesn't actually genuinely care about like individual communities or marginalized communities within like thank you Dance, by the way. I appreciate you very much. W Dance, I appreciate you. Yeah, so Trump does not want that. Trump just wants to monopolize control. Like Trump doesn't give a shit about communities. You know that, right?
Wait, so he hasn't decentralized the government?
That's not what like so he explain decentralized for me.
Yeah, no, he definitely didn't decentralize, right? He literally fired people who disagree with him. What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah.
How is that decentralizing, dude?
It's shrinking government.
No, he's cutting off government that disagrees with him.
Wait, so the Medicaid?
That's not decentralization. That's centralization to its very core.
Literally, why did
you might be confused here.
Why did Hitler do that? When Hitler got into power in 1933, why did he do that? And why did he dismantle the Weimar Republic?
That's a whole different topic. Wait.
No, it's very similar, actually. Why did Hitler decide to decentralize, supposedly, quote unquote, according to you, the German government?
Yeah, because he wanted to consolidate power at the top. That's how dictators work.
Ooh.
Yeah. So, no, I want...
Wait, so is that centralization? Yes, that's centralization. So you just described exactly how what Donald Trump did was centralization. So even though it looks like it's not.
Every political organization, speaker, whatever you want to, even ChatGPT, if you want to say that, would disagree with you that Donald Trump has centralized the government. If anything, he's decentralized.
Well, you need to think a little bit more critically. ChatGPT is not a good source, right? Seriously, think more critically. If they cut off people in the government that disagree with them in an efforts to get more control over the government, is that centralization of the government? Absolutely.
And also, like literally, they're trying to pass more legislation that actually coalesce more power under the executive branch. They're trying to supersede the courts in this quote unquote big beautiful bill. They've also rolled different independent government agencies, different 3-letter agencies, more so under the executive branch to coalesce more power. And let's not forget that the actual Congress, led by Mike Johnson, is ceding their power to the executive branch as well. I'm so confused.
So I want you to type this in on any political platform.
Oh, dude, wait, hold on.
Anything.
You just conceded to this point. You literally just said that when Hitler specifically... Yo, W Dance. You said specifically when Schindler cut off people that didn't agree with him, specifically within the context of the government, that was not him decentralizing. That was him actually centralizing control because it consolidated his power or control over the government. That's exactly what Donald Trump was doing.
Mhm.
He was consolidating his power and control over the government by cutting off dissidents. Push that mustache. You can't portray that as like he's trying to decentralize. What?
But also, what has Trump proposed? The administration, what has it proposed to do with like the Department of Education, for example?
Yeah, he's proposed to bring that money back to the states and let states decide what to do with the money.
So restructuring an agency, like a government agency, or like eliminating it at some point, right? Okay, cool. What does Project 2025 do with regards to, I don't know, the federal executive branch under like direct presidential control? Like, what does it do? Like, what is it planning on doing with stuff like the DOJ, the FBI, and all these different federal agencies?
Oh, I don't know the answer to that question, but you did run into the point just there when you said that he destructured the Department of Education, which does centralize power. So him bringing the power back to the states is literally an example of decentralization. So I think you've conceded to that point.
No. You're reducing the independence of others and streamlining the decision making under a presidential authority. That's what he's doing, right? So he's not actually completely decentralizing. Instead, he's actually completely centralizing what he is doing. Like his administration is actively pursuing a dramatic centralization of executive authority, right? Which is precisely why, if you've actually read Project 2025, of the plans in Project 25, he's actually implementing those plans right now, right? If he's replacing all of these different positions like of power with people who are loyal to him specifically, and then he says, I'm giving them the power, but then they're going to do everything he wants them to do. In the grand scheme of things, he's actually centralizing that power because he's not giving power to people who are in opposition of him, right? So that is how he's restructuring these different agencies and restructuring these different positions because all the people are going to actively advocate in his interest. Thank you so much, Dan. Dance, I appreciate you. WU.
W Dance,
People that's not going to agree with him.
Wait, what? Say that again?
Which politician wants people that's not going to agree with him? Like,
Wait, actually, we had that as a political norm that you would have people in the government of all different political ideologies. We didn't believe in this idea of quote unquote unitary executive theory, where they want to essentially fire every dissident, right, and only hire people that are on their side. That I think that's anti-democracy. I think it's incredibly harmful towards like the nature of our government if we don't have that level of bipartisanship to some degree. Because like if we have people like Donald Trump in office, they can use it to like then violate checks and balances, right, and consolidate power within the executive branch, which is actually something that is incredibly harmful.
So would you say that Obama prioritized the people that disagreed with him during his administration? Because didn't he have a Republican majority?
You're talking about in Congress, that he doesn't determine that. I'm saying within the context of government, right? He didn't like go and fire everyone who disagreed with him, or even the independents and nonpartisan people within the government. He didn't do that. There were nonpartisan and apolitical people in the context of the government that weren't on his side specifically his side, that he didn't fire. Okay. No, I can't mention another president that did that. Can you mention one?
No, but you even like you guys ran into the point, right? So Trump, his whole argument has always been about making government more efficient. You guys just said, somebody said that Kamala wanted to remove the college degree requirement for being a government employee. In what America does that make sense to you? What America are you guys trying to live in? I want to live in an America that's American. I want high birth rates, high productivity. I want to fill these labor shortages with young Americans coming out of...
None of these things will Donald Trump do in terms of the economy. Literally, none of those things.
Exactly. And you keep saying this, but it's all ideas. It's all thoughts. Like you keep saying, well, this is what Donald Trump thinks and this is what he said, but there's no action behind anything that you're saying or that you're saying that Donald Trump has actually done. He's proposed no policy. He has no substance. Like, all of this is just ideas. And if we're just going to go off ideas, then you know what? I'm passing out free unicorns to everyone. Vote for me. You get a free unicorn. What are we even talking about? W's Dan. Thank you for the jet. Like, Chase, it's so confusing because you've been up here for how long and you've only talked about ideas and concepts that you think that Donald Trump has and no substance, no action.
Yeah, so he definitely has an intention with the $5,000 tax. I said tax. The cast.
It's not 5,000. It's $1,000, and he just floated it. And it's in an investment account. You can't even get until you're retired. So that's that. If you're saying that's gonna like help increase children, I mean the birth rate, the amount of children that are born, I just don't think that's actually true at all.
So
wait, can I ask you a question? Did Trump obtain like consent of California's like governor to deploy the National Guard within that state?
Yeah, that's neither here nor there. I'm not.
No, that's very important because you're talking about decentralizing power. Like a leader who actually cares about decentralized power would have to like respect the consent of those individual governors and senators, right? So what did Trump do when it came to deploying the National Guard when it came to California?
That was not very constitutional. However, that's not really my.
And then what did he do to Gavin Newsom?
Yeah, he undermined his authority. Sure,
Undermine his authority. Okay. Was Gavin Newsom threatened?
I mean, he might have felt like it.
No, he was threatened to get arrested. Was he not?
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
I mean, Parker, you can talk more about this, right? You're in California right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was threatened, right, to get arrested.
Literally, like, wasn't he like, he was detained from the room? Wasn't he thrown to the ground?
No. Gavin Newsom. Yeah, they specifically said.
I thought we were
Newsom
talking about my senator. I apologize.
Gavin Newsom. Senator as well. But
Gavin Newsom.
Gavin Newsom. Yeah. MAGA. There's been a rhetoric pushed by all of MAGA and supported by Donald Trump that Gavin Newsom needs to actually be arrested. Even more so, persecuting him for quote unquote riots in Los Angeles. But yes, they're calling for him to be arrested.
But Donald Trump also suggested that Gavin Newsom should be arrested over how he handled LA, right?
Yes,
so Donald Trump said that. I don't know how that is decentralizing power when the president is like not respecting each state's like actual like consent and not only deploying like the National Guard, but also saying that the governor of said state deserves to be arrested. Thank you so much, Dan. By the way, I appreciate you.
Yeah. You can even find this on Fox News. It says Trump says he would arrest Newsom amid LA riots. Mm-hmm. That's literally from Fox News.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like he actually respects like each state or each official unless they only work on or they work in his interests, right?
All right, so we're going down a rabbit hole. I just want to reiterate that
it's not down a rabbit hole. I'm just trying to like challenge what you're saying, or we're just trying to.
My main premise.
It's actually more like a pothole that turned into like a burial plot that's turned into like a Grand Canyon now. Like you buried yourself, friend. Like nothing that you said makes any sense. And I'm sorry, we're all just calling out the holes in everything that you've said. Like, I get your sentiment. Like, I understand what you're saying. Logically, I get what you're saying. But nothing that you've said makes sense to support your thought. Nothing.
Thank you, Dan. By the way, I appreciate it.
All right, so I just want to hear. I want to hear what you think Kamala would have done to fulfill my vision of America having high birth rates and filling these labor shortages.
I've actually told you already. The $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. Did you know when implemented in 2021 through the American Rescue Plan that it reduced childhood poverty by 45%? If you reduce childhood poverty, then obviously that's going to incentivize more people to be able to have children because they can have children. Right, economically speaking, to a greater extent. Does that make sense? That's one example. $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket. Limiting the effect of medical debt on your credit, like getting rid of the ability for them to say that your that the medical debt affects your credit. Also, a $35 cap on insulin, right, for everyone, not just for people who are on Medicare. Right, all of those policies specifically are going to increase birth rates in this country, let alone all of our healthcare policy, right? Let alone all of the other policies I could point to, right? And I will, but like that's enough for you to realize that like it is the case that Donald Trump doesn't support anywhere near the same level of policies Kamala Harris supported, specifically to quote unquote increase the birth rate. I still have yet to hear any policies you have of Donald Trump's.
Wait, so why did the birth rates continue to fall?
Dans with the leopard. Thank you so much, Dans. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the leopard. I appreciate it,
I'm just here
Dans.
making out money.
But because people don't have like full paid parental leave, people like the quality and access to childcare is abysmal, right? So if you actually want to raise like the birth rates, you'd have to expand high quality, affordable, or accessible childcare. You would have to implement like full paid parental leave, right? You would have to give like some kind of direct cash payment or tax credits or child allowances or baby bonuses to provide financial relief for families, right? Simply like banning abortion and forcing people to have children, like you that's not going to work. People are not going to have kids.
And Kobe, he knows this because we've told him this already. We've said those things already.
Literally,
And you keep actually talking about Kamala Harris. The Democratic Party as a whole is a party that actually support those social safety nets. So even if you want to say, well, there was not one specific policy that spoke to increasing birth rates, you have to understand that the support of all of those additional social safety nets and the expansion of those social safety nets lends itself to the increased birth rate.
All right, so final point here, because I do see what you're saying. However, this has been implemented in countries like South Korea, where the government did massive reforms trying to encourage people to have children, but the culture in South Korea did not change. So my whole point is that
That's not true. You just lied about South Korea.
No, you can Google it right now.
I know about South Korea. The reason as to why people are not having kids is, number one, it's an incredibly patriarchal society. A lot of women are choosing not to have kids the same way they're not having kids in Japan. But also, second of all, it's incredibly rich, right? It's incredibly expensive to have children within South Korea. And people are way too busy working. They're way too busy going to school that they can't even afford a family. People cannot even afford living in like a full-blown apartment with a kitchen, which is why they're living in goshiwons, which cost like $300 a month. And it's just only a single room with a shared what the hell? Now you're becoming a pharaoh. That's crazy.
I'm like, what? Yeah.
But yeah, so people are literally living in goshiwons because it's way too expensive to even afford a kitchen within their apartment. So the reasoning as to why childbirth has an increase in South Korea is, number one, because of how incredibly patriarchal society is there, that women are basically fighting back. And number two, because of how expensive it is. Yeah. So if you look at South Korea, the same reason with Japan as well.
Well, yeah, you could definitely argue that, but there's also a cultural component of workplace mistreatment.
What cultural component?
Yeah, so overall in South Korea, women are not encouraged to have children because when they do have children, they get passed over for workplace promotions and things of that nature. It's a very work-focused culture.
They get passed on anyways, regardless of if they have kids or not. That's the point. Like, women do not get promoted because, again, there's this assumption that they are going to have kids and therefore they don't need to promote them. And that's precisely why they don't get promoted in the first place, because it's a patriarchal society, right? So that has nothing to do with with dates, right? W dance, by the way. But yeah. And plus birth rates like across like the global north in general are low. But yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is there needs to be look, I could agree to disagree on conservative values, but some liberal policies. Could we agree to disagree there? Conservative values. We love
conservative values.
Big families, nuclear family, things of that nature.
What do you mean by nuclear family?
So I would say 2-parent households, big families. picket fence, dog, things of that nature. Can we all agree on that? We need that for Americans.
So we want more two-parent households. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Does it matter the conditions of those two parents? Does it matter if they're gay or not?
It doesn't. No, to me, it doesn't matter if they're gay or not, as long as they have good money.
So do you think conservative values align with not being homophobic?
Why are you going to identity politics? I'm trying to keep.
I'm simply just asking because that's how the nuclear family is typically defined. It's defined in a heteronormative sense. Dan, thank you so much for the private jet. Thank you.
Well, no, I'm speaking broadly of the more broad. First off, the LGBTQ doesn't really make up a significant portion of society for it to really be a concern. But me personally, no, I'm not homophobic. I don't believe in separating the two. As long as it's a two-parent household with healthy incomes, healthy behaviors, I have no issue with it.
Can I say let's not like disparage the meaning of identity politics. When we look at identity politics, which was literally a term that was coined by Barbara Smith, Demita Frazier, and Beverly Smith, who are all Black women, Black lesbian feminist women who coined identity politics to talk about how oppression or highlights like the interlocking oppressions of different groups of people with intersecting identities, right? That's a more positive terminology that is inherently white supremacist to always be taking terminologies that are coined by Black people and by Black scholars and give like a more negative connotation or spin to it, the same way that people decided to change the meaning of woke, change the meaning of identity politics, changing the meaning of Black fatigue, right? So these are all terminologies that are actually more positive and good terms that are used to give words and labels and better understand the systems of oppression that people live in. So for you to sit here and say, don't do identity politics, because that's like a right-wing talking point, to me is actually insane. Because, I don't know, Ronald Reagan was doing identity politics when he was saying the welfare queen, but nobody went around saying that he was doing identity politics, right, Chase? So identity politics has always been done against marginalized people, against Black people, against Hispanic people, against queer people. It has always been done by the American government. But then when people rightfully talk about addressing or fixing the systems that work against them, all of a sudden it's identity politics, and like it's really negative. Like you can't do that. Like you sound like a fucking like right. Well, you are right winger, so.
Yeah, so
I
haven't heard a concession on the conservative values, so I'll take that as a yes. You guys want conservative values with liberal policy? Could we agree to that?
No.
What's wrong with conservative
I don't. Yeah, I don't like conservative values. I've already gone over it, but I think that there's a heteronormative view of values that is enforced, particularly within the context of the household. There are like social norms in terms of masculinity and femininity that people like quote unquote have to uphold in a traditional sense that I think is harmful, right? I don't think that people should have to uphold that certain traditional sense of masculinity or femininity. I think that's not a good value at all. Like what conservative values are you referencing? Just saying big families only if people want. If people want big families, go for it. If people don't want big families, then don't go for it. You know what I mean? Like that's my view.
Well, no, I'm saying big families are necessary for the. It's Juneteenth. I don't really. So, like, I would implore you guys to do some more research on how serious this crisis is. This has been a good conversation. People donated. I'm pretty sure a lot of people in the chat can do their research and see how serious this is. But big families are definitely needed for American survival.
Okay, I don't see how that responds to anything we said because, again, birth rates are more likely to go up if we have particularly like social democratic policy, correct? Like if we have liberal policies that are meant to provide people access to socialized services, correct? Yeah,
for sure. But it needs to be paired with the cultural renovation of
what the cultural renovation and what cultural renovation are you referencing?
Prioritizing families again, not.
What do you mean by prioritizing families? Like, are you saying that like how about being there for your community?
Houseway.
What's up?
Houseway.
What do you mean houseway? Oh,
I forgot. All right. So how do you do that? Like, what do you mean being there for your community without having children? Is that not just destroying your community when schools have to close down?
How about increasing empathy, compassion, communication, right? Conversation, right? Those different types of things in the context of community that would be relevant towards, making outcomes better for families in the long run.
Well, no, I'm not speaking of interpersonal relations. I'm speaking of
Well,
actually.
aren't interpersonal relations incredibly relevant towards families like forming and maintaining?
Yeah, on the individual level, but I'm speaking from a governmental level, from a society.
And why is family only seen in the context of like biological family? Like
Well,
we have multiple senses of family that we can apply. Like, isn't our community essentially our family in a certain sense as well?
I'm not sure you understand. Like, why do you think low birth rates are bad? First of all, I don't really think you're really understanding why it's bad for a country.
Why are low birth rates bad?
Yeah.
Well, to me, I would say that it could be harmful towards particularly like an economy, right? Because there is a greater share of the workforce that would be older on social services, right? So there would probably be decreased benefits if it is the case that you don't have enough younger people in order to be able to pay for people who are older increasingly for a longer share of time, particularly due to the fact that there is an increased life expectancy. So
Exactly.
So benefits could be reduced for people who are older. So retirement isn't met to the standard that we would like.
Exactly. Which is why you see many, I would say even Republicans, they're trying to raise the retirement age. It's because of our low birth rate, because there are not enough young people entering the workforce.
Yeah,
so
Republicans
it's
that you're
serious
supporting.
issue. No, I said some, not all of them. Some did want to raise the retirement age, and people roasted her. They're like, who wants to support that? So we do need to address these birth rates. That's my main issue. And I feel like culturally the conservatives have a better base for addressing the birth rates. But yeah, I can concede the liberals do have better policy as it comes to supporting.
How do you influence things in terms of how do you bank on the quote unquote culture changing? Like, does Donald Trump really like get people to go like build families more? Does he show conservative values? Again, cheating on every single one of his wives. Does he show good conservative values and having multiple different wives with children with each of those different wives because he cheated on them?
Well, I mean, Elon Musk shows conservative values by reproducing 12 children. So
that's conservative values? I thought you said nuclear families. What happened to that?
Yeah. Also, tell me how like that could be beneficial at all when he has that amount of kids where he doesn't actually have any type of real relationship with those kids. I'm confused. That's not conservative value. That's just procreation, which again, I've been saying this over and over and over. You just want people to have babies. You don't care about conservative values or a nuclear family or actual, values. You just want more people. You want more bodies to help support the labor force. And you can just say that, bro.
Yeah, that's not nuclear family, dude. That's based on the way that you defined it.
I'm speaking specifically about the birth rate. Yeah, he hasn't created a perfect nuclear family. However, he has fulfilled his societal duty to keep his
damn. Are you gonna say Future, the rapper, also exhibits conservative values because that man also has multiple kids? Or Elon Musk has like 8 kids from like 4 or 5 different baby mamas. That man also exhibits like conservative values. What? What? You just want people to just randomly have kids? What about Nick Cannon? Is that what conservative value means to you?
No. I'm just giving them as examples. Obviously, they're poor examples. However, they did.
So they're poor examples. But why would you give them then if they're poor examples?
Yeah, but they did fulfill their duty to society to reproduce and keep those birth rates going. So I'm not going to condemn them for it. However, I would have preferred them to have.
Would you support a guy having 940 children?
Yeah, for sure. If he wanted to take matters into his own hands and repopulate America, more power to him. Like, I think you guys need to do more research on
advocate for like sperm banks or something like that. I don't know. If you want people to like fulfill their duty, advocate for that.
Wait. Yeah. Do you donate? Like, are you doing your due diligence for society?
Well, no, my genetics are very poor, so I wouldn't want them to fall into the wrong hands. But I would say that
he's not doing his societal duty.
No, I would. All right. So, could we just agree that big families are necessary for America to survive? Could we agree? Bigger families. 2.1 children per woman.
Wait, no, you didn't say families because the like you wouldn't agree that. Would you agree that Elon has multiple families then?
Yeah, for sure.
So do you think that he's doing better because he has multiple families? So should people have multiple families?
No, I'm not saying that they should. I'm saying on average, right? Look, could we just agree on average?
I have a question. I have a question. If your partner specifically decides to like sleep with someone else in order to be able to increase the birth rates, would you support that?
Well, I mean, that wouldn't even make sense anyways.
Why not?
Because, women can only get pregnant one at a time. So like, she wouldn't need another person. So that.
Wait, then would you argue that like women as soon as they reach of age that they should just start trying to get as pregnant as many times as possible? Would you support that?
I would say every woman on average should have 2.1 children. That's literally what science.
Wait.
Says.
So now, are you talking about people should live in accordance with the averages, or should people just try to have as many kids as possible, like Elon Musk?
Well, in the rate that we're in now, yes, I would say as many as possible. But like literally, like you're not arguing.
So then you would support people. Wait. Then you would support as a culture, right? People, right? Just like right after they get out of they become adults, right? Just having children after children after children after children over and over again. Correct? You'd support that?
I would say the minimum needs.
You think that should be the norm?
2 children should be the norm.
Okay, wait. So then that shouldn't be the norm. You would disagree with that being the norm. It being the case that like people were trying to have children after children after children after children, just as soon as they hit like the point of being an adult.
Yeah, I would say that culturally that should be the goal. However, the average would still be around 2.1, which is what is needed to sustain a society.
Wait, so culturally it should be the goal to have children after children after children after children?
Yeah, for sure. What's wrong with children?
So you would go up to every teenager and you'd be like, you know what? You should just stop everything you're doing right now and have as many children as you can have.
No, you're framing the argument in a weird way. I never said that. I'm saying that scientifically, economically, like you're not arguing with me at this point. You're arguing with science and economics. You're arguing with the top economists who say that 2.1 is the replacement rate.
I'm not I'm not disputing that 2.1 is the considered birth rate. That is the replacement rate of the population. I'm not disputing that point at all. You're not understanding my point.
No, you're saying that
because you were saying before, you were saying nuclear family. I want certain values such as that, right? You have a few children, and then now you were justifying like Elon Musk, right? Having multiple different women that he's had children with, right? And not in a committed relationship. So that's not what's the nuclear family. So I'm trying to identify what your position even is. Because clearly it's not like the conservative traditional values and like 2 people together in a relationship. It's not that. That's not the position that you hold. So it's something else. Yeah,
so to finalize, I have no issue with Elon Musk doing what he did. Yes, I condemn it, right? 12 children by different women is abysmal. It's terrible for those children. However, if we look at scientifically the birth rate, he did do his part in increasing the birth rates. I am a strong supporter of the nuclear family. I want 2.1 children per family, and that's the way it is. That's what we need for society.
Hey, Chase, I just have a singular question for you. What do you value more, higher birth rates or higher qualities of life?
I would say they coincide. So I would say quality of life could edge that out a little bit.
So they don't coincide. In countries with higher qualities of life, we see lower birth rates. And then in countries with lower qualities of life, relative to the countries with higher qualities of life, we see higher birth rates. So ultimately, which one is more important to you?
I would say the thing that's most important to me is the human survival and survival of America.
So would you be okay for advocating for policy and reform to America to weaken the economy, weaken our education systems, and reduce wages on average, so we could reduce the average quality of life to increase our birth rates in the long term?
Well, no, that's a backwards correlation. Reducing quality of life doesn't actually increase birth rates.
So what we see once again is that either in states in America with lower qualities of life, they have higher birth rates compared to states with higher qualities of life. And then even if, on the macro scale, on the global scale, if we look at countries with higher qualities of life, they have lower birth rates in countries with lower qualities of life. Take Japan, for instance. I think that their birth rate has been stagnant since the 70s or the 80s, and they've been trying to do everything that they can to fix that. But ultimately speaking, nothing that they have done has worked. And the reason that their birth rates have stagnated is because of a higher quality of life. And like just like generally speaking, like the worse education one has access to, the lower quality of life they possess, the lower wages that they garner, like the more likely they are to reproduce and have more children. So my question is like super simple, and this is like the only question I came up on the live to ask. Like theoretically, right, if like reducing the quality of our education, reducing wages, weakening the economy, so on and so on and so on, did increase birth rates in the long term, would that be something that you'd support?
So firstly, I thought we went to college and learned that correlation doesn't equal causation, because we just said that South Korea's quality of life is poor because it's so expensive, which is why their birth rate is low. It's not because their quality of life is good, which causes their low birth rates. Secondly, I wouldn't support lowering education and all those things, because those actually wouldn't increase birth rates. What's proven to increase birth rates is a cultural commitment to larger families like we see in Africa and the Middle East and Latin American countries.
So you didn't hear my question. Once again, I just came up to ask this one singular question. So I said, if it was the case that these things led to a higher birth rate in the long run, would you support it now?
No, because it's not feasible. Like, that's not even a real question. You're saying if lower education increases things, it
Right.
doesn't.
So if it did,
It would.
right, well, I mean, I've been arguing that it does, but you say that it doesn't. So hypothetically, if it did, would you support that?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. All right. So in other words, you wouldn't support reducing the quality of life for individuals in this country, given that it'll increase birth rates in the long term. Well, I mean, I'm sure that like Parker and everybody else on the panel would be able to indicate ways in which supporting some like nuclear family or like conservative traditional ideals is bad for the quality of life of individuals. Maybe it's harmful and it stigmatizes, say, like women in the workforce, or places these societal pressures as prescriptive gender norms that are completely and totally unjustified, which would mean that you wouldn't support that even if it were to increase birth rates. But that's all I came up here to say. Have a good one.
You do. That was a bad hypothetical.
Why was it bad?
I mean, if you say that's a bad hypothetical, you've been getting bad points this whole time. I mean, like, I don't think that you're the arbiter of what's good or bad, because Chase, you have given us nothing, bud. Nothing.
I mean, you guys still haven't disputed the fact that we need higher birth rates and that the Conservative Party is going to.
Yeah, that's not the debate. Like the first part, as far as higher birth rates, that's not the debate. Also, we contend that actually being able to increase immigration will help those birth rate issues. Like, you just want to keep the country. I don't even want to say keep the country, white or whatever, because I that would exclude you. But it's weird when you're talking about cutting off immigration to address the birth rates and forcing more people to have babies. Again, we've given you multiple factors where if you just do that, it's going to have a negative impact. But you can't say anything more than, oh, well, the Conservative Party wants to have more kids. Cool. There's a lot of people that want a lot of things. But if you don't have a plan to actually sustain the things that you're trying to do, none of it matters. None of it.
All right. So I'm just going to ask you guys one last question. Do you think the government should be involved in applying the 2.1 replacement rate to survive?
Well, you can subsidize that with immigration.
That's a crutch. That's not actually.
I don't think people should be doing that in terms of birth rate for fertility rates. I don't think the government should be like involved in the process in that way. I don't think it should be like mandating to get to that point. That's crazy. But I do think that I do think that there should be like policies to help support people, given that they would want to choose to have families.
Also, Chase, you mentioned, can I just address one point that you mentioned? You mentioned like the Middle East and also certain like African countries, right? Do you know what culturally drives people to have like more children? Like, why are children culturally valued in these areas?
Yeah, I already know what you're going to say. You're going to say because they live in rural areas and they need to work the farm and things of that nature.
No, I didn't. I'm not bringing up the farm. Like, I'm not saying that everybody lives on a farm, but I'm saying, again, within like certain societies, children are viewed as economic assets or a form of social security because they don't have like a good, stable system or social safety nets within those countries, right? So that is why people have more children, or having more children is culturally valued to support the family. But also, again, because they don't necessarily have as much family planning services, they're like not readily available or less utilized, right? Which does lead to a higher birth rate. And also, children being more culturally valued is because of the higher child mortality rates, right? So families are going to have more children to ensure that some at least survive to adulthood. And I feel like that is a context that you are kind of not adding to this point when you're looking at certain societies. And it's very interesting, actually, like first generation immigrants, when they do move to like the global north, they might have a higher birth rate than like native born people. But then when it goes into like the second generation or third generation, they typically show lower birth rates than the first generation immigrants. And the fertility patterns do resemble those of the native population as well, because they adapt to that society. Goes to show that it's a societal issue and not necessarily like a demographic issue.
Well, I think you just exposed your lack of knowledge on geodemographics, right? Because by 2050, which is 25 years from now, it is projected that 1 in every 4 people will be African, right? So that just goes to show that their populations are growing at a far higher rate, not just because of economics, right? Because as you pointed out, they don't.
How did what you said contradict what I said? I'm confused.
You said they don't all live on a farm, right? And if you actually like read any article, any study on the birth rate, because this is a well-studied topic, the 2 factors are, yes, what you guys have proposed, right? Social programs and cultural norms. So what, like, Africa does not have that many social programs. That's not the reason why their birth rate is high. The economic.
That was my point. The lack of social programs is what makes the birth rate high. Did you listen to what I said? The lack of social safety nets is what's causing a higher birth rate, because people see children as an economic asset for social security reasons.
Do you understand that just destroys your whole point? Because
no, it doesn't destroy my whole point at all.
You guys are saying that the reason why Americans aren't having kids is because it's not socially safe to do so. But now you're saying that the reason why Africans are having kids is because it's not safe.
Yeah, because it's not socially safe to do so. And also,
he doesn't think that there's different cultural pressures, different environmental pressures.
Culture.
Yeah,
wait,
environment.
That's what I said.
Wait, hold up. No, you're not listening. Cultural pressures in terms of how labor is set up in different countries, based upon, again, the type of technology that exists in the countries, based upon the different types of labor that people decide to go into, based upon plenty of environmental dynamics. None of those things are you taking into account at all.
And how expensive life is, right? Like within the global north, life is going to be very expensive, and that coincides with the lack of adequate social safety nets, albeit they're going to be more stable than certain countries, right? But it's not adequate safety nets in order to be able to afford living within this expensive environment. Whereas in those communities that you mentioned, it's not going to be as expensive.
That might be an ideological reason, but in practice, we actually see that when you study global trends of poverty, the poorest people in the world are single mothers and their children, right? This is more so for Africa. So the whole thing that they're economic, like they actually benefit the people economically. Having more children does not benefit them economically. Yes, sure. In the cultural senses, yes, which is the point I'm trying to make. Culturally, they have the vision that, all right, if I have more children, I'm fulfilling my life goal. They're going to help me build my legacy, things of that nature. They're going to work on the farm.
Yeah, build your legacy how?
Yeah, they're gonna work on the farm for me. We're gonna.
Okay, so when they're working, is that not for economic reasons? I'm confused.
Yes, which is what I'm saying. America needs that as well. The same way how Mexican immigrants come over here, they come together, have big families, live in the same generational households, work together, pool their resources. Why can't Americans have these same values? Which is why Mexicans started to vote for the Conservative Party, because they share the same familial values, which is the point I've been making this entire life. Cooked.
You have yet to give any of those family values. You think you cooked, but you have yet to give any of the family values that you're referencing. Like, literally, what are these family values? Tell me, what?
I've literally said it like 7 times. Big families, right? Nuclear families, 2 parents in the household. Having.
Oh, wait, that's not what Elon's doing. That's not what Trump's doing. That's not what any of these people that you just referenced were doing. You said they were doing their due diligence for society. They were creating society to be a better place while simultaneously identifying that they were not setting up the cultural and family values that you were specifically advocating for. What are you talking about?
I'm not speaking of individuals. Yes, I condemn Elon, like I said 7 times. I condemn him and I condemn Trump for their adulterous ways. What I'm saying is, on average, we need the nuclear family like the Mexicans do. They come here and they build generational wealth, by staying in the same households, having more children, working together. Why can't Americans do that? Why? Please answer my question. Why are Americans
So
not happy?
I have a question. Would you then be okay with more people immigrating from Mexico to then shift the values towards that way? Because you just said Mexican Americans specifically do that. So would you be okay with immigration from Mexico?
Yeah, I have no issue with that in the short term.
Oh, what about in the long run?
In the long run, I mean, their population is declining as well, so they won't really be a source of immigration in a couple of years.
Wait, how are the
Chase,
population declining if you're saying that it's cultural for them to have kids? I'm confused.
I'm saying in Mexico, their population is starting to decline.
Yeah, but how is
Also-
their population in Mexico starting to decline if you're saying that they culturally have more kids because they have familial values?
No, what I'm
Also-
saying is when they come to America, they come and they have many children, which we can all agree on.
Wait, so going to America makes them have more children, but not staying in Mexico?
Yeah, because like I said, it has to be a combination of economics and culture.
But also, one of your main points as far as why the birth rate needs to be addressed is the fact that, you wanted to quote unquote keep America American. And so if you bring more people in to actually even set the example of how you should actually increase the birth rate with the, people from Mexico, like, wouldn't that overall shift the culture of the United States, even in the short term, which would defeat the purpose of what you're saying? Like, so you're willing to quote unquote giving up America being America to increase the birth rate, which then was shifted to Mexico? I'm so confused, Chase. Like, none of this makes sense.
No, I mean, I just agreed to disagree on that point because, yeah, I wouldn't like Mexicans to come and set the example, but they are the ones they're doing their thing right now. So I have no issue with them coming over legally and setting their example. We do need them for labor shortages in the short term, but relying on immigration in the long run is just going to see our downfall by 2100. It's scientifically proven.
Yeah, scientifically proven by what?
By 2100, immigration will no longer be able to be our crutch, and our population is going to peak.
Where did you get this from?
Oh. So I got this from Brookings.edu.
Can you tell me the title?
While he's getting that information, can I say just a couple of quick things, Parker?
Go for it.
All right. First and foremost, I want to say Happy Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth to everyone watching. Thank you so much, Parker, for having me. I just want to take a moment for everyone that there's 5.1 thousand people hanging out. First and foremost, again, Happy Juneteenth. I would actually just love to say, if you would like to support Juneteenth, if you would like to actually, educate yourself more, one, go out. There's tons of resources. Parker talked about it. There's resources in his Discord. There's resources in my Discord. I know Athena has 1 million, but just actually educate yourself more on Juneteenth. And also, I would love to say, make sure that you take an opportunity to support Black-owned businesses. And not big box businesses, not even POC businesses, but specifically Black-owned businesses on this day. One of my favorite places I've really got into a lot is Black and Bold Coffee. They're a Black-owned coffee company. They're absolutely amazing. So check them out. But support Black-owned businesses, not those big businesses. And last but not least, if it's okay, special announcement. I want to break it here on your live, Parker.
Go for it.
Special announcement. I do Brunch with My Creators. Parker has been on Brunch with My Creator. It's a behind-the-scene look with some of your favorite creators. Well, this Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific, we will have a special Juneteenth edition of Brunch with My Creator, where I will have specific Black creators talking about not only what Juneteenth is, the importance of Juneteenth, but Black culture as a whole, Black American history, and what we do as Black society, Black excellence, all of this wonderful stuff. So this Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific, a special edition of Brunch with My Creator with some amazing, amazing Black creators. I haven't dropped the names yet, but I promise you it is some heavy hitters that you guys are going to love. So make sure you check it out.
Hey, everyone. W's in the comment section right now. Also, everyone, make sure to like the stream, tap the screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, as well as if you're on YouTube, to make sure to try to like the stream. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes. Also, everybody, if you want to support any of us on the stream, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as you can support us over TikTok or YouTube Super Chat. Appreciate it as always, everyone.
I got a couple of thank yous as well. I've been holding them, but
go for it right now. Go for it. I have some too. I've been holding them too.
W's in the chat for Chase Lee. Chase Lee sent a $10 donation for Juneteenth reparations. Thank you so much for that $10 donation, Chase Lee. And also W's in the chat for Godzilla over on YouTube Super Chat, who sent a $9.99 to say Santana Speaks, hashtag Juneteenth. And Bethany, who sent a $5 donation to say Andrea Smith, say her name, rest in peace, Queen. Absolutely. Thank you so much for the donations.
All right, I do think I have to catch up a little bit. I am very behind. I have not been catching up at all. But I do just want to say thank you very much. Thank you very much, Amber. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I don't think it's allowed on TikTok to do that. Bradley, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Megan, thank you for the $1.11. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as I need to make sure to get to my YouTube as well. I'm a bit far off of that, everyone. I do apologize. Sid, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now for the $100 on PayPal? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Madi with the $42 on Venmo. Thank you so much for good morning, Parker. We're on early today. Yes, I am. I'm on until I think around 4 o'clock Pacific. I will try to remember today. I apologize. I keep forgetting to go check the stickers. As well as Daniel, thank you so much. I really appreciate it as always. W's for Dan in the comment section. I really appreciate that. Let me make sure to catch up on YouTube real quick because I'm a little bit behind on the YouTube ones. Bethany, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. WQ, thank you so much. I appreciate the membership subscription. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Bethany. They said to look up Black Girl Vitamins. They have herbal gummies specific for PCOS.
And can I, real quick, W's in the chat for Bethany, who sent a $10 YouTube super chat to say the same thing. Basically, any girlies with PCOS, look up Black Girl Gummies. They have, specifically that. So W for her.
Hey, W's. As well as,
I'm sorry, Parker.
What's up?
Holy fuck. W's in the chat for Sid. Sid sent a $100 YouTube super chat to say, good to see you, Santana. Hope you're well. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Sid. You're amazing.
All right, everyone. I'm going to thank a few more people, and then we'll get back into everything. Do give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I've literally been so behind on thanking people today that I haven't even done that, like, basically the whole stream, and we're, like, almost an hour and a half in. Chin, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate the $2 and the $5 and the $5 again. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Kate, thank you for the $5. Mental, thank you for the $5. Zach with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Bannons, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Jonathan, thank you for the $2. Tim with the $5. Jonathan, thank you for the $2. And Bethany, thank you again. Thank you for the $10. What the hell?
And Sarah, thank you so much for the $19 over on Venmo.
So
You're
confused.
absolutely amazing.
I forgot they were doing that today. They're doing stuff on the outside of my apartment today. That's why. And I was confused. I was like, wait, what is that sound? I'm like, oh, okay, I remember. I got scared for a second. I'm like, what the hell?
I thought it was a ghost.
Yeah. All right. Chase, do you have anything else you'd like to add or talk about on the live?
Yeah. So I just want to say that, like I said, by 2100, we're going to be in a falling decline. That immigration.
Wait, what was this? What was the title of the source actually?
Oh yeah. So I have 2 sources. The first one is from Brookings.edu, titled "What Immigration Means for Wages." Right, and in this source, they highlight that immigration for now is actually a net positive for wages. However, by 2100, immigration will no longer be able to fill the gaps that we have in our labor shortages.
Where does it say that? I don't see that at all. They make such an interesting sound. What they're doing. Yeah, I actually don't see what you're saying. I literally looked it up, and it doesn't say that there. All right, well, that's rough. Maybe you should go look at your own source.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe you should not use ChatGPT to give you sources.
All right, so my second source is actually from the U.S. Census Bureau.
Okay.
Titled "Official National Population Projections and Migration Up to 2100."
Population statistics to 2100. Okay. And that's from the census?
Yes.
Okay. Where does it say this? It doesn't say this here either. Where does it
Chase,
say that?
stop like cooking yourself, please.
So you're gonna sit here and pretend like the source doesn't say that our birth rates are not gonna decline by
Where?
2100?
Where? I'm on it right now. It's literally like one paragraph. Are you sure
Wait,
this is the source?
Can you tell me what the source is again?
I mean, I could just pull it up on the screen.
Wait, what's the
Go ahead.
source?
It's the U.S. Census Bureau.
I'm on it right now. I'm on census.gov. Census Bureau releases international population estimates and projections. This is November 26, 2024, correct?
Yes. So it says the U.S. Census Bureau predicts that the U.S. birth rates will
Where?
decline throughout literally the first thing right here.
It says the U.S. Census Bureau today released new population estimates and other demographic data up to the year 2100 for 34 countries and areas in the international database.
No, what
It
I'm
just
reading
says
off
which
what's
one.
on my screen right
It
here.
says which. It doesn't say anything about what you're referencing.
No, it literally says here that the U.S. Census Bureau predicts that U.S. birth rates will decline throughout the remainder of the 21st century, falling from 10.8 births per 1,000 people in 2023 to 8.5 per 1,000 in 2100.
Okay, that's for you got this from ChatGPT, by the way. We knew it.
No.
Secondly,
He's hiding his brain.
secondly, that doesn't indicate anything about what you just said. That doesn't indicate that the Census Bureau says that by 2100 it's not going to fulfill the labor shortage.
So, I mean, it can be inferred.
This guy, bro, this guy, and
So-
that's not even saying with immigration.
That's
No,
when
so-
your entire debate this time. You're inferring, like you're assuming.
ChatGPT.
You're, like, it's been your whole thing.
Wait, so I have a question, right? So if every
I'm
Western
sorry. Wait,
country-
I'm not even gonna take this seriously anymore. Chase, come on. How can you unironically just show us ChatGPT and not feel embarrassed currently?
that was Google AI, not ChatGPT. So it was Google, which is the easiest way to get an
It makes them a little. It makes
Oh, it
them
was
feel
Google
a little
AI,
bit
my
better.
bad.
It was the AI overview, so it makes them feel a little bit better.
But not the crazy thing is Brookings .edu has an amazing article that it released this year. Actually a couple years ago, saying new census projections show that immigration is essential to the growth and vitality of a more diverse U.S. population.
Yeah.
And they talk about the census data, and they say that immigration actually would immensely help the U.S. Saying that what does it say? It says that the U.S. Census Bureau project the U.S. population to reach 306 million by 2100 under the main scenario, with a potential high of 435 million under a high immigration scenario. In contrast, a low immigration scenario would be bad, is what they say.
That was your that was your source, by the way.
Okay, so I've never argued against immigration. What I'm saying is we shouldn't rely on it.
Isn't Trump anti-immigration? So you bring up a source that literally says immigration is needed and is essential to the growth and vitality of a more diverse U.S. population, and you say you care about the U.S. population, but then you vote for a person who's anti-immigration that would harm America. Make that make sense? I don't know. You're just full of contradictions, aren't you?
Yeah, no, I'm pro immigration in the short term. Like I said, we have many labor shortages that need to be filled by immigrants. However, I'm not pro immigration in the fact that I want replacement, because the only way that we've been growing our population is through immigration. And that's not a good thing for any nation. Look at Japan. Japan is strictly anti-immigration because they know that when they let more people in, it's no longer Japan.
And guess what? The Japanese economy is collapsing. Japan as a society is aging, and their society is literally collapsing. That's what they always talk about. Are you paying attention to what's happening in Japan?
Wait, I thought Japan was better than us. I thought liberals.
I never said Japan is better. What are you talking about?
No,
when
like,
it comes
I'm
to
saying
populations, never
liberals
said Japan was good. It's collapsing.
No, they would like to say, "Oh, Asian countries are so high tech. They're like
Who said that?
Who
they're
said
not-
this?
Who? Put a name on it.
I'm saying,
I'm like,
Put a
wait,
name on
dude,
it.
who are you talking about?
Put a name on it. We will shame them together. Put a name on it.
I'm saying in general that's what we.
No,
hear
no,
from-
no, no,
like,
no, no, no.
Like when this whole trade war happened with China, they were saying, "Oh, China has a larger middle class than us." They were so-
China is not Japan. Hold on, China is not Japan. Do you know that those are two different East Asian
They have the
countries?
same policies as it pertains to immigration.
Jeez,
China
bro,
does not
what
like
are we
immigration.
doing?
China
What are we
is
even
very
doing now?
anti-immigration. China is very anti-immigration, similar to Japan. But yeah, that's all I have to say. I'm sure that I educated a lot of people.
You did.
You can do your own research on.
Chase, we appreciate you demonstrating everything you know, though. Yeah.
Yeah, that was brutal. That was brutal.
I don't get it. I don't. One other quick thing before the next person come up, guys. For everyone watching, I posted a Juneteenth video that's very near and dear to my heart. Just giving some information about Juneteenth and some people that inspired me. So if everyone could, whenever you get a moment after the stream, go check out the video, like, interact with it, post it, push it out. Just check out the Juneteenth video, please.
Can I plug something before I drop?
Absolutely.
I just realized that he's gone. I wasn't. Okay, I just wanted to say, within my link tree, there are two initiatives that I want to plug. The first initiative is a Congolese initiative that specifically supports Congolese women and girls who are victims of SA. The second initiative is a Sudanese initiative that supports displaced Sudanese women to give them period care. There are also other initiatives for Gaza and also many other for Congo and Sudan. So if you actively want to help those people, it's really good to go to my link tree. The other thing is there is a whole PDF document explaining the slavery situation in Libya and in Egypt right now. So if you want more information on it, if you want to know what you can do about it, just download the PDF, spread it to everybody else as well, educate people as much as possible. And if you want to support me too, my PayPal is also there. But anyways, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. I'll drop now.
Appreciate you, Athena, as always.
Bye, Santana. Bye, Parker.
Bye, Athena.
Bye. Have a good day. Have a good day. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. You know that conversation lasted an hour and a half?
It was wild. Parker, like, again, all feelings, no facts, all feelings.
Yeah, that was rough. That was rough. The whole time, the AI at the end really got me.
Jeez.
That got me so good.
W's in the chat for Shannon for the $50 Cash App. Thank you so much for the $50, Shannon. Shannon, you're amazing. Holy smokes.
W's. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you support Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen to get to 500,000 likes, everybody. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, well, sort of.
If you could go back in time and vote for him, would you vote for him?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2006,
And you said what month?
October 27th.
Okay. All right. And then Dollar, how old are you?
18.
I was your name is Lift. I was talking to the other person on the live. Hello?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Okay, they're not there. All right, go ahead. Why do you support Trump?
Well, first off, I just want to say it's kind of crazy that you guys literally make money off of talking about it. Like, do you guys not have jobs?
This is my job, bro.
Exactly. So if Trump wasn't
That's a
president,
job.
you wouldn't have a job.
That's a job. You know that I can also talk about politics if Donald Trump wasn't involved in politics.
Right, but you would have nothing to talk on because since all you talk about is
No, I would talk about politics.
like what though? Because all you talk about
Like
is
I would be whatever the conservative leader is. It would be, why do you support this conservative
well,
leader?
that's crazy. Why do you align with just the party? Why don't you support different policies and make your judgment?
Well,
off that?
I'm saying is that, like, I know that in typical the party is going to identify those specific policies.
Well, that's
right?
incorrect.
Yeah, well,
And
I
it
mean, it's
shouldn't be
not
that way.
incorrect. I can point to it in examples. Democrats
Well,
are
it shouldn't.
practically always going to be better than
That's
Republicans in
because
terms of their
that's
policies.
because of citizens.
And then Shannon with
being
the $50
divided
on
into
Cash App.
parties.
Thank you so much, Shannon, for the $50 for talking. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Do you know what a job
I'm
is?
just
I have a
saying-
question. What's a job?
Bro, a job is, I mean, obviously, it's something you do to make income. Like,
Okay, so like I make income
Which-
doing this, therefore
by
I have a
talking about
job.
Trump.
So why would you ask me, do you have a
By talking
job?
about Trump.
Do you have a job?
Yeah, I do.
No, I said, why did you ask me that if you know that this is a job?
Because I'm not asking if you have a job. I'm saying your job is to talk about Trump. It doesn't make sense.
What does it mean?
Like,
What do you
you
mean
guys
it
are-
doesn't make sense? Is that not painfully obvious? Like me being online every
yeah.
single day doing this is not painfully obvious that this is my job?
Right. It is your job. But what would you do if he wasn't president?
I would be
So
talking about a different person in politics, and or if he wasn't president, say Kamala Harris was
Then why don't
president,
you already
I might
do
be
that to
doing
spread awareness about other politicians?
because it is the case that he's the leader of the Republican Party. He has most of the control of the Republican
But
Party.
he's not. But you can also promote other politicians. Like you have a platform.
Yeah, I do promote like left wing politicians. I'm
I
arguing
can see it
against
on
people
your
that
live.
support Trump.
I haven't seen it on your live.
Well, that you haven't seen my lives very much then.
I have actually.
Not really. Well, you want to know something really funny? Watch this. This is gonna be really funny. Real quick. Hold up. Just 1 second, real quick. Sorry, my bad.
I don't even. What was that?
Did you see the fucking flag? Hello, is this not a left wing politician?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, I just showed you.
Okay, but then you have it covered up by pictures of Trump.
Yeah,
Isn't that pointless?
go to my YouTube. You can see it on YouTube.
Why would I do that?
It's because it looks better this way, because otherwise it doesn't fill the full screen.
But I feel as if the majority of the people that tune into your lives are on TikTok and they're young individuals that are going to be the future of America. Why would you align with one party and not look at their policies?
I'm not just aligning with Democrats. I definitely disagree with
But you are.
Democrats.
No, because you are. You said you would just argue against the next conservative politician.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you look at their policies, look at their judgment, and make an obviously researched decision on who you support?
Oh, because I know who like the top people in the party are, and they're going to be on the MAGA side. So,
They're not sides.
we're talking JD Vance, DeSantis.
Okay,
Right?
but,
Who's going to show up in the
Parker.
Republican Party that's going to be so vastly different than them?
bro,
John, thank you so
all
much.
I'm saying, my biggest thing is, why is there left or right? Like you should make your vote off of policies.
I understand what their policies are, and that's why I already can take that into account. You're just like mad that I'm already informed on what they support. That I disagree with.
Okay, what do you disagree with?
Yeah, in terms of JD Vance.
I mean, sure.
Yeah, his support for such a un-American, anti-American guy like Donald Trump to be a part of his administration, right?
So
His continued support for that guy who he also said he would literally certify false slates of electors,
Wait,
right?
so
for-
let me get this right. You dislike any politician that aligns even partially.
It's,
with
no. It was his involvement specifically in saying that he, as vice president, specifically would certify false slates of electors, alongside him specifically arguing for unitary executive theory, right? Arguing to literally get rid of every civil servant, specifically that is a nonpartisan, and just replace them with partisan hacks.
That is not true.
That's actually exactly what he said.
Where's
except
your
for saying-
source?
He said it himself.
So where?
Yeah, I'll show you a video right now of JD Vance.
That would be-
Vance argues unitary executive theory. Alrighty. Give me 1 second. I can give you like the. Yeah, here's an article right here. JD Vance's call for a unitary executive and its threat to democracy. That's the title. That's an
Wait, you said it's threat to democracy?
Sorry, no, hold up. I gave you the wrong title. Hold up 1 second. Wait, actually, no, I did. Sorry. JD Vance's call for unitary executive and its threat to democracy. That's an article that you can.
Didn't you say it's a threat to democracy in that?
Yeah, that's the title.
Yeah.
JD
It's a
Vance's
threat to
call for
democracy.
unitary executive and its threat to democracy.
Well, I don't have time to look it up.
Okay, well,
I'll trust your word for it.
Well, I mean, you can. There's also like a video of him talking about it, but like I'm just not gonna play the video right now.
Well, I'm sure it's taken clear out of context.
No, I promise you it's not. I promise you it's not. I've done plenty of research on this.
Hey, but no, I joined this live just to make the point that I don't understand why leftists don't
I'm not a leftist.
don't do other things like. Hey, but you are, because you said you would just argue against the opposite side, like regardless.
What?
Of
That's not
their
what
policies are and what their intentions are.
Okay, so leftists would get really mad at the way that you just defined leftist because they
Oh, I don't
define
care.
it in an anti-capitalist sense.
But I don't care, because that's what
Okay,
it is.
cool.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, I don't understand. And you guys, like, you're asking for money. I mean, yeah, it's your job. That's what I do too. But like, it's kind of weird. You know what I'm saying?
What's weird about people sending me money? Like Trent, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Or Linda, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know
Like
why
when
it's not
that,
doing that recently. Policy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Policy, for buying one service. Thank you. Jonathan, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I guess he just doesn't understand that as a job. Kick-Ass Quinn, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And then Jonathan, thank you for the $2. Are you mad at people giving me money? Is that just really what it is? Are you jealous? Is that what it is? Like John, thank you for the $100 on Venmo for thank you for what you do every day, sacrificing by not having a real job. Thank you so much. I really appreciate John for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much, John. Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you. Is that what it is?
No. I'm just wondering what your intentions are. Like,
Jillian,
is your
thank you $2
intention
to get you to critically
spread
think.
awareness about?
Yes.
Wait, let me talk. Hold up.
Okay, sorry.
Hold up. Is your intention to change people's minds, like MAGA, and bring awareness to the party's bad? Because I promise, like, just from watching your live, you don't change anyone's mind.
Okay, well then you haven't watched my lives for very long, and also you don't understand like the importance of this. Type 3 in the comment section if I've ever changed your mind.
Also, why is it our responsibility to actually quote unquote change people's mind? I mean, shouldn't it be like, or at least for me, like my bigger purpose is to reach those quote unquote non-voters and even more so battle the misinformation and disinformation that's coming out from legacy media and people on the right. So those things are way more important to me than trying to change MAGA's mind. MAGA's a cult. I'm sorry, MAGA's a cult. It's hard to change a cult member's mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like think about it this way. Like when I talk to MAGA, the types of conversations that I have are extraordinarily relevant, especially to other liberals who hear that, who can then utilize those arguments against, say, family members or people in their community that they know that they would get into conversations with about these types of topics. So that if a conversation does come up, that they are, reloaded, right? They're ready for it. That's the point of these types of arguments for liberals. And alongside that, it also provides the ability for conservatives to change their views as well in terms of this, because it is the case that plenty of people have come up on my lives who are conservative and changed their views because of the different arguments that I provided. As I used to be a Trump supporter, I changed my views. I think that would be incredibly important in terms of, again, showing that, people can change their views, especially given like the new information, right? That's something that's happened for me. That's something that's happened for Dean. That's something that's happened for a lot of people in my life, right? So like I understand the importance of these types of conversations, of engaging with the other side so that people do change their opinions, given that they have arguments for that, alongside giving, people on the left and people who are liberals, right, arguments and ammo that they can use against conservatives so that any situation that happens like that in their daily life, they're ready.
I find it very interesting that you guys call it a cult. I actually was raised in a cult, like a legit one, and left it. And the mindset, I mean, I can see where you're coming from, and I'm not MAGA. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm independent. But you guys really, like, it feels like people join and you guys shut them down. You guys just start yelling out like your donations. You talk super fast and then confuse them. You bring up different policies. Obviously, the regular person wouldn't know. And then it just makes them look bad. But at the same time, like, you're not changing their mind because they're just getting
But
angry.
listen, that comparison is important, right? I mean, if anyone has enough conviction to get in front of hundreds or thousands of people and actually share their opinion, they should actually have facts to back up their opinion. But also, too, for anyone that's ill prepared, I mean, I think there's a great comparison to look at the left and the right and let people make the decisions themselves as far as like whose information, whose facts, whose perspective do they actually relate to. And if we can convey a better message than the people on the right, then we have to do that.
Also, like, I've had thousands of guests on my live over the years I've done this change their mind specifically on the topic. People that disagree with me. Sure, not most people who come up on the live, they don't change their positions. It's the people who are listening that matters that I'm specifically trying to get to in most scenarios. But a hell of a lot of people that have come up on the live have changed their opinions. There are people that used to be hardcore conservatives that come up on the live, Trump supporters that would come up on the live and debate us, right? And that were known to debate us, that have changed their minds because of these live streams, that still to this day are in the community because of these live streams and because how important they are. Like Sid literally said, I want to read this off because it's so important. I want you to hear this. And I understand why a lot of people don't understand how important these types of things are, and I just urge them to understand and to realize how important that these arguments are for people in general. And like I can give examples for that. Like for example, Sid, they give the $50 I really appreciate on YouTube super chat for I single-handedly and the only liberal in my extended family, and I've learned so much in this space to help navigate those conversations. That's exactly what we're looking for. Like having extended family members that are conservative, having to deal with them, being locked and loaded to be able to deal with that, right? Especially people who are like spreading bigotry or homophobia, right? To be able to like respond to them so that they don't feel like they have some factual basis above you.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I have to jump in. Holy shit. Massive W's in the chat for Amanda, who just sent $100 donation to say, hey, Santana, I just want to say thank you for all the knowledge and labs. Holy shit. Thank you, Amanda. 1,000,000 W's for Amanda. But like to her point, I always say this. I say, if you enjoy the information, education, and entertainment, right? Those are the three factors behind what we do, right? We try to convey information in a way that people not only can understand and accept it, but a way that holds people attention. I mean, we're on this app where most people just scroll through every couple of seconds. We have to not only find a way to capture these people's attention, but we have to actually give them important information and facts. And if anyone comes up here and they're unprepared to actually do the same thing or to actually be able to dispute anything that we're really saying, then that's on them.
Yeah, like you also have to understand that like entertainment, right, and getting people involved and ingrained in the topics is an important aspect of education. Right, an incredibly important aspect. I think it's not worried about enough, and that's what a lot of people like. They'll fall out of paying attention to things because that isn't worried about. If you just hear a professor just go through the information, it's so boring. You don't learn as much as if you are entertained by, say, a lecture or entertained by what you're listening to. And that's why I think a lot of people learn from this. Go for it.
Yeah, but they really don't learn that much. You guys speak super fast, and it's very hard to follow along.
Maybe we're not listening. Maybe we're not speaking fast. You're just listening too slow.
Also, by the way, like I have actively slowed down how fast I speak in general, right? Just to respond to this in general. Like I actively have, right? So, sure, sometimes I do speak incredibly fast. I get that, but typically I do provide extra clarification, and I have slowed down how much I speak, or how fast I speak in order to be able to do that.
Yeah. Also, if you listen a little faster, we ain't got to slow down for you to catch up, bitch.
And Alexander, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? Seriously. Thank you so much. And then Jules, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Robin Demon, you guys have done the same with Tommy and Jaden. You have great talking points to have up my sleeve. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. As well as I do have a few more people to say. Anna, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much for I was a diehard Republican last year that switched views because of y'all's live, and my entire family in Republican politics and politicians or in Republican politics, entire family in Republican politics and politicians. But I will finish my poli-sci degree next year as the first and only liberal in my family. Thanks. W for Anna in the chat. That's fucking amazing to hear. Anna? That's amazing to hear. W's for Anna in the chat. Seriously. Haley, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. My dad was so MAGA. I grew up in it. Your lives took my dad from Trump is always right to I don't know enough, and now he listens when you're live or when I tell him something. We can have real convos now. You change lives with these lives. Yo, that's actually so nice to hear. I really appreciate that. Jillian, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Victoria, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Victoria. Courtney, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's very true, Courtney. Jillian, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Don't you think that you guys kind of have a little cult culture over here?
So Halia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $4. Trent, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Linda, thank you for the $10. I think I don't believe in a cult culture, right? No.
But it's the same thing.
So here, how about this? Maybe in a certain sense, yes, there are parasocial relationships. That's totally different than having a cult relationship. That's a radically different thing.
Yeah,
obviously parasocial. And then here's my response to this: there are parasocial relationships that exist all over, right? Social media. I think it's a common human trait to develop those, right? Parasocial relationships in certain scenarios. And I think that if someone's going to develop a parasocial relationship with a creator, why would it be bad for them to develop a parasocial relationship with a creator that actively like perpetuates good values and good things that you should support, right? I think if they're gonna have a parasocial relationship with anyone in the world, right, you'd probably want it to be someone that holds those types of opinions, that promotes those types of values, right? That's probably a good thing, right?
Were you asking me a question?
No, I was explaining something to you.
I literally didn't. I understood like 3 words out of that.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Maybe I think it's probably a you problem then.
Can I talk?
No.
Okay, then remove me.
I'm only gonna listen to 3 words of what you say because I think you
exactly, and then you'll cut me off, and then you'll talk about the donations.
Dude, I'm sorry. I think
me, and I can't talk.
I think you're talking too quickly, dude.
Exactly. No, I think he's talking too slow. It's hard. Also, I mean, he's done nothing but whine and complain. I know I was away for like half a moment, but he's just whine and complain the entire time, and I'm so confused as far as why are you whining?
Whining?
You are whining. What are you whining about?
What are you talking about? Whining?
I talk too quickly. Apparently, this is his biggest critique of Parker get a job. He talks too quickly, dude.
No, I didn't say get a job. I'm just saying you'd be out of a job if Trump wasn't president.
No. My name is Parker get a job. That's it's like a joke because people come up on my life and say get a job. So I made my name Parker get a job as like an ironic sort of response to that.
Right, but that is not what I was referring to.
Okay.
I believe you have a job.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah.
W's in the chat for Victoria. Thank you so much for the 5. For some people flip burgers for a living, and some people educate the uneducated for a living. Thank you for your service. Thank you so much, Victoria, and also happy Juneteenth to Victoria, to everyone. Thank you so much, and happy Juneteenth. Sorry.
Absolutely. Kylie, thank you for the $5 for I love being in the peen cult. Very true. Steven, thank you for the $5. Yeah, we do have a cult. I tell you, I call you the peen cult. I tell you, it's an incredible cult. You should join it now. The Parker cult is number 1. I tell you, the Parker cult is above all. We love cults only when they're Parker cults. Only when it's Parker's cult.
Me off and talking about your donations.
Okay, are you mad, bro?
No, it's just you're proving my point. This is literally what I got on here to talk about. You got to do this.
I just want to let you know because apparently you're not picking up on these things. I'm doing that to piss you off, dude.
No, you're just proving my point. I just barely stated that you do that, and you do that. But
you're so mad, bro.
It's not just me.
You're so mad, bro. Stay
mad. It's weird that you came up on a debate live, and instead of like coming up to debate, you came up to whine.
Yeah,
might
seriously.
Need to call the ambulance for you.
I came out to point out.
Yeah, I just want to let you know I've had conversations with probably tens of thousands of people over the years. Darling, thank you for the 11-month subscription. Thank you so much. And I can see who genuinely is coming up on the live and is just gonna come up here and complain to me about me speaking too quickly or just not engaging with the topics and like who actually is. And like you're just coming up here to complain about me. Right, you didn't actually come up here to like debate any of the topics and tell us why you support Trump. Right, it's specifically that you just came up here to complain about me, and like I can see right through that. So of course I'm just gonna like fucking play into that because you're not gonna do anything else other than that anyway. So, but like if you'd like to have a productive dialogue, you can go to anything else. And I have productive dialogues with people every single day other than you.
Okay, but that last like 2-hour-long conversation was barely even about Trump. You guys were talking about like Japan and shit. I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm sorry, he just doesn't understand. He was talking about birth rates. Birth rates would be relative to comparing other countries. I'm sorry that you can't track the conversation.
But you didn't talk about Trump. Isn't your whole life about?
You understand that his argument for Trump was that he would push higher birth rates. Go ahead, Zen.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, that was the whole substance behind the conversation. The reason why
Yeah,
he
but
supported Donald Trump was actually the thought that he would help increase birth rates, which trailed on to the rest of the conversation. It's actual conversation. Sorry that he didn't come up here and just say, wham, 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 birth rate, wham, wham. I mean, that's what you're doing. Bro, give us a debate.
But yeah, like that conversation was like bounds more productive than the conversation right now. Like we're talking like infinitely more productive than the conversation we're having right now, because people can actually learn stuff from that. Right now, you just complaining and whining in the live, no one's learning anything other than like there are emotional MAGA supporters that are coming up on the live. That's it.
I'm not a MAGA
That's
supporter.
it. Okay. Well, so you wouldn't support Trump.
I said I'm independent, but if I was to vote again, I would. I'm not MAGA.
So you are MAGA. You would vote for Donald Trump. You're MAGA.
I didn't say I align directly with that.
You're MAGA. Generic MAGA
With the
bot.
culture of it.
Generic MAGA bot.
I mean,
What?
one of the key
What are you talking
indicators
about?
of being MAGA, like one of the requirements of being MAGA is that you have to put your feelings over facts, and you haven't exhibited any facts yet, just a ton of feelings. So you are definitely, without a doubt, MAGA.
Okay, what do you guys want to talk about? What do you want to debate?
You see the background? Give us a debate.
I thought you guys say
Bro's
Oh, so why
bro's
did
a
you
battle
support-
droid. Come on, bro. Come on. Give us an argument.
all
How
right,
about
talk
this?
about the border.
It says,
Let's talk about the border.
why do you support Trump?
Okay, let's talk about the border.
Okay. What's your argument, bud?
He left.
Oh, man.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Saw, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Can we get some merch from you? Maybe in the future. Maybe in the future. I've been saying that for a really long time. I just haven't, like, I don't know. I don't know if I want to be the type. Maybe I'll do like little things. I don't know what I would do.
I get that. Like, the only thing that I've really thought about is like a hat, because like hats are my thing.
I
But,
think that would be perfect for you. Thing is,
Yeah.
I don't want to do like like clothes really. I'm
Yeah.
kind of like against
I
that.
get it.
Like in terms of me doing that. Like if I were to do merch, I just like nothing has been like I really want to do this. You know?
It makes sense.
Yeah, that's kind of how it's been at least.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Trump.
Guys, while Parker is working on getting someone in here, let's keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 600,000 likes. Also, share the live out. If you're watching over on YouTube, make sure you're liking the stream and sharing the stream out on YouTube as well. Let's get the likes up all across the board. If you are someone that voted or supports Donald Trump and you are over the age of 18, get in the box. Get in the box and make sure you have a debate ready for us. Go ahead and request up. We are taking all challengers.
Actually, one thing I did have as an idea that is the only idea that I've been like genuinely like I might do this is there's like these calendars. My girlfriend has like a calendar of like an artist she likes where it's like they have different pictures and it's just of them and then the calendar. So like doing stuff like that, right, would be actually pretty cool. Like you just get like
what
photo
would be
shots
cool?
and it'd just be like all of us.
Like
right.
Like
and,
if you did like action shots, not necessarily even like on live, but like action shots from like different places and spaces that you've been, different debates that you've had live, like that would be dope.
yeah, stuff like that, or like different memes, like a part of like our community, like on top of like the calendar, or even like little peen quotes or stuff like that. Like I feel like that would be something interesting. That would be cool. That I feel like people would appreciate. Other than that, I just like don't feel like any other merch like speaks to me. You know what I mean?
Erica just sent me a message and said stationary since you like to use your notebook.
Oh, this notebook, yes. This was sent to me by a mod that's been in my stream for a very long time. If Shannon's in here, she knows who she is. But yeah, this is actually like one of the coolest ideas. I really like that. I don't know if I would ever sell something like that though. I think it's just like a like one of those things.
You would
that's
have
part
to
of the
be like
stream.
something ironic.
Not,
a thing, but just something ironic.
Yeah, like something diabolical.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think that would probably be a move. Those notebooks, like a Trust Me Bro notebook, would probably go crazy. That actually, yeah, but like
that makes sense.
I genuinely
like
it. I genuinely like that if I were to do anything.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2003.
You said you're 20 in 2003? That's not even possible. Alexander, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Math is hard.
A shirt with a job application that you filled out? That's crazy. Deb, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
That would be good. Oh, that would be so good.
I actually I originally my mom has this thing where she can just like put stuff like on shirts, right? She had like and like it just like it goes into the fabric. So I was like she just like made like a shirt with me. It was like something related to the thing. It just like says get a job on it. And like I wore it and like it took me a minute. I was like, oh shit, maybe I probably shouldn't walk around wearing this because it just like I'm just like telling people to get a job and no one knows what it means. Hunter, thank you for the membership subscription. And I was like, oh shit, dude. That's not what I'm looking for. Like like it's a meme. It's not like I'm actually saying that. Push the Rainbow Minister.
Darren, thank you for the 5. Investing in the dope hat you're gonna put out. Thank you so much for the 5.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap the screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. I would really appreciate everyone. Let's try to go on to the next person. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get some people up here, but it seems like MAGA doesn't want to debate us anymore. I think they're scared.
They're scared. They are. They are very, very scared.
Allison,
don't be scared, MAGA.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2004, December the 8th. Hello, everybody.
Okay. What state do you live in?
I don't. I live in the UK. Don't kick me.
Bro, you don't even go here. Find your own fascist.
Dude, find your own fascist is crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
No, you're not.
Get out of here, kid.
Where's the
2007.
journal? No.
January 18th.
No.
You definitely have like swimming lessons in an hour.
Dude, the fact that he got it right and like a bunch of other people in the live who are older than him get it wrong is crazy.
Like at least practice it, right? Like
yeah, like
practice your
he got it
lines.
right at least. You know what I mean? Like
Oh,
at least he got it right. Like
yeah.
yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Is
Bro didn't think that far.
Yeah. Why do you?
He was worried about the first answer.
Yeah, dude. Why do you support Trump, man?
I don't.
You don't? Okay. They tried to troll and they're like, ah, shit, I fucked up.
Yeah. Is at this moment he realized?
He fucked up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
You support Trump?
Yep.
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2006, December 8.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
He's a chill guy.
Huh? He's a chill guy? You think what? You think a guy held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman who bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent is a chill guy?
That did not happen.
It didn't happen?
What?
Yeah, it did. I can show you.
And not only that, he's tried to appeal it. The appeal got shot down, and now even he tried to get the DOJ to step in, and the Supreme Court said no, they can't actually step in and help him.
Nope. Hello?
What?
Hello?
You lagged out there.
I think that was you.
Oh, my bad.
All right. I will just give you an argument. Can you give me a policy of Trump's you like?
The deportation of illegal immigrants.
Okay. So what specific policy deported people?
If you're illegal, get them out.
Okay. So anyone in the country undocumented, you would support deporting them.
Sure.
Okay. So if they were brought to this country when they were a baby, and all they know is this country, you would still deport them?
If you still don't have documents, then I guess.
Okay. I'll give you a certain scenario. They were brought to this country as a baby, right? And they were left with a family, and the family doesn't know what family they came from, but they decided to take care of them, right? They are older now. They're an adult. Would you deport them, right? And where would you deport them?
If they don't have papers, then yes.
Okay,
That's
so
their parents,
where would you deport them?
wherever they came from.
You don't know.
How you didn't tell me where they came from?
Yeah, exactly. You don't know. I just said that their parents dropped them off. You don't know where they came from. Their parents aren't here to tell you. You can't identify that information. What do? Are you saying you deport them? And then if you're saying you deport them, where the hell do you deport them to?
I don't know. To the prison cell.
You want to put people in a prison cell for just existing.
No, that was a joke.
Okay, so what do you want to do?
That's not funny. It's not even close.
What would you do?
I would give them a pathway to citizenship.
Also, I wouldn't support the Trump administration.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he did win the popular vote, so.
So?
More
Do you
people
think
voted
Hillary Clinton-
against him than voted for him.
True. Do you think Hillary Clinton was a better candidate than Donald Trump in 2016 because she won the popular vote?
No.
Do you think Joe Biden was a better candidate than Donald Trump in 2020 because he won the popular vote?
No.
Okay, so then why the hell are you arguing that Donald Trump is better than Kamala Harris just because he won the popular vote?
Because he is.
Oh,
Kamala Harris had she had no policies and
Really?
had no way to back it up.
Really? A $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just for people who are on Medicare, specifically getting rid of the effect of medical debt on your credit. Those are just a few examples of the policies she supported, let alone the Inflation Reduction Act, the Chase and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the
Sounds like
bipartisan
free money to me.
infrastructure bill that they influenced to get passed under the administration that she was a part of getting passed. Right? So those are
Sounds like
all
communism.
examples of policies that she supports specifically. Where did you see that she didn't support any fucking policy? And can you tell me what Donald Trump's healthcare policy, childcare policy, housing affordability policy, right? Policy to lower prices, right? Or anything of the such?
Kamala Harris is a communist.
Kamala. Can you define communism?
Nope.
No.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. So then why are you calling Kamala Harris a communist if you can't even define communism?
That's crazy, bro.
That is crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah, you guys don't know what you're talking about.
I do. So communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. Kamala Harris by no means supports a stateless, classless, moneyless society. What the hell are you talking about? Kamala Harris is a liberal. She supports capitalism. Like the idea that she's a communist, right, is insane.
So, in what part do you just give people free money?
You know that
Who said
I
anything
just want to let you know
free money?
that her policies would actually add less to the debt than Donald Trump's policies, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. So he's giving free money to people just if they make a shit ton of money. Right? And she's giving money to people who
better
need
job
it
then.
to put food on their children's table, to pay for health care that they can't pay for.
Honestly, just get a better job.
Just get a better job? Really?
What do you do for a living?
Yeah. What do you do?
Jackson.
I'm a farmer.
You're a farmer.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. How much do you make
So-
per year?
80K.
Okay, so you'll pay more in taxes because of Donald Trump's tax policy.
Okay.
The bottom 80% of America has a lower after-tax income because of the big, beautiful bill that he's specifically advocating for. It will also add several trillions to the debt. So you say, quote-unquote, get a better job. Maybe that shit's applicable to you because you're going to be paying more due to the policies you just supported.
Yeah, but I'll also go to college and get a better education.
I thought college was a scam.
I did not say that.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's what conservatives have been saying.
Yep.
But like, okay, so you like college. It's not like, Marxist institutions that are, indoctrinating our children.
Also, I mean, like literally, Donald Trump and the Trump administration are actively harming farmers in multiple ways, from cutting the government subsidies to,
Tariffs.
hurting their workforce to, impacting the economy, which makes it harder for them to sell their products to store. Like, I don't understand how you could actually support them. Like, none of this makes sense.
bro.
Exactly, bro.
So what? Who do you support?
Kamala Harris over Donald Trump
Why?
because she actually had policy that was gonna provide for healthcare, childcare, housing affordability. Like, what's Donald Trump's healthcare plan?
Dude, I don't know.
What's his childcare plan?
I don't know.
What's his housing
I
affordability
don't
plan?
study this in my free time, bro.
What's his plan to lower prices?
I work instead of focusing on politics so I can provide for my family.
Yeah, you understand that everyone else in the chat also has a job and works and can still understand politics enough to say that you shouldn't vote for a fascist that's held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, that bragged about perving on little girls in Miss
Where did that
USA
come from? I
because he
thought we were
quote unquote
talking about
owns the place to
work,
inspect them without their consent, whereas an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old that were there when Donald Trump would barge in without their consent. Obviously, 15-year-olds can't consent.
Also, the idea that I don't quote unquote I don't do politics, like politics are gonna do you regardless. We literally have given you specific examples as far as how you supporting Donald Trump is going to negatively impact you. We can talk about it in the sense of you being a farmer. We can talk about it in the sense of you being a student. Like, there's multiple ways that literally Donald Trump, this administration is screwing you and what you do. None of it makes sense.
Wait, how old are you again?
18.
18, and you make $80,000 as a farmer at age 18?
Full-time job, baby.
What?
Full-time job.
80 grand
Wait,
as
you
a
said
farmer.
full-time job, but you said you go to college. Which one is it?
Bro, I'm going to college next year.
Okay, so he's going to college. He's making $80,000 a year, and he's 18 years old.
Yeah.
What are you going to college for?
Dental. I'm gonna be a dentist or an orthodontist.
Have you got accepted yet?
I have.
Or you have?
I don't know. Wait, what?
Okay, so what specific policies of Trump's do you support?
Yep, all those. I mean, he did say that he supports Trump because of vibes. I mean,
And it like goes with, yeah, I don't know. Bro.
What's your birth year again?
My birth year, 2006, December 8th.
Okay, I mean, he is right, chat.
I'm not under 8, bro.
Okay. So then what policies do you support?
All of them.
All of them. Give me one.
I already did, bro.
wait. So wait. So you support all of Donald Trump's policies? Jackson, come back. Come back, Jackson.
Yeah.
So you support all of Donald Trump's policies?
Yeah.
So even the EO that he passed saying that there's a mandate to remove the access to Viagra for men, you support that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And you also support the EO that he passed stating that due to the declining birth rate that men can no longer have vasectomy and they have to have kids.
Yeah.
Dude, you're in a fucking cult. None of those are real. And the fact that you're willing to actually say yes to the craziest thing, actually, it demonstrates how you don't know anything. And like, what are we even doing?
I support no abortions unless the mother will be killed in the process.
Okay, so a 10-year-old girl who is sexually assaulted, should she be allowed to get access to an abortion?
If it's harming her, yes.
What do you mean? If it's harming her?
If the baby or whatever is harming the body and she could possibly die.
You know,
then yes.
pregnancy does harm the body, right?
Bro, you know what I mean.
So-
No.
Wait, so
Having a baby is the most dangerous thing a woman can do. Literally, they are putting their life on the line just by having a child.
Mhm.
So that doesn't make sense.
Okay,
You wouldn't know
so
that.
I'm just saying abortion.
I have a question. If it was the case that pregnancy had a 0.5% likelihood of dying, would you then say in that scenario that someone should be allowed to get access to an abortion?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, what about a 5%?
Isn't that what you just said?
No, I said 0.5%.
Oh, I mean, I feel like that's if you're gonna get pregnant, then you should know the risks. Like if it's like
Wait,
above like
wait, you even if they're
50%,
even if they're raped.
no,
So if they were
Hey.
raped, then they can get access to an abortion.
yes, obviously,
Okay.
Do you think the point of having sex is to have babies?
yes. I mean,
Okay, cool, cool. Cool. So if that's the point, how what's the window for women to actually be able to get pregnant within a month?
What do you mean?
How can a woman get pregnant any day of the week?
No.
Are you sure about that? Because you sound really not confident.
Well, I'm just saying that abortion.
Yeah, I'll
should be
just give you the
illegal.
answer because you're not good at this. No, women can only get pregnant during a certain period, during ovulation. So if they, for more time out of the month, if they cannot get pregnant, that cannot be the point of having sex.
Yeah. Also, like, I have a question. Like when you're gonna have a significant other in the future, right? You plan on doing that, like having a significant
Yeah.
other. Yeah.
Mhm.
In the future, when they become infertile, right? Are you going to stop having sex with them?
Probably not.
Okay. So then there must be a purpose outside of the context of reproduction.
Right.
Also, consent to sex is not consent to pregnancy. Just so you know that.
Exactly.
Okay. But you also have to know the risks. And you have to be okay with the risks.
So, okay, so that means that you put the onus on like having a baby, right? If you're willing to have sex, then you should be willing to have a baby. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so with that knowledge and understanding that men quite literally have to provide the baby batter in order to have babies, do you support a mandatory vasectomy for boys until they are of the age where they're ready to have kids, understanding that vasectomies are reversible and they're much safer than women on birth control or any type of IUDs?
Yes.
You're fucking lying. I don't believe you. Whatever. Okay, cool.
Jackson,
That wasn't it.
would you vote for someone who said he, as a 50-year-old man, he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
What?
Yeah. Would you vote for a 50-year-old man that went up to a 10-year-old girl and said he would date them in 10 years?
I mean, that wouldn't, bro. That's so random.
It's not random. Answer the question.
Probably not. I don't know.
Okay. Well, Donald Trump went up to a 10-year-old girl and said he would date them in 10 years as a 50-year-old man.
That's a compliment.
What?
That's a compliment.
To a
Now-
10-year-old?
A 10-year-old. You say you're going to be dating a 5th grader in 10 years.
I mean, it could be a compliment.
So making any type of sexual innuendo or
Do you have a sister?
exhibiting any attraction to a 10-year-old.
Wait.
I
do you-
said,
do
or
you-
any type of attraction.
Do you have a sister?
Yeah.
Okay, if someone went up to your sister when she was 10 years old as a 50-year-old man and said he was going to be dating your sister in 10 years, how would you respond to that? Given that you're your
Probably
age
like,
now.
what? I'd say, okay.
Fucking lying. I don't.
You're totally lying. You're totally
What?
lying. There's no fucking way. Do you not care about your sisters?
I do. But if they're old enough, then that's up to them.
They're 10 years old.
At 10.
You didn't say I'm
10.
going to date you right now.
They're
At 10.
Wait, so I have a question. Would you be okay if we went up to a 5-year-old and said he was going to date them in 15 years?
That's the same thing. But a 5-year-old, they're not even going to understand.
Does that make it okay because they don't understand?
Nope.
But you think the difference between a 5-year-old and a 10-year-old is acceptable in the sense that, quote unquote, they understand?
You're making an argument off of what someone said.
Yeah, we're talking
Not
about
what
the
they
actual
did.
character, moral, and standards of the person that you support. That the person that you support, literally, you understand that when voting for someone, that means the person actually represents you. Donald Trump is a reflection of you, and you are okay with sexual innuendos or expressing any type of attraction to a youth, to a minor. That is what you stand for, because that is what your vote supports.
What? That's crazy, bro. You guys, bro.
I'll say this, Jackson. Like, legitimately, you're 18, right? You're young. It seems like you want to do something in life. I would really, really hope that, one, you take time to actually educate yourself. Two, that you actually find more. No. You take time to actually educate yourself, learn more, not only about politics, but humans, about people, about social safety net, society as a whole, like things that are beneficial before you start voicing your opinion. Like, you have no substance behind what you're saying, and you're just prattling off stuff that makes no sense. You can't live off vibes forever, bro.
I mean, technically. Also, voting for Trump.
You
is
said
also
technically
like
I can live on vibes forever. Did you know that? Did you know that I could just believe things without any evidence?
I mean, you can, but if you want, but I'm not going to.
Technically, I could believe that when I die, I'm gonna be Ben 10, and I'm actually gonna also be a Pokemon master, and I'm gonna catch them all. I promise you. They will all be mine. Now the Pokemon, I tell you, I will be the very best that no one ever was, I tell you.
You know what, Parker? I've heard you say that before, and I'm going to actually throw it back a little bit further. I personally want to be Danny Phantom, so there's that. Boom. W's in the chat for Danny Phantom.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Najia, thank you for the $55 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Nicole, thank you for the $20 for grifting. Thank you. Nicholas, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Najia, make sure to type in the comment section. I will try to find you. I do think I have max amount of mods there. I would be able to on YouTube, though, because I have seen you in the community for a very long time. Crystal, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Karen, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's horrible. That's horrible. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Blake, thank you for the $10. And then Sunray, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. As well as Sid, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And then Kylie, thank you for the $5. Go for it.
Alexa, thank you for the 9. Found your account recently and just have to say thank you so much for all that you do. I'm grateful for your continuous learning from you. Thank you so much, Alexa, for the 9. Thank you, Blake, for the 20. Still can't stop laughing at you. Don't even go here. Find your own fascist iconic joke. Absolutely, during Pride, especially. W's in the chat for Blake. And also, Shirley, thank you for the 10 over on YouTube. Good to see you as well. Hopefully we'll get a good debate. I don't think we've had one yet. They don't even have concepts of a debate yet. So hopefully, something comes up.
That's rough.
Sigh.
That was a rough sigh, man.
What is Juneteenth?
Sure. Juneteenth is the first and foremost, happy Juneteenth to any and everyone watching. Juneteenth is the day, June 19th, is a combination of the word 1865. It is when the last enslaved Black people in Texas found out that slavery was over. It was 30 months after the Emancipation Proclamation, which Abraham Lincoln actually put out. And it took the actual Union being able to take over Texas and the territory that the Confederacy owned, because the Confederacy wasn't just like one big army, it was multiple armies all around. And so they had to actually get into Texas and take over Texas in order to actually free the Black people there. And so as soon as June 19th, 1865 happened, Black people immediately left the plantation, and a lot of them were killed because white people didn't want them to have their freedom. And even in more instances, it still took about 3 years before people were fully free within Texas, because you had other former slave owners and even mayors and U.S. Marshals that were still enslaving Black people to either allow them to continue to pick cotton or actually force them into the military. So yeah, it's the day that Black people celebrate the official freedom of Black people within the United States. Thank you for asking.
Didn't that just like become a thing like a few years ago?
No, what kind of, right? So it's been a thing that's been celebrated by Black people ever since 1866. right? So the year after it happened, and it's been a long-standing tradition for Black people. It was actually made an actual holiday, a statewide holiday in Texas back in the 80s. It's the one actual holiday that has sustained in Black history from slavery to now, and it is the most recent federally recognized holiday, which was ratified under Joseph Robinette Biden. The last holiday before that was MLK Day. So it's a really big deal for Black people, and should be a big deal for you as well.
Mm.
Can you say W's Juneteenth, or Happy Juneteenth? Can you tell me Happy Juneteenth? Jackson?
What?
Can you tell me Happy Juneteenth?
Why?
You weren't even listening. Holy smokes, bud.
That's crazy.
I
Yeah.
got lost actually.
I know.
Anyway.
Words are hard.
Yeah, we're gonna.
All right, I got to get back to work. So
Yeah, just leave the live because I was trying to add someone as a mod. I'll just kick you.
All right, my lunch break's over.
Well, thankfully you don't have to be on the live anymore. Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Najia. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I am trying to add you. I do have maxed out there. I could get you over here on YouTube though.
Also, while Parker is working on that, keep tapping the screen, guys. Let's get the live up to 1 million likes. Also, if you're over on YouTube, make sure you're liking the stream. And if you like to support Parker or myself, you can do so. Pay links are in the bio. And also, if you're over on YouTube, you can send a YouTube super chat and support the live. Last but not least, while we're tapping, while we're enjoying the live, sharing all this other stuff, one other quick reminder, this Sunday, at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific, I will have a special Juneteenth brunch with my creator. There's a bunch of really great Black creators that I'm going to have, and we're going to talk about not only Juneteenth, the history of Black people in America, and also Black excellence, things that are thriving today. So if you're available, please join. And last but not least, if you are someone that supports Donald Trump, if you're over the age of 18, if you voted or support Donald Trump, get in the box, be ready to have a debate, request up. We are looking for not support Donald Trump. We're not looking for friendlies. Laura, how old are you?
All right, let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me or Santana, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support us over YouTube Super Chat for both of us. Also, make sure to follow, if you haven't already, both me and Santana over here on TikTok and over on YouTube. You likely won't see us if you do not follow. That's the best way to see us. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Ashir? You're ready? Go ahead and click out.
Yeah. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 19, October 25th, 2005.
For sure. So why do you support Trump?
So I appreciate many of his policies. But by the way, I just want to say I appreciate the way you guys do this sort of thing. It's not like aggressive or anything like that. You guys are just speaking facts, and I appreciate what you guys are doing. But I would just like to say that his policies for, cutting down on taxes and whatnot, I appreciate those, especially because I'm coming into the world trying to basically trying to get a footing. And I know some of the tax cuts are for the wealthy. Every politician has their own sort of motive. But at the end of the day, I would support him more than I would Kamala, just because of the certain policies he's enacted. I've got ChatGPT up here. I'm trying to study myself because I was like, I wasn't thinking I was going to get into a debate, but I figured I might as well. And I would just appreciate your time.
Yeah. So could you name a policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
Yes. If you just give me a moment here. Well, this is in 2017. I don't know if would you like.
That's fine. You can give us one from 2017.
Okay. So the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017 cut corporate tax child tax credit, and we're 1,000 who saw 2,000 lower in taxes. And so it doesn't mean that they're just being that the corporate's just being benefited from that. It also means that because of that, there will be a lower, or actually, we will be able to gain more as a working class, having. What do you think of that?
Yeah, so actually, if you look at the effect of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, it added $190 billion to the debt every single year, and only added $8 to $16 billion to GDP, according to a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard. You can look up the macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform bill, and you can see specifically the effect that that has on in terms of the economy.
Okay. What I will say about just speaking of taxes, we only make about 3.5%, I believe, of the overall debt in our country, just us taxpayers alone. And so I would like to think that, like, already our taxes are quite substantial to where they should be. I mean, we had a whole revolution about T-tax, and so I would like to say, even though we're having all these problems with our taxes and stuff like that, it's a managed system that we.
So if you remember, like, what the tax was over, it wasn't like it wasn't them just protesting a tax. It was taxation without representation.
I would like to say that a lot of our taxes are not really represented in today's current format.
No, we have a democratic process. The only way it wouldn't be actually like respected is if it is the case that we were antithetical to the democratic process, which is something that Donald Trump was advocating for.
Give me 1 second. I apologize.
Let's go.
You know what? I just want to call out because, yeah, I know that I'll say this. He's trying. Like, he's actually legitimately trying to actually render a talking point and stand on what he believes. So I can get behind that. So, yeah, thank you for at least coming up to do that. And also, W's in the chat for Pam. Thank you so much for the 5 for Juneteenth. Thanks for educating you. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Devin for the 5 saying happy Juneteenth. Massive W's in the chat for Tyler, who sent 50 saying happy Juneteenth. Love listening to you. Listen, you're absolutely amazing. W's in the chat for Megan, who sent $10 to say happy Juneteenth. Guys, you are freaking awesome. W's in the chat for Linda, who sent 2 to say nothing, but still, thank you for the 2. And also, W's in the chat for Joe, I think it's pronounced Joanne. I'm sorry, Joanne, over on YouTube for becoming a member. You're amazing.
WW. Jonah, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I had to hit all notifications, which I thought because I'd subscribed, it would show up. Sorry, I haven't been seeing you come live. Hopefully this fixes it. Hopefully it does. Hopefully it does.
Those notifications are like weird on TikTok.
Yeah, that was for YouTube though. They just didn't turn on notifications until now. So yeah. Yeah, make sure to subscribe and turn notifications on if you're on YouTube. If you're on TikTok, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. You know, we got to try to catch up to Dean in terms of followers.
I would just like, and one more last plug, guys. This is my main account now. The old account got Thanos'd away. So if you're watching this and you're not following this account, if you see like a little plus down in the corner, go ahead and hit that plus button. Howdy, partner. Hit that plus button for me and give me a follow. This is the account that we will be working off of moving forward. So you might think that, you know, you're saying, hey, that's Santana. I'll follow Santana. More than likely you don't. So make sure you give me a follow. W's in the chat for Angie, who sent a $20 YouTube super chat to say happy Juneteenth, Santana. Happy Juneteenth. Thank you so much. And also W's in the chat for Aveline, who sent a $10 donation to say happy Juneteenth, handsome. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Let's get another MAGA up here. Only send a guest request if you support Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. How do we only have 16 fucking requests?
Yeah.
Oh, I apologize.
We've taught them. We've taught them. They've learned their lesson. They know better now. They are scared.
Yeah, I had yesterday like 100 when we had like just like 1,000 more people. So it's like,
it was some false courage. You cooked them so bad, Parker, they don't want to come back.
Marty, thank you so much. I appreciate the $4.20. Thank you so much. I appreciate the Galaxy. I appreciate not one on Earth. And Joel, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it for Happy Juneteenth. Absolutely, thank you so much. But yeah, I probably should set up an Instagram thing for like updates. I probably will do that. Dean's Instagram is just like so much larger than mine, though. It's not even close.
Yeah.
The social media in general just like are so much larger now. It's actually crazy.
Linda, thank you for the 10. You're absolutely happy Juneteenth to you, Linda. Thank you so much for the 10.
Appreciate the hand art. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
Sí.
Yes?
See.
Yes.
Okay, why so?
It's because he's doing right by America, man. He's fixing it. He's getting rid of illegals and
Okay.
on,
One, you should call people undocumented immigrants. Two, as it relates to this, how is he doing good for America?
Also, Zen, I'm sorry, you couldn't even get the word out correctly. And you, Zen?
yes.
Come on now. Parker
I'm here.
might not
What-
be able
what
to
you
keep
want?
it funky, but I can, especially on Juneteenth. Are you really up here prosecuting people that look and sound like you?
It's the truth. I mean, it's they don't come here the right way, you know. Like
Zen, where are you
do it
from?
the right-
Are you Cuban?
Sí.
How did I know you were Cuban? Come on, Zen. He's even revoking Cuban status. Like you're not even special anymore, bro. You're just next. This is wild.
I'm just fucking with y'all, bro. I'm just fucking with y'all.
Let's
Fuck
go on to the
Donald
next
Trump.
person.
Also, that's not funny.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, it's okay. They left. Are you still there? By the way.
Yeah. Sorry, I was
Yeah.
wondering, did I get stuck in the whirlpool? I was just like keeping my mouth shut there.
Oh no, go for it. You can tell us why you support Trump still.
Well, I guess I'll go to the illegal immigrants thing. That's one of the main
Undocumented.
things I want to, or undocumented immigrants. It's one of the main things I want to discuss because under the Obama administration, we still had approximately, I believe, 3 million undocumented immigrants be deported, and that was under the whole notion of kids in cages and all that, which was then moved on to the Trump administration.
Excuse you.
In his previous term. And so basically what I want to say is, like, I know there are rough times in different countries and there's plenty of beauty that America provides, but at the same time there has to be a better process at which we can invite these workers, invite these people into our homes. But we can't give them government subsidies. We can't give them all these things.
They don't get government.
Yeah, undocumented immigrants are not qualifying for any of these social programs that you're referencing on a federal basis.
You've been propagandized.
What would be one of the?
Hold on one second, Chris. How old are you?
Biden. Apologies.
Chris, how old are you? Chris, how old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person. You can keep saying what you're saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, just give me 1 second.
I'll just speak to what you were saying in the sense that with there's a huge difference between what Barack Obama or even Joe Biden did versus what Donald Trump is doing. Right? They actually found the way to, or they followed the law and they addressed I guess what you would call more pressing issues with undocumented immigrants that are newly into the country versus those who have been here for long periods of time. And they followed the process of law, where Donald Trump is trying to supersede due process and just trying to bully his way to getting something done. And with all of that, he's still deporting people at a lower rate than Joe Biden. Like the thing, what it really boils down to is he's making a show and a spectacle and hurting not only undocumented immigrants, but American citizens, and he's not getting anything done.
Mr. Brightside, how old are you?
I can understand that.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't realize I had requested. I'll step out.
Oh, you're good. I appreciate you coming. I appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Do you have a response to that, Heat Wave?
Can you say that one more time? I apologize.
Donald Trump is breaking the law and not getting anything done.
I would like to say a lot of presidents have been not getting a lot of things done in general, just because of this.
No,
Honestly,
but Santana made a comparison. Like he even has less deportations, right? And he's
Yeah.
even doing it against due process. So it's like, I'm confused. He's not getting anything done according to his own perspective, and it is the case that he's violating due process rights in this country that are protected by the Constitution.
Honestly, I don't know what to say about that. I will have to research myself. I do appreciate that though. Like I appreciate the work that you guys are doing because I myself I'm what 19. I gotta actually understand these things. But basically, what I want to say is just the two-party system is quite a it's a thing. It's such a thing that we shouldn't have. I feel like if we had better political a better political climate, we could have more cohesion. But it's because we pit ourselves against each other so often, and we don't have these talks. If you try talking to the other side, they'll always have like another talking point that aggravates the other, and it just becomes this whole thing. But like I appreciate what you guys are doing, giving me the chance to speak.
Yeah, what I'll say is, again, keep educating yourself because I think the more you learn, the more you will actually understand like why voting in a conservative nature is not only super limiting and only benefits a small amount of people, but overwhelmingly it hurts more people. And supporting them literally doesn't do anything good for the everyday Americans. So definitely keep educating yourself on that.
What I would like to say about that, it's kind of like Republicans, right? They're it's conservative, so we want to conserve whatever we have been versus moving on.
But what are they conserving? Like what exactly?
I guess like
a failing education system. Do they want to conserve a rising debt? Do they want to conserve massive health issues and inequalities within the country? Do they want to conserve failing infrastructure? Like I'm so confused because they vote against all of these things that need to be improved so they can conserve the failure of those things. I'm legitimately confused.
I mean, I would like to say it's certain policies we want to conserve. It's not the whole thing.
What policy?
Like I would say the Second Amendment right. That's always been a sort of talking.
Donald Trump was the last president to actually be found guilty of infringing on the Second Amendment right.
Really?
Literally, Donald Trump tried to impede on your Second Amendment right. Joe Biden didn't. Barack Obama didn't. Literally, Donald Trump did that.
Yeah, secondly, also, Donald Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, which would be the very basis of what protects your Second Amendment rights. Secondly, he wanted to undermine rights in the Bill of Rights, such as the First Amendment, including what's called him wanting to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. Elle, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Also, Carla, thank you for the 5. Thank you for everything that you do. Chase, my guy, Chase, happy Juneteenth. Santana, thank you for the 20. Shirley, thank you for the 10 over on YouTube, saying happy Juneteenth. And also, Joanne, I'm sorry, John A. I think that John A is how you pronounce it. Happy Juneteenth. Glad I found you on Parker and Dean's. Excited to watch you. I appreciate your viewpoint. Thank you so much. You're awesome.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
Oh, I mean, I'm thinking, I'm looking, I'm just, I would like.
Is there nothing else you'd like to talk about or add? Jonah, thank you for $10. Thank you, Jonah. And then Jazz, thank you $2. Thank you.
Would be during the Biden administration, the whole COVID thing. And I know that started with the Trump administration, but the how long it had lasted, and with all the pushes for vaccination cards and all that, getting yourself double, triple vaccinated. I felt like that was a misstep in our
getting vaccinated was a misstep. I'm sorry.
Not triple vaccinate. Like I can understand a vaccination, but if you have to,
you know that you need boosters based upon the science, right? That's what most vaccines are. Most vaccines you need boosters for, right?
Right, but it's like a flu shot. You keep on taking that one, and it's like, at what point does it end? You get a flu shot every year, and you'll still get sick eventually. It's just antibodies or not antibodies.
Well, with the specifically with the flu, it's a prediction based on what flu season they think is going to happen.
Oh.
Right. Whereas with this, it's not as much predictive. And Jonah, thank you so much for the $20 or $2, and then Jonah again, thank you for the $10. Thank you, of course. Thank you.
I gotta say the public congregation though, like not allowing that during the Biden administration was a net negative for the people because it made people a lot more recluse, and it makes this whole
Not allowing what?
Like they're closing off churches and stuff like that.
When did it start?
I believe it was during the beginning of the or actually the end of the Trump administration. Turning
all the shutdowns, all of that stuff happened under Donald Trump. Hey,
right.
Question for you: when did you first find out about COVID?
I found out in like 2019 when it was first on the paper, I guess.
Well, it wasn't in the paper in 2019, so you had early knowledge.
I think I saw something at the end of 2019. Like that was just like a report on like Twitter.
Yeah, like most people found out about COVID-19 in like February of 2020, right?
Yeah.
Somewhere around that time. And I remember this specifically because of two reasons. One, fuck Rudy Gobert. I remember him touching like all the microphones, and I blame him for the NBA shutting down. And also, two, I actually met my wife in February of 2020 and didn't see her again until October of 2020 because of COVID. But that around that time is when it became public knowledge and things started happening. Do you know when Donald Trump found out about COVID?
No.
October 2019, when he actually told Bob Woodward that it's a dangerous thing that's coming, and they know for a fact that it's going to be super harmful. Donald Trump had early knowledge of it and didn't actually do anything. As a matter of fact, he actually dismantled Barack Obama's playbook to handle those types of things, and also at the same time dismantled the team in order to take care of those actual outbreaks. So Donald Trump hurt us in multiple ways, from not making sure the country isn't prepared, dismantling the team for support, lying about what it is and how it actually works, and then stalling multiple things, including Donald Trump literally slowed down the stimulus check just so he could put his name on it, while people needed money to actually be able to live.
I guess I don't really have a counter argue to that.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Arad?
Where is COVID now? I guess that'd be the last.
Still
one.
around.
Still around.
Still
yeah,
it.
I got it. Like I got it for the first time a bit ago.
I got it in 2020, and I remember not having any smell or taste, but it and it lasted about a year. But
Dude, you didn't have your smell or taste for a fucking year, and you're like, dude, where did COVID go, bro?
Where'd it go though? Like, I don't know.
It did. It still affects people.
Around.
I don't feel like it should have been as big of a thing, because like even with that,
you think a disease, I mean, you think a virus that killed over 1 million Americans shouldn't have been a thing? Do you not remember in New York, like the actual trucks of dead bodies, like the fact that they couldn't even bury people? You don't remember that?
I don't remember that. What I do remember though is them classifying like vehicle accidents as possibly COVID.
No, that's not what they did. They separated between died with COVID in their system and from COVID. That was a separation done by the CDC. Sid, thank you for $20 for not me having COVID right now.
What do you need, Mom?
Need to make sure I have the right stuff. Here.
Oh, I gotta go.
Debbie's in the chat for Victoria. Thank you for the tip for Happy Juneteenth.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me or Santana, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support us over YouTube, Super Chat as well. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, I'm 26.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
And why do you do that?
I think that he's way better than Kamala ever would have been.
Kamala. Why so?
Or whatever her fucking name is. Whatever she
No,
wants.
you're gonna say her name correctly.
Exactly. You're not gonna
Well, she
do
could
that
be
on
Indian, she could be
Juneteenth.
black, whatever she wants to be,
It's a microaggression, and you have no right to tell a black woman whether she is or is not black. I'm sure that you don't understand race nor racism. You're not equipped for the conversation. Don't do it. Just don't
What
do
a
it.
fucking weirdo, dude. Why are you like so fucking pissed right off the bat, dude? What's wrong with you?
You guys just talk about stupid shit.
Okay, well then let's talk through it.
Like, why are you so butthurt
Because
about
I keep
having to actually
hearing
say words the right way?
Juneteenth. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. It speaks to your ignorance, right? Your lack of
What
understanding.
ignorance? What would be my ignorance?
Do you know what Juneteenth is?
He's literally asking you what it is. He's like, what's the ignorance? You just asked. You literally just asked, what is ignorance? Do you know what ignorance is? Ignorance is not having knowledge about something. By the way, you have to unmute your mic, Graham. It's not having knowledge about something. So if you ask him what it is because you don't know what it is, that shows that you didn't have ignorance. Or that you do have ignorance. Sorry, my bad.
Graham, you're muted. Graham, I got a serious question for you. Go ahead and touch your screen. Graham,
Yes, sir. There we go.
Do you celebrate the 4th of July?
Yes, sir. Because
Why?
that's our
Hold on.
country.
Seriously, talk to me. Why do you celebrate the 4th of July?
Because this is our country. I have pride for our country.
Exactly. I agree. So you should be happy and prideful when the United States when the United States gained its independence, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so would you like to know what Juneteenth is?
Sure, I'd love to know what Juneteenth.
Sure, Juneteenth is the official day, June 19th.
Official date. Official date. I love that.
Listen,
I love that.
Listen
Official
for
date.
a second.
Official to
Slow
who?
down, Graham.
Official to who?
Graham, shut the fuck up and
entire
listen.
United States of America. It is a federally recognized holiday, ass clown. It's an official day for you too. You're just too stupid to know it. It's literally the banks are closed today. Juneteenth is the official day that the slaves that were still in Texas found out that they were free and gained their freedom. It is literally the Black Independence Day. So just the same way that you celebrate July 4th, for Black people, this is our quote unquote July 4th. It is when we got our freedom, and it is often called the second Independence Day. So before you come up here insulting something that you don't know, slow down and educate yourself, or at the very least, listen.
I love that you guys keep muting me on purpose.
That's because you have no emotional control.
Yeah, it's because you were cutting.
No,
Santana
because
off.
you're too emotional.
What? You were
You're
the one?
emotional,
What? Wait. I'm
you
sorry.
Came up and crash out.
Yeah, you were literally cutting Santana off, like literally freaking out, right? And you're saying that he was emotional?
Because it's absolutely insane that you think that Juneteenth is a fucking thing.
It's a federally recognized holiday.
Oh.
Hey, slap nuts. The banks are closed today.
To who?
To the United States of America.
That you fucking live in. The United States of America.
Yes, of course. And those are the same people that gave Trump a bunch of fucking felonies, no?
What? Dude, this has nothing to do. This has nothing to do with the felonies. What is this guy saying, bro?
Because it's a joke. Okay, cool. It's like, yeah, you can make up
so the 4th of July, so the 4th of July is a joke.
Fucking month.
So the 4th of July is a joke.
Oh, you're so mad that Pride Month exists. Yeah, is the 4th of July a joke?
It's a joke.
Yeah,
It's a joke.
Wait, is the 4th
of July is a joke?
Slap in the face to American people because
wait, so the 4th of July is a joke?
Stupid.
The 4th of July is a joke.
No, not the 4th of July.
Yeah, no, the 4th of July has to be a joke. If Juneteenth is a joke, the 4th of July is a joke as well.
Why would the 4th of July be a joke?
Did you even listen to what I said?
Not about
okay,
a
cool.
specific race.
So your
it's
point
about a
is
country, not a specific
no.
race.
So is slavery not integrated into the fabric of America? Is slavery not a
it happened, but it's also happening still to this day, and it's all
exactly.
over the
and we celebrate
world.
the day where we actually got rid of slavery within the country. So we shouldn't celebrate getting rid. We shouldn't celebrate eliminating slavery. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
That's exactly what you're saying. And then for you to be upset that Black people have something to be prideful about, Black people have something to be happy about, it's weird. You're showing your racism. Who gives a fuck what you think? It's about us today. No one shits on you for celebrating the 4th of July. You can't shit on us for celebrating Juneteenth.
It's always about you.
Sure.
What do you fucking mean? What do you fucking mean? No, it's always been about you. It's always been about fucking me. What the hell are you talking about? You cannot sit here and say that it's always been about, right, marginalized communities in this country. Right? You can't say that. It's fucking insane.
I was told as a kid.
Juneteenth, right, is literally about independence from slavery, right? People figuring out, right, that it is the case that they are free and celebrating that. And you're against that for some reason. That's not about centering, right, anything in such a way in which it takes away any other story. It's about centering a story that is integral to what our nation is in our fight against human rights violations. And you should be happy of supporting that, because that is an example of our country becoming fucking better. That's an example of our country becoming a better place.
Our country
and for you, wait, and for you to be someone that believes in freedom, for you to be someone that believes in freedom, but yet you absolutely refuse to actually engage in freedom within the country is wild. That's weird. If you actually stand for American values of what it's supposed to be, then you should champion freedom, because that's what America said that it is, right? America is the land of the free, home of the brave. Why wouldn't you actually celebrate freedom?
Yeah, I do celebrate freedom, and
then you should be celebrating Juneteenth
right now.
Then celebrate Juneteenth.
No.
Why not?
You can't. Why? No, legitimately, why? What reason do you legitimately have not to celebrate Juneteenth?
Because I think it's a joke. I think that
Why? No. I don't want. No, be specific. How is Juneteenth negatively impacting you?
It's not negatively impacting.
Okay, so if it's not negatively impacting you, and it's promoting freedom, and it's actually uplifting the black community, and it's a federally recognized holiday where at the very least people get the day off, why are you so against it?
Like it's a joke that you don't understand that. Like, you guys are so unintelligent. The black community.
Sure. Okay. Cool. How is the black? Wait. I got him, Parker. Cool. If I'm so intelligent, I would like you to outclass me right now. So no, it's fine. I got him. Graham, come off of your mute, and we're not going to even talk about Juneteenth right now, because you don't even know what Juneteenth is. I want to see you outclass me. So since if you are a white man and you're much more intelligent than me, a black man, let's see you actually outclass me. Render a debate.
The funny thing is, you keep saying
sure. Render an argument. What do you got?
I'm not trying to render an argument.
No. You came up on a debate live, so you are here to debate. Why do you support Donald Trump? Go.
Because I think he was a better pick. I don't think that either of the picks were very great, but I think that Donald Trump was
Why? Tell me why. No, be specific. Don't use your feelings. Tell me why.
Because of how our country was, the state it was.
Okay, be specific. Stop talking about
open border. I said open borders.
Okay, so who opened the border? What policy or bill was passed to open up borders?
I don't know.
What policy or bill was passed to open up borders?
With the policies and all of that.
You don't know anything, and you're also saying stuff that's not true.
Yeah, I'm very sorry that I don't know all the policies.
Okay, because you're speaking from your feelings, but yet you are sitting here talking about the lack of intelligence. But I can actually specifically tell you what policy has been passed when the borders were quote unquote closed down and why they had to open back up. But you don't know any of that thing. But yet, for some reason, you feel like you're more superior than a black man that's sitting up here and you're talking to. That's what you said.
Superior.
That's what you said.
Like, Jesus Christ, dude, it's so
said that. You said the black community is unintelligent, and I am dog walking you right now.
Yeah, and I also got fucking muted while I was talking. Which is crazy.
I gave you have not been muted. You have the floor. Render an actual argument. Render argument.
What render an argument? What are you talking about? We're having a conversation. You want me to give you a straight policy and then we can talk about a policy? What?
I'm done.
I just want to
I'm done too. I want to kick. It's not. No, get the fuck off my stream. What is it? Wait, I have a question. What does Italy look like?
What does Italy look like?
A boot. Jacob, thank you so much for the $5. That person was so fucking insane. So disgusting. That was so fucking gross.
Weird. Shirley, thank you for the $5. I'm from Australia, and I know what Juneteenth is. It's crazy how ignorant MAGA is. Yeah, absolutely. J-Dubs, thank you for the 10. Preach, man. Happy Juneteenth. Thank you, Jonna. Thank you for the 10. That's what I thought, Jonna, but there's another 10 for dealing with this uneducated person. Thank you so much. Joel, thank you for the 3. Thanks for keeping it real. Absolutely. I appreciate you so much. I'm sorry. Let me hurry. Marlene, thank you for the 10. Happy Juneteenth. Please educate the racist, emotional. Yeah, he was super emotional. Morgan, thank you for the 5. Cook these flower rangers. Jen, thank you for the 20. Happy Juneteenth. Black people always deserve to be recognized and appreciated. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You're absolutely amazing. All of you are amazing. W's in the chat for everyone. You guys are great.
And Jenna, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sheila, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. as well as I think I am. Brady, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Paige, thank you for the $4. Thank you. I think I'm caught up. All right. So do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to say happy Juneteenth.
Appreciate you.
Thank you,
Appreciate you.
friend.
Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
48.
You support Trump?
Absolutely.
What's your birth year?
What's my birth year?
Yeah.
Yeah, 76.
Do you support? Okay, so why do you support Trump?
A bunch of different reasons, really, man. I like his immigration stance on immigration better than Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Okay, what about a stance on immigration?
To actually enforce the law at our southern border and not be taken advantage of like Joe Biden was.
The Biden-Harris administration did enforce the law.
No, they actually didn't.
Yeah, they did.
No.
Okay, what examples do you have of the Biden-Harris administration not enforcing the law?
Just allowing people to take advantage of our asylum laws.
Wait. What app are you on right now?
Who are you talking to?
I'm asking you. What app are you on right now?
Same app you're on, dipshit.
Yeah, what app is that?
It's not a trick question. You can ask.
I'm serious. It's not a trick question. I'm literally just asking what app are we on?
Yeah, you know what app I'm on, so just make your point.
Okay, we're on TikTok. Is TikTok currently banned in the United States?
Is TikTok banned in the United States?
Yeah, why isn't Trump enforcing the
Like-
law
like-
with TikTok? You're
listen.
currently on an app that is banned right now, and you're sitting here like, oh,
No,
I
it's not.
want the Trump
No, it's not.
administration to enforce the law. You're on an app right now that is literally fucking illegal by the federal government that Donald Trump's literally not fucking enforcing, and just extended again today when there's no fucking deal with China.
Yeah, he's made extensions on it. So what do you have to say?
It's literally illegal.
You
It's
literally-
actually like, dude, I'm not trolling. It's literally illegal under the law right now for you to be
Okay.
on this app and you're talking about
Okay, bro.
enforce the law. I want to enforce the law. You're on an app that's illegal right now.
Why are you so unhinged?
I'm sorry.
You can't
That's
have a
unhinged.
normal
Because,
conversation.
wait, because that is an unhinged
Hold
perspective.
on, you can't have a normal conversation. You're on this
address
motherfucking
that.
app too, white boy. So that's how you
What
make
is
your
that
living.
about? Like,
white
Dude,
boy.
address
make
that.
you feel big? Keep Kelton. Is it Kelton?
Santana, shut the fuck up. You just said
Why?
I'm a black man to that
Why?
last guy.
Sure. Okay. Cool.
Shut
I
your
did. All
Uncle
right,
Tom
Kelton.
ass
So
up.
let's talk about it. You
So, yeah,
said
don't be a
that. Sure.
hypocrite then.
Sure. So
Acknowledge
you
you're
said
a
you're up
hypocrite
here.
if you're
You're
calling
up
me
here.
out.
You're up here supporting Donald
Yeah,
Trump,
you need to
and we can
back up.
talk about the fact
Back
that
up
Donald
your
Trump has
little boyfriend,
eliminated
Parker, here.
multiple aspects that
He's so
directly
mad.
impact the black community. But I don't even want to do that because I want to test your intelligence. So you're talking about the
Yeah,
border.
let's
Cool.
go.
You can't actually tell me any policy that the Trump administration has passed to do anything for the border. Give me one.
That's right. He didn't have to pass policy.
Sure, so
had
what
to
did he
just
do?
Make executive orders.
How does so are executive orders
Yeah.
something that hold up? How many executive orders did he pass in his first term, and how many are still standing?
I don't know. I'd have to
Sure,
look that up. Just like you had to look
244
it up.
his last term,
Just like
and
your
there's
dumb
about
ass had to
14 or
look it up.
16 of them that's still standing. Executive orders do not equate to passing laws. He does not
That's
know how
right.
to
They change
govern.
from
He does not
administration to
pass. He does
administration.
not pass laws, and so in trying to rule through executive orders, that's why
And it's
literally
working.
he keeps losing court cases because he
It's
doesn't know how to
working.
govern.
That's why the numbers are so down at the
What
southern
numbers?
border. Do you dispute
What did he
that?
do? What did he do?
Hold on. Do you dispute
Sure.
that the
Where,
numbers
okay,
of
where are you getting your
crossing-
numbers?
Hold on, I'm just gonna mute him real
What's-
quick. 'Cause
what's the
I
actual
just
numbers?
want to say thank you, John. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate
Yeah,
that.
I don't know who
Absolutely.
muted me.
Thank you so much, John. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Do you dispute that the numbers at the southern border
What are the numbers?
encounters and crossings are not
What
down?
are the
Do you
numbers?
dispute that?
What are the numbers?
Substantially lower
No.
than when Joe Biden
Give me
was
the
in
numbers.
office.
You must know what it is. If you're up here touting the numbers, give me
Yeah,
the
I don't
actual
know
numbers.
last month. I think it was somewhere around 8,000.
8,000.
I'm pretty sure. Now look that shit up.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, do your fucking job.
Too legit.
Listen,
Thank
you're
you so much for the
such a
galaxy.
clown. You're a triggered
Dude,
clown.
You act
I'm
like
sorry.
you know everything.
Wait,
You
wait,
got a
wait.
computer in front
I
of
know
you.
way more
wait.
than you.
Dude, what about my
Do
rant?
your motherfucking job.
Dude, what about my rant there made you like go crazy? Like I'm so confused. I literally like
Bro,
seriously like
you went
so
off your
triggered.
fucking rocker, son.
He's
What are
so
you talking
triggered.
about?
dude, I was
You were
literally
screaming, jumping up and down
He's an
in your
old
fucking
fragile
seat
man,
like a,
and he's
Dude,
so triggered right now.
I was honestly just trying to
who is
use
triggered?
You
Hold on.
jumped up and down like
Yeah, dude,
You're
I
so
was
emotional.
seriously just trying
Mute
to
me
like
again.
add a little bit of more
Mute him
emotion
again.
to like you make it more
Yeah,
convincing.
emotion.
Like you don't have to take it that you don't have to take it that like seriously, bro. It's okay, man.
Calm down.
It's
okay,
okay.
bud.
bro.
It's
You were
okay.
just screaming
Listen,
at the
don't worry.
top
We
of your
can create a
motherfucking lungs, white
safe
boy.
space for you. It's
Shut your
okay.
bitch ass up.
It's okay. Baby, need a
Dude.
blanket?
Dude, do you
Stupid
need a
motherfucker.
do you need a baby
You
bottle?
think you know everything. You don't know a goddamn thing.
Can we get
Parker.
some baby bottles in the chat,
Hey,
everyone?
Parker,
Oh my God.
Parker,
It's okay.
Parker, I got a question
We'll
for
make
you.
this a safe space for you, bud.
Are you
It's
still
okay.
dating trans people, Parker?
See, there you go.
Do
Listen,
you date trans
you have
people?
no substance, so you immediately try to go to crashing out
I'm
again.
waiting on
Hey,
you to look up your fucking information.
why are you so worried about what people do? Why are you so worried? Are you interested in Parker? Like, why
I'm
are you
not.
trying to
I'm
figure
not.
out what
No,
he's
I'm not.
into? That's
I'm
weird.
waiting for you to get your
Stop,
information
listen,
up.
if you're
Do your
interested in
job.
someone, then just actually
Get
be
back on your
direct. No
computer.
one needs you to actually come in and try to be passive
Yeah,
aggressive. No
that's why
one needs your
Parker's using your black
transphobia.
ass to
How
be up
about you
here.
actually do something
Dude, what?
substantial
Parker didn't
and
even let
benefit the
black people
stream? How about you do something to benefit the stream?
until
You're
about
just
6
crashing
months
out.
ago.
You're just crashing out.
Kelton, like actually, genuinely,
Yeah,
can you like actually engage with the debate here? Like I genuinely did not mean
I was waiting on.
I did not mean
Okay, stop muting.
I understand. I will I just want to be able to get this point out. Please let me get this point out. Okay. Like I genuinely did not mean for this to happen at all. Like I genuinely was not trying to like would you like to address like the point that I originally brought up of like you're on an illegal app, yet it is the case that like you want Trump to enforce the law?
Yeah, that's a little bit better way to fucking talk and then say I'm.
Hey,
unhinged.
bitch, answer
Your
the
ass was
question.
Jumping out of your seat. Shut your bitch ass up. Stupid fucking.
Okay,
You're his,
okay. Wait, respond to me. Okay.
You're Parker's bitch. You're Parker's
Amber,
bitch.
thank you for the $10.
Look at you. He's up here fucking grifting off your dumb ass.
I hear you.
Stupid motherfucker.
Dude, this guy's so
So,
this
hey,
guy's so
Santana,
grifting.
you
Now
vote-
I'm grifting. Now I'm
He's
grifting.
so easily triggered.
Dude, he's
It's-
so easily triggered. It's unbelievable. Can we get some?
Don't do that.
Let's get some more baby
wild.
bottles in the chat, and then can we bring it
I
back down to
taught
like
you
where
that
we
word.
were?
Yeah.
I taught you the word grift.
Okay.
Do you know that?
What does grift mean?
Yeah, I taught you that word. I was on live with you about 3 or 4 years ago. And you got on here. You didn't know, you and Dean didn't know what the word grift was. You had to look it up on your motherfucking computer. Dumbass white boy.
It's been years and you still can't.
Can you define
Santana,
grift?
you
for
let
me?
this white boy use you like.
Can you define grift for me, please?
No, you can't. Go look it up again, dude. Dumb shit.
No. Can you tell me what it is? Astrid, thank you for the $10.
Yeah, you,
'cause
you know what it is. You do it every day.
I promise you we were
You
trolling.
do it
you.
right now.
Tim's, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Tell me what does
You
grifting
do it
mean?
every day.
What does grifting mean?
I taught you grift. I taught you what
Clara,
grifting
thank you for
is.
description. Can you tell me what it means then again?
I called you out on it one day.
Morgan,
No,
thank you
I
for the $10. Thank you so much.
No, I
Happy
won't.
birthday, Morgan.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't know what
I taught it to
grifting
you
is?
once.
You still don't know what
I
grifting
do. I
is?
taught it to you.
You don't know
I
what
do.
grifting
I
is?
enlightened you one day.
You don't know what
Look
grifting
at you.
is?
I enlightened you.
Look at
Yes,
this
I
guy.
do.
He has no clue what grifting is,
No.
Chad. He has no clue what grifting is.
4
Kevin, thank you
years,
for
he still
$2.
hasn't figured
Look
it
how
out.
dumb you are,
Katniss,
Parker.
thank you for the 2
I
happy
taught you what that
Juneteenth
word
to you.
is.
He has
And
no
also,
clue what grifting is,
You
dude.
and Dean.
He's
Hold
so
on,
Sarah,
bad.
thank you for the 20 happy Juneteenth to you as well.
Dude, he's so bad. He has no clue what grifting is, Chad.
None.
No clue at all.
Hold on. You and Dean
Travis,
were on
thank you for
live,
the 7th happy Juneteenth to you.
and I called you both grifters. And
D,
you
thank
said,
you for
"What
the
is a
$20.
grifter?"
Thank you so much for a 55-year-old
said-
blue dot in a red state. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much, D.
You said, I'm not a grifter. I
Brittany,
said,
thank
"What's
you for the 5.
definition
Hey,
of grifter?
Santana,
What
happy
is a grifter?"
Juneteenth. Keep destroying
said,
these MAGA
"Low-key, I
racist
don't
freaks.
know what
Have a
it
great
is,"
day.
and
You're
you looked
absolutely
it up
right. Thank
on
you for
your
the 5. And
fucking-
also, Amanda, thank you for the
your
5 as
computer.
well, saying happy Juneteenth, King.
No, you remember
Thank you for
it
the
too.
dog walking these ignorant you-know-whats. Yes,
No,
he
you
is.
remember it too.
Akib, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Keep the baby bottles
found your
coming in,
information
Chad.
yet?
Keep the baby bottles coming in. Thank you for that mustache.
Santana, you found the information
Tori, thank
yet,
you for
boy?
the 10 over on YouTube. Caller is triggered, is a triggered. You know what? Exactly. Happy Juneteenth. Thank you so much for the 10.
Right, right.
Gabe, thank
What's
you so much for the
information,
$5.
Santana?
Thank
You
you.
looked it up.
Push the
What
rainbow.
about
Thank
the
you so
numbers
much.
at the border, Santana? Let's go back. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
how about, hey.
I ain't
hey,
gonna let you get
hey,
away from
buddy. How
You
about
don't know
you
a
address
goddamn
what
thing.
Parker said?
He cares about enforcing.
Would you-
He cares about enforcing the law while he's currently on an illegal app in the country. Clara, thank you
You're
for
on the same app,
Maddie, thank you for
idiot.
Yeah, because I don't.
You're on the
Yeah,
same
yeah, yeah,
motherfucker.
yeah. Just because something's illegal doesn't mean I think it's morally wrong. Wow, you just ran right to the
That
point.
Trump says it. You
Yeah,
pray to
yeah.
Trump says
Just because something's morally wrong doesn't mean I think the law should be enforced.
Actually-
I actually agree that the law shouldn't be enforced in this scenario. Isn't that like the point?
Actually, if it wasn't for Donald Trump, nobody would know who the fuck you are.
Really? There's 2,000 people on my YouTube stream
Yeah,
right now.
absolutely. Yeah, because of Donald Trump.
And
No,
you
it
know
has
what?
nothing to do
Maybe-
with Donald Trump. No, but I think
Maybe
it's
you should
$10.
actually talk to Donald Trump, and maybe
It
someone will know who
absolutely
you
does.
are, because you're
No, it
just a
doesn't.
triggered
It
snowflake
absolutely
that keeps
does.
crashing out for some reason.
Santana, go look up
I
your
hear
information.
you. Whatever.
You're
Listen,
Parker's bitch. Be
listen,
quiet.
listen, bud.
He got you in his little
should
box
try
down there to
therapy.
make money off your
Wait,
life.
so
You should
you're
definitely try
wait.
therapy.
Wait. Based upon your definition, just because Santana's in the box, that would make him my B word apparently. So are you my B word apparently?
Yeah,
Because
he's
it
your
is.
bitch.
Is that what
Are
you're
you
saying,
my B word
Kelton?
because it is the case that you're in my box? So is that true about you
No, I'm
too?
up here fucking dog walking your white ass, boy.
How?
But based
How?
upon your definition that you just provided, that's also applicable
Do
to
me
you.
again. Do your job.
No, but thank you
Do
for
me
the $10.
again.
Kyle with
Do
the
your
7
fucking
Canadian.
job,
Thank you
white
so
boy.
much.
You're
Jacob,
so
thank you for the $5. Thank you. This guest is so triggered.
Crying for fucking
He is. You should try therapy,
grifting for
friend.
money.
It's good for
Yeah,
you.
Every
define
day.
grift. Define
Jesus.
grifting. I love grifting. I love
I already
grifting so
did.
much.
I taught it to you, boy.
Yes, I love
I taught it
grifting.
to
I
you,
love
white boy.
grifting. Odessa,
And I
thank you
know
for the
you remember
$10.
that day, too.
I love grifting so much.
I know you
It's
remember
funny
it
how
that
he
day, don't
thinks
you?
that his
Kelton,
words will
don't
somehow
get your hopes up.
trigger-
I don't remember you.
Do
I have
you
no
remember
clue.
it or not?
Nope. I have no clue who the fuck you are. I
Well,
don't
that shows
remember
how
you.
dumb you are. I didn't say you
Jonna,
know
thank
who
you
I
so
am.
much for the 10. I keep coming back and forth into the stream. This is great. Jonna,
I'm
thank
sure
you
you
so
learned
much,
the day-
Jonna. You're absolutely
The day
amazing.
you learned what grifting was.
Okay, well,
know
you
you
still don't know how to
remember that day.
define it. You still don't know what grifting is.
Yeah, I can, but I don't want to teach you again.
Just tell me
Bitch
what it
ass
is.
white boy.
You think
Shut
I'm...
your faggot ass up.
Oh, using a slur. Get the fuck off my live, you
He's been
weirdo.
crashing out. We
Push
knew
that
it was coming.
mustache.
He's been crashing out this
Push the money
entire
down.
time. Like,
I literally, it's all because I made a point. And actually, you know what? I actually unlocked this argument last night. I was on call with Dean. I think I called him for like 5 minutes after the live. And Judah, thank you for the membership subscription. And we talked about this, or it was a little bit later in the day. And we talked about this. And I was like, oh my gosh, I just unlocked a new argument. Right? They care so much about enforcing the law, but then they don't give a shit about enforcing the law when it literally comes to the app they're currently on right now debating me. Like literally, like the fact that they're on the app right now is kind of like owning them, like in a certain sense, right? Because they're literally using an illegal app.
well, it's laws for thee, not for me, right? I mean, that's what they live by. Thank you for the galaxy.
Seriously.
Like, that's what they live by.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 20 years old.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2004,
What month?
December.
And are you driving?
Yeah, you're just on speaker though.
You have to come on when you're not driving. I would have a good dialogue with you, but you got to come on when you're not driving. It's TikTok rules, not mine. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like this stream. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everybody. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. We're about to hit 1 million right now. Let's try to get to 2 million. Astrid, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I know, right? Yo, what's up? How old are you, Lynn? Let's go on to the next person. Oh my God, chat. Yesterday, I was scrolling on my For You page, and I found this random video of this person that was recording their mom, like talking about stuff that's happening. And you know what's crazy? It was fucking Jill. It was Jill.
MAGA mom?
Yes. It was literally her kid recording her, and the videos had millions of fucking views. They had hundreds of thousands of views. I found an account. It's Jill in a car driving. I'm not trolling. It's literally Jill.
I blame you for her, right? Because apparently she found me through you, and she came over. I'm like, what is this lady's deal? Holy smokes. It was wild.
Dude, it's so bad. It's so bad, right? Like, I don't even know. It's actually insane. Jill is wild. One of the most wild guests I've ever had in my life. And the fact that there's literally videos of her that have hundreds of thousands and millions of views just because it is the case that, like, she's so insane is, like, such evidence of that fact. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
You support Trump?
100%.
Why so?
For several different reasons. One, he is pro-life. Another, he is his policies on immigration.
He enforces the law?
Well, it's about the fact that I firmly believe from what I've heard and seen online that the numbers are significantly down. from what they were during Biden's 4 years.
Wait, so are you in support of enforcing the law?
All right, I heard your previous argument about the TikTok and everything. That's besides the point. It doesn't. What's that?
W's dance. Thank you.
Yeah, he's really enforcing the law as we're on an app that's illegal when he's not enforcing the law and saying it should be banned.
No, to me it's about not
Dancing
having
private
illegals
jet.
in the country.
Undocumented
people.
Wait, why? Because you care about the law?
No, because I care about the good. Yeah, what our country consists of. The people that are in it. It's not about.
What about
the
it?
law.
Wait, what about the people that are in it? Because I think immigration is a foundational aspect of America. Jonna, thank you so much for pushing the $10. Thank you
very much.
Thank you, Jonna.
But there's a point at which it becomes a serious problem. For one, I'm a truck driver, and if you have not been out and about and on the roads much, you probably don't realize how bad, non-domicile truck drivers are, or ones that have not got their that can't speak English, that sort of thing. They're killing families all over the country. It is a very real problem. And it's something that people like you
killing families. What do you mean by you think immigrants coming to the country
because they don't know how to drive?
What do you mean by non-docile? What the fuck does that mean?
Domicile.
What does that mean?
And I'll be honest, I hardly know the exactly how to describe that, but basically they're people that come into the country, from what I understand, on work visas, I think. I might have that wrong.
Gemini, take the description. What's wrong with coming to the country on a work visa?
Because of the fact that they can't speak English. They're getting CDLs.
What's wrong with being in the country if you can't speak English? There are plenty of people that live in the country, have lived here for
because
decades.
Because they're driving
that can't speak
a
English.
commercial vehicle.
So?
That's a serious problem. They're causing accidents because they don't know how to drive them properly.
That's just not true. Wait, that has nothing to do with
yes, it is true.
Not knowing. Wait, do you think people in other countries that don't know English don't know how to drive? What the fuck are you talking about?
They understand their language. They understand their language. You have to be able to read the road signs to drive.
Yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I just need to clarify this one point. In order to be able to pass the license test in the very first place, that you would have to have the understanding, right, in terms of passing the tests. So, they already have the understanding, and that's why they have a license already. So, given that they have a license specifically to drive, why are you restricting them from driving then? Go for it, Santana. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that.
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, literally, I've driven in countries where I don't speak the language and I can actually drive. It's not an issue with quote unquote speaking the language. It's to Parker's point. It's knowing the actual rules and law of the land, and then even more so, you can take your actual driving test in a different language. You don't have to be able to speak English to get your actual your CDL, right? You can, and for anyone that actually is able to get their CDL, and I know this intimately because what I used to do as far as the people that I used to work with, passing a CDL test is like one of the hardest things that you could possibly do, not just the actual standardized testing, but completing the actual driving portion. So if someone is able to get their CDL, they are overly qualified. You can't just get your CDL and then just be a reckless driver. That doesn't make sense. And then also the DOT regulations that they put on you to make sure that you are always not only up to code, but you keep regulations, and the way that they track different vehicles. They not only do they geo-track the vehicles, they track the actual speeds, they track, hard stops, they track swerving. All of that, none of what you said makes sense. James, you're muted. You have to touch your profile and then click the little mute button.
Listen. I'm very knowledgeable in this area.
I am too. Literally.
What I know, but your experience is not. I'm old school. I know how to drive.
I hear you.
Old school trucks.
What's geo-tracking? What's geo-tracking? What's a grid log?
I don't know what that has to do with driving trucks.
What's a grid? You don't know what a grid log is, and you said that you drive trucks.
Oh. No, because I drive.
So do you do short term or long term hauling?
Not over the road, no.
So you don't haul over the road. So what are you even talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that there is so many drivers in America that got in here during Biden's 4 years, his term, that do not speak English. And if you do not speak English, you do not properly understand that you can't read road signs, and therefore you're not going to drive safely.
You keep saying that, but you can't substantiate. You came up here, you lended yourself as a truck driver and spoke to the actual instances of people actually driving trucks and them not actually being able to do so, but yet we just prattled off multiple factors that it takes to be able to get a CDL, multiple regulations, the way that DOT overregulates the trucking industry, and multiple factors from not only like their weight, the way they drive, the amount of emissions that they put out, the actual standards that trucks have to pass to even be able to put on the road. There is no way that you're going to sit here and say that undocumented immigrants are coming in and just driving trucks. That's not how it works.
Don't get me wrong. DOT does overregulate, but they overregulate in the wrong areas. There is way too many foreign drivers that cannot properly read and speak English like they should, and therefore they're a hazard to everybody on the road. There is so many.
If they have a license, how are they a hazard?
Because they came into the country and got their CDL almost immediately.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It doesn't work.
I'm sorry.
You can't even. No, hold on. I'm sorry, Parker. You're lying. You can't get your CDL. No, you can't get your CDL immediately because you have to actually go to school, and the school is at least 6 months. You have to go to school and you have to log a certain amount of hours before you can even get your CDL. Again, you are lying. You're lying.
No,
you can't come in.
Listen, I got my CDL at.
In what year?
21 years old.
At what year? In what year?
It was about a year and a half ago, not quite.
Wait, so you were 21 a year and a half ago. Wait, so you had 6 hours of schooling. Wait, James, you're lying. You're lying.
I'm not.
So you got your CDL a year and a half ago. That's what you're saying.
Roughly.
Okay, cool. But you don't know what a grid log is. You don't know what geo-tracking is.
Because I run a firm truck.
It does not matter. You still have to adhere to DOT regulations.
I know, and I don't have to run an e-log, okay? That's just, you don't know shit about the trucking industry. You're proving
I know way more than you, bud.
No, you don't. I have
an MBA. I have an MBA in supply chain management and logistics. I have worked for one of the largest trucking companies in the country.
That's commercial tags with trucks new enough that require e-log.
I've also worked for companies that do short term. I've worked with vehicles that do 10 DK. I mean DK10. Right. I mean, so less than 10,000 pound vehicles. I've dealt with those as well. I've dealt with vehicles. Yeah, you're lying. I'm sorry. You're lying.
That's not
you're
true.
Lying. You're absolutely lying.
We came into the trucking industry from different sides, and you go look it up. It is proven over and over again that there is way too many English speaking drivers in America with CDLs, and I don't know how they got them. That they could be fake, whatever, and
no one's getting fake CDLs. That's like saying you're getting a fake passport. That doesn't work.
Well, there's fake IDs out there. Who's to say? Okay. I mean, anybody.
So companies are hiring people with fake CDLs.
If they don't get caught,
so then blame the companies.
It's about whether you get caught or not.
So then blame the companies for hiring people that don't have the ability.
I know. I am blaming the companies.
Also, with hiring practice, not only do you have to provide your CDL, you have to also provide the proof that you passed the school. You have to show proof that you passed the class and your CDL. You can't do one or the other.
Right. But the schooling anymore is a joke. It used to be way tougher to get your CDL than it is today.
You just got it. You said that you got yours a year and a half ago. So what's way tougher?
The fact that the test changed right before I got
within the last 2 years.
What's that?
Within the last 2 years.
Yes.
Okay, so now you're saying that you're not qualified because if you're saying that it changed within the last 2 years and you've gotten yours within the last 2 years and the test is not actually accurate, then that means that you yourself got your CDL and you are not qualified to actually have your CDL. I know
a whole lot more about trucks than the average truck driver.
Hey, Andrea, how are you?
Okay.
Hey, Santana, how are you?
I'm okay.
James, I would like to introduce myself, and I'd like to talk with you a little bit. My name is Andrea Hirschberger. I own the largest wholly social media-based trucking advocacy group in the country called Trucker Nation. I actually worked with the Department of Transportation on the most recent changes to the entry-level driving training requirements and the reason why you can stop your sleeper berth time, meaning you can stop your 10-hour required break if you were over the road, is because I wrote one of the 2 petitions to petition the Department of Transportation to change said regulations. So no, I'm not done talking. Thank you. What I would like to ask you is if you could provide a single shred of evidence, just one single shred of evidence that indicates that non-English speaking drivers or immigrant drivers cause more accidents proportionately than native born American drivers.
All right. So
I asked for evidence. Remember.
Well, there is multiple videos on TikTok.
Get actual evidence,
Absolutely.
like actual
Just
documentation.
Just like every time there's a plane crash, we see about it on TV, on social media, but we don't talk about the hundreds of thousands of flights that make it safely to their destination every single day. Again, I will ask you one more time, and I am only willing to accept one type of answer, and that is evidence showing that non-English speaking or low English speaking drivers proportionately cause more accidents than English speaking drivers.
Listen, I did not come here prepared with hardcore.
To actually have any evidence or prove anything that you're saying? Cool.
I'm very aware of the hard facts because I deal with I've been around truckers.
I own 2 trucking companies, sir. I own 2 trucking companies. My husband is a truck driver. My dad is a truck driver, and my brother is a
drive automatic trucks.
And she wrote the policy. She literally wrote the regulation.
We haul livestock and agricultural products over the road. The reason that there are not electronic logging devices in livestock trucks out on the road today is because of me and a group of 6 other people.
I'm proud of you for that.
I beat down the doors of members of Congress to ensure that that's not the case. So tell me again, you still have not answered my question. Tell me again. Give me one shred of evidence that non-English speaking drivers.
I said I did not come prepared with hardcore evidence.
Okay, so you made a claim that you cannot back up, which is actually not true.
You don't have to back up everything with evidence.
You absolutely do. You make the claim. When you make somebody mute this guy. When you make the claim that more non-English speaking drivers are causing more accidents than not, yes, you have to come with evidence. Now, let's talk about the fact that there is absolutely no way, there is no possible way for us to know if non-English speaking drivers cause more accidents proportionately than English speaking drivers. There is no way for us to know because one, we only issue CDLs and CDL tests are only issued in English. There have been some recent states, 7 states, as a matter of fact, that have implemented being able to take the written test only in Spanish only. That is the only exception. Now, so we issue CDLs only to English-speaking drivers because the 2 additional portions of the entry-level driver training, once you've made it past the classroom portion, is a behind-the-wheel closed course version of the test, and then out on the road. And those 2 can only be issued in English, and the federal regulations state that the testing can only be conducted in English. So when we issue CDLs, we are under the assumption that the training schools and that the trainers are in fact verifying that that driver can speak, understand, read, and write English for safety and external communication purposes only. So if we issue those CDLs on that premise, And at every single accident, we are not asking, hey, did we verify that the driver of this truck can or cannot speak English? There is absolutely no possible way for us to verify it. Now, do I think that non-English speaking drivers pose a portion of a safety risk in the United States? Yes, I do. But here's another question for you, since you are very versed in the trucking industry. Can you tell me a single other trucking regulation that it is the responsibility of the issuer and or the government, so the state driver's license agency or the federal government, to ensure and enforce said regulation, but then when the driver is found to not be compliant, the driver is the one that is found responsible? Name me one other regulation. I'll answer it for you. You cannot. There is not a single other regulation out there that we enforce, that we say we did our jobs, and then when somebody falters, it is then the driver's fault. Now, I'll ask you another question, and I will actually give you the opportunity to answer. So let's say that a driver is found because we are conducting arbitrary at roadside English speaking tests, which is stupid, first of all. Let's say that somebody is found to not be able, according to the officer, the subjective test conducted by the officer, to be found not to be able to speak English, and puts the driver out of service for 10 hours. So got 10 hours and the driver gets a ticket. Tell me what that solves. What problem does that solve?
I sent him an invite to unmute.
So you're gonna have to reword that because
okay. So let's say an officer pulls a driver over, conducts a subjective roadside test to determine if that driver can speak English or not. Subjectively, according to the officer, and that officer deems that that driver cannot speak English to his or her standards, and proceeds to put that driver out of service for 10 hours, meaning out of service for the driver, so lack of productivity because not working for a mandatory 12 hours, a hit to the CSA score, which ultimately could negatively impact that driver's insurance policy, and issues that ticket, a revenue generating ticket. Tell me how that solves the safety problem.
See, to me, it doesn't.
You're right, it doesn't. So why are we doing it?
I don't know.
Because Donald Trump signed an executive order and says that we have to racially profile people and conduct English-speaking, subjective English-speaking tests at roadside and put them out of service. It became a CVSA out-of-service criteria, and it solves nothing.
To me, if they can't speak and read English properly, it does do something to take their CDL. It 100% does.
How? Considering that the federal government, state driver's license agencies, and entry-level driving training schools have not enforced the English-speaking requirement, there is no way for us to know that there are non-English speaking drivers out there that are potentially a safety hazard without racially profiling them to pull them over to identify this. There is absolutely no way to know unless one of two things happen. We racially profile them or they get into an accident. Tell me how that is effective.
The problem is I'm going to
You didn't answer my question. Tell me how that's effective.
Listen.
You didn't answer my question. Tell me how that is effective.
It is effective because whenever there is drivers driving in the mountains and they cannot read signs properly in an 80,000 plus pound vehicle.
Hey, bud, I'm from Colorado. I know the accident you're talking about.
I'm not talking about a particular accident.
Thank you, Alex.
I understand it is a safety problem, but we have been talking about the problem. What we have not been talking about is the solution. Trust me, I talk to truck drivers every single day about this issue. We are not talking about solutions. We are only talking about the perception of a problem, which actually, proportionately speaking, is not the problem that you think it is. Now, I will give you some credit. I do not agree with non-domiciled CDLs the way that they have been given out, especially in places like Florida where people have been able to buy them. But that is a criminal act on the basis of the person that is conducting the criminal enterprise. Why are we then punishing the drivers for it?
It's not about, to me, it's not about punishing the drivers. It should be the company.
Then what's it about? Because that's the only thing that you have brought up is that there are non-English speaking drivers and how they don't need to be here. Why are we punishing them after we have already awarded them the right to drive a commercial vehicle? We didn't do our job proactively. You are right, but they already have it. So how in the world would we be able to accurately identify all of the people that we say don't speak enough English to drive a commercial vehicle safely without racially profiling them and or letting them get into an accident?
What does racial profiling have to do with anything?
Because the only way that you could know other than an accident would be to pull someone over because they look brown.
No, you pull people over for doing things illegally on the road. And
do you understand that a DOT officer does not have to have just a justifiable cause to pull you over? He can simply pull you over.
I am very aware.
Quote, do a documentation check.
Okay.
What those documentation checks turn into, oh, that person's brown, look like they might not be able to speak English. Better pull them over so I can do a documentation check and verify that they can speak English or not. Tell me again
you're
that's not happening.
The point now, whenever a DOT officer pulls somebody over just to do an inspection, if that person is obviously not able to read and speak English properly to them, then they should check into what's going on. That's my whole point, and that is the perfect time to pull their CDL.
I cannot disagree that would be a time to look into it. But why are we punishing the driver for something that we allowed to happen? We allowed it to happen. This is retroactively dealing with a problem that we did not proactively take care of in the first place.
I mean, just ask any old school driver.
I am married to one. My husband's 50 years old. My dad's almost 70 years old and trucks every day. I talk to old school drivers about this. I talk to new school drivers about this. And trust me, my opinion is in the minority with truck drivers. I will be the first to tell you that. But what no truck driver can tell me is that pulling someone over, putting them out of service, and giving them a revenue generating ticket, how that solves the problem. Everybody wants to talk about the perception of a problem, but nobody wants to talk about solutions. So let's talk about solutions for a second. Maybe what are some of the required things that you have to do every year or every other year as a truck driver? You have to renew your CDL, you have to go do your IRP, and you have to get your medical card, depending on how long your medical examiner is allowed to give your medical cards for. So when those required things that have to happen every year or every other year respectively, when those drivers are going in to do those things, because everybody has to present to do them, why aren't we conducting potentially, and this is just a suggestion, why aren't we conducting some remedial, reactive language tests at these places? And if then it is determined that potentially you don't speak enough English to be able to safely conduct business out in a commercial vehicle, then we can look into additional steps. But we cannot be racially profiling people for the purpose of pulling them over to then
it's not about, it doesn't have anything to do with race
at roadside.
I don't care what race you are. If you can operate a truck safely, that's what I care about. That's my whole point here.
Okay,
And
wait. So then, what is your evidence that? And wait, what is your evidence that anyone you were referring to?
I see it
is
every single day.
Okay. So you
You say that you see brown people. That's what you say you see.
And
You
they're
don't see
driving
non-English
dangerously.
speaking drivers getting in accidents around you every single day. You're saying that you see brown people driving commercial vehicles. And guess what, buddy? Put your big boy fucking pants on, because they're here and they're gonna drive.
Wait, and
Well,
can we also
That's because of the big companies.
bring it to James' attention that literally after saying that there's no racial profiling, he admitted that he actually partakes in racial profiling. Literally.
Like, how are you going to do that in the same conversation, bro?
It doesn't. Listen.
You just admitted to doing it while saying it's not happening.
In general,
dude, like this guy.
and it's young white guys too that are driving truck. They're all terrible.
Now he's trying to fix it. He's trying to clean it up.
A training problem, which really goes back to the root cause of this entire problem, is a training issue.
Back is crazy. The walk back is crazy on that one.
Yeah. No, I didn't walk back from
back
anything.
pedal was diabolical. Okay.
I live in an area where there's a lot of black and brown
unicorns.
people. I mean, and white.
Black and
for
brown
that
people
matter,
that
but-
drive commercial vehicles? I sure hope so.
Yeah. What my point is that I see the terrible driving everywhere, and the guys that are in old school trucks, they're not the ones cutting people off.
It doesn't
causing
matter
accidents.
if you drive an old school truck or if you drive a plastic fucking Volvo, dude. No, it doesn't. It does not matter the kind of truck that you drive to
Whenever
go out
you're
there
in a
and to be a safe
$150,000
driver.
truck, you're going to care a whole lot more about that truck when you own it, and you have a lot of time and money invested in it.
Absolutely not. My husband, we have had more trucks than I can count on my fingers and my toes. And guess what? He's got a big fancy W9 that he's in right now that costs way too much fucking money. And it's
And
got
he cares
big
more about
fancy
it than
Cummins
the
motor in
average
it.
company
But guess
driver
what?
cares
We've
about
got
his
a
company's truck.
1994 flat glass W9 with a DD3 in it, and that truck has made us just as much money, and he took just as much pride in it as that old truck. He had a truck with a Mercury sleeper on it. Guess what? It was an auto shift, and he hauls livestock. Didn't make his wiener any smaller, and definitely made us just as much money. It does not matter the type of truck you drive. It doesn't matter the company that you drive for. There is something that I've been telling drivers for years here. And at the end of the day, we are at a cusp in the trucking industry. And if you are not willing to get on the boat and to get right with the fact that the industry is changing, it is going to leave you behind. The type of truck you drive, the type of person that is behind the wheel of that truck, and the commodity that you haul means jack fucking shit. What means
that's the whole
something?
problem.
No, I'm not done. What means something is that you go out there, you do your job safely, and that you get that commodity that you do not own, or maybe you said you drive farm truck, maybe you do, that you get that commodity from point A to point B, and that is it.
W's in the chat for Andrew for the dog walk. Listen, James, you have to be ashamed of yourself. The fact that you came into a debate live thinking that you were actually going to debate two people that might not have known what you were talking about, and to actually get walked in front of about 7,000 people this way is wicked work. You should feel ashamed. W's in the chat for Andrea. Massive W's in the chat for Andrea. Holy smokes.
Listen, Andrea, the deal is I totally agree with you. It doesn't. The trucking industry is changing. That is very true. But I promise you, and it is proven over and over again, that the old school drivers with trucks that they actually have pride in, they take better care of their equipment. They drive safer.
I'm sorry. I got to jump in real quick. I got to jump in real quick and say this, because there's some inconsistencies as far as what you're saying, James. You keep saying old school drivers, yet you said that you got your CDL a year and a half ago, so you are not one of these old school drivers. So literally, no, it doesn't matter how you operate. You are not an old school driver. So by your definition, you are one of these dangerous people. It doesn't make sense.
I
I was
don't
taught by
care.
old school drivers, sir.
I don't care who you were taught by. I don't care when you got your CDL in this country. And I can verify this with a study that is conducted every single year by the American Trucking Association that we are anywhere between 50 to 80,000 drivers short every single year. In addition to that, we have a serious retention problem in the trucking industry. So you can't tell me that being old school or driving something with a hood or driving something with flat glass in it makes you a better driver, makes you have more pride, when we have upwards of an 80,000 driver shortage in this country. I don't give a shit what you drive.
That is bull crap. Everybody is talking about how terrible the rates are right now.
And guess
Everybody.
what is not federally regulated? Rates. If you're not making money, you're hauling cheap freight. If you're hauling cheap freight,
And
it's
there's
because
too many
you accepted the
people-
rate confirmation.
There's too many
Rates
illegals in
are
this country
not
that somehow got their
federally
CDL and do not haul, that haul all the cheap. They haul cheap freight, and they're
You
screwing
sound like
every
a hater
old
right
school
now,
driver.
James. Is that
And
what
then
it is?
you
Like, it's
do not
weird.
accept cheap freight. Man, it's funny how that works. Capitalism is a beautiful thing
Well,
when it comes
the
to your rates
problem
and you're
is
making
when-
money.
Whenever there's excess drivers like there is right now, there's cheap
Sure.
freight everywhere. Everything is cheap. There is
We
very
are
few-
having supply chain issues that literally still stem from COVID. Our cold
It doesn't have to do
storages-
with the trucking industry, though.
Our cold storages are still low in stock. Absolutely. In the agriculture industry, since it seems like that's what you are more familiar with, in the
Yes.
agriculture industry, we are still dealing with drought, and specifically in the livestock
Right.
industry, which
That
I
has
am
nothing to do
expert-
with the amount of drivers on the road. There's
You
too
just
many
said
truck
that
drivers.
there was an influx of drivers, and that's why rates were cheap. Did you not
I
listen to
know,
what you
right.
just said?
And you're saying that there's not enough truck drivers, and that is false.
We're absolutely anywhere between 50 to 80,000 drivers short every single year. But in addition to
And
that,
yet, for some reason,
what
everybody's
makes
complaining
rates
about the rates right
difficult
now.
is the high turnover rate. We have a retention problem in the trucking industry. So, in addition, in the agriculture industry, when it comes to hauling actual live freight, we are still dealing with low cow-calf numbers. There's not enough mommy cows to have baby cows. So that's why rates are low, and so is supply.
Okay, but yeah, I mean that's
Oh
very
no!
true.
No! Oh,
Is this
no.
Naga Mama?
Oh my God.
Hold
Hold
on,
on.
wait.
Before we derail.
I just have to ask her 1 second. Jill, did you know there's videos of you?
words.
Hold up, Jill.
Why did you twist my words? Right, when you said the essay thing, when I said that was foreplay for people that wasn't being essayed. And
Jill,
my
you
words.
cannot come in and crash out like that.
Okay, we're just gonna.
Holy
yeah, that's crazy again. I was gonna ask because Chad, there were videos of her. I was just scrolling on my For You page. There are videos of her I think it's her son recording videos of her that have like hundreds of thousands of views, millions of views on the internet. That I was just scrolling past and found, and I was like freaking out last night. I was like, no fucking way. My girlfriend's asleep right next to me, so I have to be quiet, but I'm sitting there like, there's no fucking way. This is Jill. Like, because I had such a fucking long conversation with Jill multiple times. She's insane. She's like the most diabolically insane Trump supporter I've ever talked to. Like, believes in alternate reality. But yeah, so I don't mean to cut everything off. It's just literally like the fact that I think she was gifting gifting James.
That makes sense.
So basically, the whole point of my argument here with this whole truck driving thing is okay. I don't have hard evidence that
we know.
Very
yeah, right. I don't have hard evidence that foreign drivers that can't speak or read English properly. I don't have hard evidence
It's
that
the
they
feelings in
drive.
your
work-
It doesn't exist because they're not, because it's not the problem that you think it is. It's the problem that Donald Trump made it be.
How did
real
Donald
quick,
Trump
let
make
me
it
let me
become
read
more of
this
a
off for
problem?
you real quick because this got so far away, and so someone sent $1 donation. Roxy, thank you for the dollar. Say, how do you feel about Puerto Ricans who don't speak English? Like, do you have an issue with that?
Say what again?
How do you feel about Puerto Ricans who don't speak English?
I mean, Yeah, I don't really. I don't
Do you have a problem with them having their CDL?
Yes, driving in
Why?
America.
If they're
yes,
American,
but
Puerto Ricans
it's
are
dangerous.
American.
You get in the mountains and you can't
Puerto
read
Ricans are
road
American.
signs.
So again, why would you have an issue with that?
Because they can't read English.
But they're American.
Dude, if they live in Puerto Rico.
That's not making any sense now.
What is not making sense? Do you know what? Do you know where Puerto Rico is? Do you know anything about Puerto
you
Rico?
say they live in Puerto Rico?
Are Puerto Ricans American?
Sure. I mean,
are you guessing or
No,
do you
they
know?
are. They're
They
so
are.
sure about it, dude. They are.
Right.
Yeah, and I think I believe in.
I don't care where they're
hold up.
from.
I want to be very clear real quick because I think that this needs to be acknowledged on like a stage in front of a lot of people. I think it's incredibly important to acknowledge that Puerto Rico deserves the determination to either be independent or to become a state of the United States. And the fact that Puerto Rico is not considered a state right now is fucking despicably disgusting. Everyone in this live, regardless of your political affiliation, should be in support of Puerto Rico either being a state or getting its independence. Point blank, period. Like, what is the reason why it should be categorized as a territory where there's taxation without representation? I thought like the entirety of the American Revolution was against that, but then is supporting it when we're referencing Puerto Rico? That to me is really fucking insane.
All right. What I was saying is, it doesn't matter where you're from. It matters if you're driving a commercial motor vehicle in America. It matters that you are able to read and speak English, because if you cannot read a road sign that says to stop and check your brakes at the top of a mountain, that is a serious safety hazard. I don't care what you say.
Nobody is disputing that. The only dispute is that one, this is a problem, one that has been magnified that actually isn't the problem that you think it is. And two, it is our responsibility, meaning the federal government's responsibility, to verify that a driver can read, write, and understand English for the purpose of safety and external communication with both law enforcement officers and emergency responders, that is verified before their CDL is ever issued. The fact that a CDL would be issued means that it is a proactive, or that we're reacting to a problem that we did not proactively handle in the first place.
That's where it started.
You're right. That's where it started. So why are we punishing drivers who were literally just given something that they went to school for, that they paid to go to school for, and that they were certified to do?
Punishing drivers now is worse than having some of these people kill families and stuff all over the U.S.
Show me where non-English speaking drivers. So this conversation could be circular all day long, sir. You can say that, and I'm not saying that it's not an issue, but again, it's not the issue that you think that it is.
Trust me, bro.
You just hear about the non-English speaking driver accidents, the one or two that happen a year, but you're not talking about the English speaking drivers that still aren't properly trained, that kill families every single year. You're just picking on the brown people, dude.
No, I don't care what color you are. It's about whether you can drive a truck.
You did care before we called it out.
Yeah,
Sorry, go
seriously.
ahead,
Yeah, you absolutely
Before
did
I
care.
said the quiet parts out loud, you did.
What? Guess what? It just so turns out
Hold
that
up.
if you come from
James.
another country, there's a good chance.
Okay, James. I don't even know what he was about to say there, but James, the point that we're just trying to get you to say is that you have no evidence to indicate your position at all. And if you want to go look it up, go for it. We'll give you time to go look it up right now. But you're not going to find shit. You're not going to find shit. Okay? And then we're going to come back to this conversation. And if you still hold the same position, what the fuck's going to convince you? Like, genuinely. Like, you don't care about facts. You don't care about evidence. You don't care about reason. You're just here to spread your bigoted feelings.
You don't. Also, can we just get a W in the chat for a moment? Because racism took another L. I don't know if you saw this, but ICE just tried to raid Dodger Stadium, and the Dodgers turned them around, and said, "You
The
cannot,
Dodgers got
you
in the way.
cannot come in." ICE
Yes.
tried to raid
Since you're
Dodger
in the
Stadium.
W Dodgers.
And they said, "Fuck no."
W
The
Dodgers
team
right
stood
there.
in the way and said,
Big business.
Andrea, since you're
That's
in the
fucking
livestock
amazing. That's
industry,
fucking amazing.
They
Can you
literally
not-
turned them down and turned them around and had LAPD escort them away. They would not let them in.
That is a W Dodgers right there.
Incredible.
That's a W Dodgers.
I might need to go grab my Dodgers.
Hey, someone Dodgers fan? I actually went to a Dodgers game recently. I was
yes, James, I'm in the livestock industry. Hit me with it.
Can you not admit that? So, for one, most of the drivers in the livestock industry have old school trucks, right?
No.
Yes, Peterbilt's.
Peterbilt is not an old school truck. You can buy a new one.
Right. But I'm saying classic trucks. Nice, expensive classic trucks. Peterbilt's and Kenworths are way more expensive than
the
classic
amount
trucks.
of money that you spend on the truck that you then register under the IRP has absolutely nothing to do with the amount of money that you make, the kind of freight that you haul.
I know that.
Well, then
I'm
tell
not
me what the
arguing that.
point is, because the point that you're trying to make here is just a really, really, really close-minded, old school, like that's somehow a flex, and I promise you it's not.
Because they're better drivers.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
How many livestock trailers? By your own logic, you are a bad driver, James.
How many livestock trailers
logic
you rolled over on the interstate compared to van trailers or reefer trailers or any other very few?
There's so many fewer livestock trucks.
Right, I'm very aware.
There are others.
I'm very aware, but I can promise you the statistics are still better for livestock trailers than van trailers from Amazon or any other big company like that.
That's a proportionality issue. That is a proportionality issue. If there was as many livestock haulers,
I get what you're saying.
There are van and reefer haulers.
And I'm saying that the statistics are still better as far as the accidents for the livestock haulers.
Proportionately speaking, sure. But let's flip the coin. What if there were as many livestock transporters as there are non-livestock transporters?
I get what you're saying.
Also, let's not let him get away with acting like he actually knows the statistics. He's just saying that because he might have heard something. You don't know. You've already admitted that you don't have actual evidence or concrete information.
It's because I'm around these drivers. I drive
every single day.
I'm gonna mute him. I'm gonna say thank you to a few people because I have to catch up a little bit.
I got a few too as well.
Yeah, Gabe, thank you so much for the $5. Hoppy with the $5. Thank you so much. Nova with the $10. Thank you on YouTube Super Chat. Kyle, thank you for the 7 Canadian. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Jacob with the $5. Thank you. Astrid, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Jonna, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Laura, thank you so much for the $5. Lauren, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Lauren. Kyle, thank you for the 7 Canadian. Ducky, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Snipes, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Dakil, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. Chaos, thank you for the $2. Jay with the $5. Sinjin, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Jay with the $5. Ducky with the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Darsel, thank you for the $5. And then Jay, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yes, that was a mega mom. That was Taylor. Thank you for the $2. Nina, thank you so much for the $20. They asked if Andre has a Venmo. Do you have a Venmo?
I don't know. I think so. I think there's one in my bio. I think. So I don't know.
You're good. You're good. Erica, thank you so much for the
Cash App. I know that.
Oh yeah, you can tell them that if you'd like to say it out loud right now, or if you just want to
I
say
will have
it
to
in
go.
your bio.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I'd have to see what it is because I don't even know.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Don't worry. You're good. Atori, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jao, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Brian with the $2. Erica, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Erica. And then Hammer, thank you for the $5. All right, and then Santana, go for it. Absolutely.
Justin, thank you for the 5. Yeah, he got a CDL like a year ago, and exactly. We clocked it, and also thank you for the 2. Justin said, generally, people fresh out of school and recently attaining their license and have an understanding of the law / law and rules are less likely to get in an accident because they are more vigilant than other drivers that have been doing it for years. Yeah, that's absolutely a thing. W's in the chat for Melanie for the 10, who sent it a while ago when the angry guy was up here yelling, saying, "Tell the guy to take 3 deep breaths and count to 10." He wouldn't have made it to 10. W's in the chat for Samuel for the 2. So watching the stream live, and you're talking about the
Parker, I'm gonna comment my
for the Black
Cash App.
community. I'm confused. I thought slavery. Listen, okay, let me speak to this just real quick. He said, I thought slavery ended when Lincoln was president, and I'm just trying to learn. Absolutely. Listen, Abraham Lincoln was actually dead before slavery was officially over. Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation on January the 1st, 1863, and there were still slaves in Texas until June 19th, 1865. That's the mark of the actual Juneteenth celebration. So yeah, Abraham Lincoln didn't even see it fulfilled. The Emancipation Proclamation only freed those slaves that were in the Confederacy after the Union took control of the territory. So that's why they had to fight the Civil War. And until after the Civil War, those people weren't actually free. So that's the answer for that. I'm sorry. W's in the chat for Chelsea, who sent the 10, saying happy Juneteenth. But this one is for your wife. She's a lucky man. Thank you, Chelsea, for the 10. W's in the chat for Jonna, I saw your message. If you're on TikTok, shoot me a DM. I would love. I don't know if you saw this, Parker. She said that she's an environmental scientist. She has like a lot of information. So shoot me a DM. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Kylie, who sent a $7 Canadian to say happy Juneteenth. Thank you for educating. You are absolutely amazing. And last but not least, W's in the chat for Lauren, who sent a $10 donation saying just learn who you are. Thank you for joining the fight on the right side of history. Absolutely. And happy Juneteenth. Thank you.
All right, and then I have a few more people. Najia, thank you so much for the $5. Appreciate it. Haley, thank you for the $5 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And then Taylor, thank you for the $1. I don't know if I can change that. I think it's probably just for the one live. And then Mika, thank you for the $10. AP News, NPR, PBS, and Reuters is typically what I go to for news.
I'm sorry, Joel. Thank you for the 5. Since I'm afraid of imaginary drivers, we have to deport all the undocumented immigrants, even if they ain't drivers. Cook logic. W's in the chat for Joel.
Parker, I'm going to comment my Cash App right now. It's just Mrs. Hirschberger, MRS, and then Hirschberger, my last name. So I just commented it if you want it. But that's not necessary. That I'm not at all interested in that. What I do want to make sure is to just let everybody know that the approach of pulling people over for the purpose of conducting subjective-based English-speaking tests at roadside is not the answer to this problem that has been amplified by Donald Trump that actually isn't the problem people think it is. It's just a way.
That's just your opinion.
I was talking. Thanks. Anyway,
right.
I was talking so that you can stop talking.
Well, I'm talking.
But anyway, so what it is it's just again highlighting an issue that's not the issue that people think that it is to further exploit marginalized communities in the United States is what it is.
That's only your opinion, though.
No.
A lot of people out here that have of differing opinion. I just want you to be aware of that. A lot of people and a lot of
I am very aware of the traditional opinion of truck drivers and how closed-minded they are about this issue. Yeah, I'm very aware of it. I'm married to one of them.
So you're saying your husband is closed-minded?
Yeah, when it comes to this issue, absolutely. Him and I have had multiple conversations about.
And you know what? I bet I would get along great with him. If
I bet you would. And that's okay. And you know what? We can get along too, just because we disagree.
Well, I agree with you on a lot of things. I really do. I appreciate.
Then tell me why brown people need to be pulled over and be put out of service.
Like I said, it's not just about brown. It's anybody that cannot operate a commercial motor vehicle safely.
Okay, so not being able to operate you said operate a commercial vehicle safely. Do you know that there are probably lots, and I don't know what the number is because again, we don't track this. There are probably lots of truck drivers out there that don't speak English to whatever subjective level they're supposed to, that have millions and millions of safe driving miles. They drive amongst you every day and you don't know it.
Right. Oh.
Right. Is it? Yeah, right.
Okay, so back to this. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Back to this thing of like having accidents and stuff. It like anybody has to admit it's very sad and a serious problem when people I mean, it causes a major accident when a loaded down semi hits multiple vehicles and causes huge pileups.
You're right, it does. And English speaking drivers are the cause of those accidents every single day too.
Right.
So why aren't we having a more holistic approach about a more comprehensive training program that has checks and balances associated with it? Which again, I had sat on multiple panels with the Department of Transportation when they were updating this most recent rendition of the entry-level driver training requirements. And I don't think it goes far enough. I think we need to do more. And where I think we fall short is in the oversight of the entry-level driver training providers.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, the driver is at the mercy of the training provider. They only get their license if the training provider signs off on their certificate, and then they go to their state driver's license agency and are able to get their commercial driver's license. So why aren't we doing more on the front end to prevent this rather than create a problem after the fact, which then requires racial profiling to prove a point, which the point, again, isn't the problem that you think it is. It's just been amplified with a megaphone by the president.
All right. And when you probably disagree with me on this, but in my experience, smaller.
Here, James, I was gonna let you address this a little bit longer, and then I'm probably gonna move on, James.
All right.
I don't think this is really going anywhere at this point.
Bro is cooked. Smaller trucking companies, in my experience, and a lot of other drivers.
And by the way, Trav, thank you for the 32-month subscription. Thank you, Trav.
Better drivers that tend to have better driving records and tend to get in less accidents than these massive trucking companies that hire on mass amounts of new drivers every single day. And not all of them are bad. Some of them move on from there and they become very professional, and they get a long ways in life. They move on to specialty hauling, heavy hauling, oversized, that sort of thing. But over and over and over again, you see these mega companies like Walmart, and which Walmart is better than some, but FedEx and UPS and JB Hunt and all those, and they have countless drivers. They drive terrible. They get into so many accidents, and this is not just my experience, but I see it every single day. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I make my mistakes too. I'm probably lucky I haven't gotten in an accident. I don't know, but I try to keep a safe following distance at all times.
Hey, James, you know what's interesting about all this?
Really unfair for you to assume that just because of the type of truck that someone drives and the company that they drive for, that they are not also doing the same
way they
things.
got trained.
I'm not done talking. I'm not done. Thanks. So the kind of truck that they drive and the company that they drive for, that they also don't have those same goals and are trying to do the same types of things that you are in life. The reason why you think that there are worse drivers that drive for some of the larger companies, and let's just say the names, because you just didn't want to say it, but let's say JB Hunt, Swift, Schneider, ABF, Ozark. The reason why you think that those drivers are worse is because proportionately there are so many more of those drivers, and so many more of those drivers are potentially someone that you could visually say aren't like you. That's why you feel that way. I know lots of people. I know one of the best drivers that I know that has some of the largest amount of safe driving miles works for Schneider and has for like 40 years. I know somebody else that has advocated so hard for entry-level driver training that pulls for Heartland. You just think this because those companies tend to hire drivers that don't look like you. So you take that anecdotal data and try to equivocate that to quantitative data. And it just doesn't match up, bruh. It just doesn't match up.
So I've worked for a couple
all right,
different...
James.
Please.
I'm done.
One last thing, quick, James. Next time, no. I think you're overcooked. But next time you come into any type of debate, just bring like some actual facts and information, because without it, it's just a cool story, and no one cares about your cool story, bro.
And that's a lot of what you're going to see and hear out of truck drivers. They want to take their anecdote from daily life out on the road and somehow turn that in to quantitative data, and it just doesn't match up. This is a daily conversation that I have with my dad, with my brother, with my husband, who I talk to and dispatch every single day, but with other truck drivers as well. It is a very, very close-minded view of the industry, like they are the only cog in the wheel. And there are so many cogs in the wheel that make the trucking industry go round. With that, I will get off my
Wait, hold on. W's in the chat for Shirley, who sent a $10 YouTube super chat to say, wow, Andrea must love to dog walk. She keeps dog walking James. A lover. Can't stop laughing over here. Thank you for the $10 YouTube super chat. I'm sorry, I had to read that out while you were still here.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. I literally am like a silent supporter. I watch you guys from about 2 o'clock in the afternoon until I drift off to sleep about midnight every night. I'm listening to one of the three of you guys. So Dean Parker, you, Santana, RJ, I like him too because he's pretty combative. But beside that, I listen to you guys all the time. And if you ever have questions about the trucking industry, I'm literally always lurking. So reach out.
I shot you a follow. So
absolutely, I shot you a follow as well. I appreciate you coming up.
Absolutely. I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye.
Have a great day.
You too.
Let's go on to the next person real quick, everybody. Thank you for coming up. That was very nice. That was very nice. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you support Trump. We are just looking for some debates. I know that Dean was gonna hop on here probably very soon. He said he was. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
You support Trump?
Yes, for many reasons.
What state do you live in?
First, the border control and
Wait. What state do you live in?
Nevada.
What time is it?
It is 1:39.
1:39. Can you name 3 cities within Nevada?
Yeah. Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah.
That's tough. That's tough.
That's like my favorite question to ask now, because like if you live in the state, you definitely know 3 cities, like for sure.
For sure.
Like for sure.
Someone in the chat said no one's from Nevada.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Not a single person when answering that question has ever said Nevada before. You know?
Yeah.
That's actually the first time.
He got the time right though.
I know he did. The first time in years of me being on the stream that I've people have come up, and out of anyone I've ever met on the live, I've never met someone from Nevada.
Yeah.
Like that has come up on the live.
Yeah.
Other than like I think someone I brought up from the chat one time when I was about to go there.
Oh, hey,
at least that told me, so I don't know.
I just want to say this real quick. So I know my wife's best friend is watching right now. So hey, Angelina, hope you're enjoying the live.
All right, I don't know if this person's here. Let's go to the next person.
They immediately teacup.
There's a lot of people from Nevada in the chat. Yo, W, all the people from Nevada in the chat. W.
W's in the chat for Pre, who sent a $5 donation, saying, as another POC, I have so much respect for you and your confidence and knowledge and knowing about your background. It's so inspiring. Thank you for educating us all. You're absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. W's in the chat for Justin, who sent a $3 donation, saying, have we forgotten the main point that the whole conversation came up because he was in agreement with Trump's so-called immigration policy. It's just racism. Yeah, absolutely. W's in the chat for Nia, who sent a $25 donation, saying happy Juneteenth. Thank you so much for that $25 donation.
Deborah, think of the $14. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Hannah with the $1. Elliot, think of the $4.20. JOOD, thank you so much. I appreciate the $30. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for all of them. Gerald, are you there? How old are you?
He was just here. He went on mute.
Local leftist, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I appreciate it. Nick, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
December 25th.
And
Christmas?
Yeah. Christmas?
That's my birthday.
Do you support
You
Trump?
sure about that? You sure about that?
That's rough, dude. You have Christmas and your birthday on the same day. Do you get like double the gifts, or do people just give you gifts for one of them?
No double gifts.
My mom's birthday is 2 days away from Christmas, and yeah, no double gifts.
That's rough. That's actually kind of rough.
It is.
So do you want to give me the reason why you support Trump? Is it because the Grinch stole your Christmas?
Mm-hmm. Gotta be. Okay.
Nigger.
Right
What a
there.
fucking weirdo, dude. What a
Right
fucking
there.
disgusting weirdo.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I just say, and I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say it. Like
for
I
it.
know, like this is said in black spaces quite often. And I'm just gonna say it. Guys, your racism sucks. I promise you. You coming up and trying to say that does not hurt anyone's feelings. Just because your feelings are so triggered, we're not gonna melt. We're not snowflakes like you. So just be better. Sorry.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates.
Also,
Only-
guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's get Parker to 2 million likes. Tap, tap, tap.
If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like this stream as well.
You got it.
On both Santana and I stream.
Yes. I'm also like 75 followers away from 4,000 on YouTube. So if you're over on YouTube, make sure you hit the subscribe. It's free.
Based. Brandon, how old are you?
Immediately.
Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Stella, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates, everybody.
As if you have a debate, go ahead and request up. Make sure you're 18 years older. You voted or support Donald Trump.
Sam,
Yo,
you support
Parker.
Trump? Thank you for the handout, by the way. And Stella,
When's
thank
the
you for the
Canada
5
tour,
membership
bro?
subscriptions. Thank you so
When's
much.
the Canada tour happening?
Oh, you live in Canada? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you support Trump. Stella, thank you for the membership subscription yourself, and then also the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you so much.
W's in the chat for Jay sent a 5 for the trans man in Bama. Thank you for supporting us. Absolutely. Listen, I support you guys. I love you guys. You all are all amazing.
Absolutely. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
88.
Let's go on to the next person. I've been so happy to get back onto the main account. I knew it would take a minute for people to get in, but we're good. I'm so happy that like the algorithm's back to like what it was, like at least before to somewhat of an extent, because I'm happy to be on the main account. It's like it was so bad without the main account. I was like, and then the PC we finally got this. This is like the coolest part actually. I
gotta get mine figured out.
I really love it. If you need any help, I can help you for sure.
I don't know which camera to get. And like also, I'll FaceTime you later. It's like space for me as well.
Yeah, I don't know either. I just got the same one Dean got. So
yeah.
Nashville, how old are you?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know I was on. Sorry.
Do you support Trump?
Parker, I've been watching you for a long time. I'm very proud of you. Can I tell you that?
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Nashville. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Have a fantastic day. Thank you so much.
I know you do, and you're so Boulder. I don't know if you're actually in Boulder, but you were.
That's actually Dean. Dean went to Boulder.
Is Dean in Boulder?
You know, he lives another place in Colorado now, but he went to Boulder when he was going to college.
I'm from Fort Collins.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
And
That's cool.
so it's right up the way. And I did a lot of startup stuff in Boulder, so it was always fun down there. And Denver, and I also lived in Highlands Ranch and blah blah blah. But I'm just like kind of proud of you because like you hold your shit together all the time. You're a steady monkey man.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
And I don't mean that in a.
Oh, I accidentally kicked them. Well,
I meant like Monkey D. Luffy. Yeah. Real quick, W's in the chat for Anju. I think it's pronounced Anju, who sent a $5 YouTube super chat saying, "Show us some love for Santana Speaks." Yeah, someone said, "What's your YouTube?" It's at Santana Speaks, and also W's in the chat for Stella for becoming a member. W's in the chat for Jessica, who sent a $5 donation saying, just discovered you today. You're amazing. Happy Juneteenth. Thank you so much. W's in the chat for Elton, who sent a 5, said, keep it up. You're absolutely amazing. W's in the chat for Allison, who sent a 10, said, happy Juneteenth. To those accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression. That is an absolute thing. Also, W's in the chat for Pam, who said a $5 donation saying, for having to deal with ignorant racist BS on the stream. You're amazing. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Brandon, how old are you?
30.
Do you support Trump?
I voted for him this time, yes.
Do you still support him?
I'm on the fence. That's why I'm in here.
Like, if you could go back in time, would you vote for him?
So I'm still on the fence.
Okay, I would recommend watching the live. That's what I would recommend. I am going to look for people who specifically would, if they could go back in time, vote for Donald Trump. So that's what I'm looking for. But if you are on the fence, I would recommend just watching the lives. Go onto the YouTube. The lives are recorded every single day. Yota, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump a lot.
What's your birth year?
I was born in 2005.
You said you're 20. What's your birth month?
My birth month is April.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
What do I want to debate you on here? Well, I think that the Liberal Party is overall immature. I think that
immature. What do you mean?
You want me to give you an example?
Yeah.
You guys are pretty immature.
So you voted for Donald Trump because you think I'm immature?
No. Not you're part of the Liberal Party, aren't you, or the Democratic Party?
I'm a leftist.
Well,
how so?
Yeah, I think the Democratic Party is better than the Republican Party. But like, why would you vote for Donald Trump because you think that I'm immature? That's a ridiculous reason.
You just twisted my words. That's what you always do. Dude, you guys, and you had your little tour and you ended it over fucking microaggressions, yo.
Yeah. Hey, no level of racism is acceptable, and also no one cares about you coming up to try to gaslight us for your insignificant reasons. Also, to be honest, I don't care if you think the actual quote-unquote Liberal Party is immature. You voted for someone who is an adjudicated rapist. You have no moral high ground whatsoever, bud. Whatsoever.
E. Jean Carroll has no sufficient evidence.
E. Jean Carroll. You said you don't even know her name. I have a question. Where did she say she was assaulted?
I just said E. Jean Carroll. It was in a store.
What store?
It was in a department store.
What was the store name?
It was in a department clothing store enough. Do I have to know the exact name?
Mm-hmm.
Why do I have to know the exact name?
Do you know the year?
It was in the 90s, he says, right?
That's all you know? So all you know is that it was in the 90s.
It was in the 90s. It was in a clothing department store. She claims, allegedly, that he forcefully penetrated her area with his fingers.
Right? Well, she doesn't know whether it was his hands or his male member. Right? That's one thing specifically. It was Bergdorf Goodman's.
Okay, so she doesn't know.
Wait, so wait.
Yeah.
Does that whether or not she knows it's a finger versus a male member, does that change whether or not she was assaulted?
No. It's just like it's reasonable doubt.
What?
That's not reasonable doubt.
There's no sufficient evidence. There's male DNA.
You did not just say the fact that she doesn't know whether or not it was a finger or a male member that was penetrating her against her will is reasonable doubt to believe that she wasn't sexually assaulted is such a fucking disgusting thing for you to say. What the hell is wrong with you?
Oh, is it disgusting? You're a fucking gaslighter.
It
I'm not
absolutely
gaslighting
is. I mean,
shit,
you have
dude.
to think about the fact that it's a traumatic event, like literally a traumatic, life-changing event. And most people that go through those type of events don't remember the details, nor do they actually remember a lot of specifics around it. So her not knowing doesn't speak to her. It speaks to the actual event.
Are you sure she knew what the store was?
Yes, Bergdorf Goodman.
I heard she didn't know what the store was, but that still isn't true.
Yeah, that because you don't know anything about the case.
You don't.
No, I know a lot about the case.
You clearly didn't.
Hey, why is it that she sued Donald Trump?
For sexually assaulting her.
No. Why?
What, you want me to tell you why I think?
It was It was actually originally for defamation. He got it wrong, right? And the reason is she had to, in order to prove defamation, prove sexual abuse, which she did.
Exactly.
But Donald Trump offered his DNA. They didn't accept it.
No, he didn't. He actually
Yes,
had
he
multiple
did.
years to give up his DNA.
Yeah.
He didn't do so. He actually
did
had a
eventually.
specific. No, he didn't do so within the time slot allotted he was supposed to. He did so after the fact that it was allowed because he knew that it would make the court process take longer and it would be harder for them to to gravitate with the issue. So he was trying to specifically make the court process take longer. He was trying to pause it. That's what he was trying to do. And that's what the judge acknowledged.
In Donald Trump's mind, though, why would he want to make a big deal out of something that didn't happen? And so,
Because that's what he does.
If it didn't happen, then please explain to me why he didn't give up his DNA on day one.
Hold on. If that's what he does, then why did he not give the
He
DNA?
makes a big deal out of everything because he's a compulsive liar, and you're sitting here lying, but saying that you know anything that really happened about the case. Literally, this case has actually been litigated. And not only has it been litigated, but he tried to appeal it, and they said no.
How many jurors determined that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll?
No one's saying that it did or didn't happen.
How many jurors were on the jury?
It was was it 12?
No, this was 9.
Okay, dude, who the fuck cares? Why do I need to know
It
that?
seems like you don't know a lot of facts about the
Nothing
case.
to do with the situation.
Seems like you don't know a lot of the facts
I
of
have
the
a
case.
fucking life. I don't spend my life in politics.
I have a fucking life. I sit on live, and when I come up here in front of almost 9,000 people, and I sit up here and I deny sexual assault victims with no fucking reason. I have no reason to deny them, but I say that they have no reason, even though they literally determined in a civil court unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people that they were sexually abused. An entire fucking jury determined it. And yet you think you have better standing to fucking deny them than the jury had to convict Donald Trump?
Were you there?
Does that even matter? You don't have to be there to know that this happened.
Wait, you can't answer? Are you there?
But the whole
no, I
point
was
is
not there. What? I wasn't born.
Okay, ask me if I was. Ask me
You're
if I
trying
was there.
to you're
Ask me if I
trying to
was
take a position defending something that you don't know about at the same time that has actually been litigated, and you don't know the actual information of the litigation. You just know your feelings. If you don't know the information, you don't know the actual details of the court case, then why would you stand on a position that you don't have actual information about? That makes no sense.
We're not saying it didn't happen. We're not saying it did happen. We don't know what happened. It's a claim. If you want to talk about defending people like that, you're the one. You guys are all the ones up in arms because Kilmar Garcia wouldn't come back when there's audio of him beating his wife and his kids. Why the fuck would you want?
Wait, one, there's not audio of that. Two,
yes, there is. You fucking.
Wait, please provide the audio.
And
oh my
like
God.
you're missing the whole point. It's weird that how you guys skip over the point. The point is due process. No one is saying that he's innocent. No one is also saying, or at least on our side, saying he's guilty. We're saying that he
due
deserves
process.
his day in court to actually be judged, just like Donald Trump got his day in court, and that's why he was held civilly liable for rape. That's the point.
James, why do you not believe in due process for certain people, but then for Donald Trump, you're so hyper-specific on due process, and even if due process is completed, then you still don't even accept the case against Donald Trump, whether it be in a criminal case, whether it be in a civil case, anything. You don't accept shit.
I'm finding that audio for you right now.
He
Dude, I
doesn't
don't
want
know.
to respond to that.
No, yeah. What do you want me to say to that? You're trying to gaslight me.
How am I gaslighting
With
you?
information?
I'm gaslighting him. I'm gaslighting him with facts.
We don't know what happened.
Molly, think of the $5. Mary, think of the $2. We don't know what happened. Yes, we did. The court case indicated that.
Garcia.
But you're going to deny our rule of law. You're going to deny our democratic values. You're going to deny our constitution. You're going to deny, immigration, us being a melting pot of the world. We're going to deny core fundamental American values because you're anti-American. You don't fucking care about America. You're not America first. You are the furthest from what America should mean.
Yeah. Oh, that's literally you. That's the whole Democratic Party.
How
right
so?
now.
How so? How so? Explain, because I can explain exactly how you're against the rule of law. I can explain how you're against our democratic process. I can explain how you're against the Constitution. I can explain all of the things that I said. Can you explain a single one?
Why do you interrupt me? I'm not interrupting you.
Try explain.
Why are you interrupting me? Okay. I'm going to give you 30.
Debbie's in the chat for Gia. Thank you for the $4.99 YouTube super chat to say congratulations on the 4K subs. Thank you.
All right, I'll give you 3 points. They're completely different, so address whatever one you want. One, you think men.
Kyle, thank you for the $7 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kyle. Thank you so much for the $7. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Araceli, thank you so much. I appreciate the $3 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
If you mute me again, I'm not fucking debating you. And chances are you won't get another debate.
Okay, then you can just leave, James. You're not, bro. You're not the main character. You can
Bro,
leave.
I'm smarter than both of you combined.
You're not. You're not.
100%.
I mean,
He got muted twice and he's still up on the live. Look at that.
Yeah,
think of the
he is.
corgi.
I'm proving this before I leave. I'm not going to debate you.
He's a liar.
I already muted you, so I thought you weren't going to debate me.
You can't handle me.
Oh yeah, that's why you're not running away after you literally said you
smart,
would.
I'm
For
smart,
stat
I'm
mustache.
smarter than both of you combined.
Try it. Okay, how many continents are there?
7.
What are they?
You want me to name the 7 continents? Was this second grade?
Name them.
North America, fucking Asia, Africa, South America, Antarctica, Europe, Australia. What did I miss? Australia, Europe, Antarctica, South America, North America, Africa, Asia. That's 7. Dipshit. You can't even count, you fucking idiot.
How many languages do you speak, James?
How many languages do I speak?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking like 1. I can speak Spanish. I'm not fluent.
One. Okay, you speak one language. Okay.
Are you trying to determine smarts based off what?
No, I'm just trying to gauge your level of intelligence, not only by the sense of being able to acquire knowledge, but actually be able to convey knowledge, to actually retain new things, right? I mean, being able to learn language is not only a skill and a talent, but something that is a indicator of you actually being more worldly and having, more knowledge. You said you're smarter than both of us combined. I kind of, I already doubted that when you said it. But
Hey, James, what's 12 squared?
Well, 144.
Oh, dude, he did his timetables. Woof. I'm scared. Oh, how many branches of government are there?
3.
What are they?
Legislative, executive, judicial.
Oh, can you name me 3 Trump economic policies he influenced to get passed that are good?
3 Trump economic policies. Not everyone knows the policies. I can name you like 2.
You can't name me 3 Trump economic policies that you like?
Sure. You want to name 3 Trump economic policies? Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is one of them. That was a pretty good one. There was his.
It wasn't, but keep going.
Deregulation policy and his.
Which one? Which deregulation policy?
The one that repealed for like the scaled back, Obama era regulations.
Which ones?
What policy?
Called for environmental protection.
Which environmental protections?
He implemented the 2-for-1 rule. Fuck nut.
So that's not an environmental regulation. You're referencing 2-for-1 rule. That specifically one doesn't. That's not an economic policy, right? Two as it relates to this. Two as it relates to this. In terms of the deregulation, that's not because it's not a specific policy, by the way. And then 2 as it relates to this. That's not indicating that like getting rid of a regulation is actually a good thing to get rid of. You could try again though.
Trade and tariff policy is 3rd. That's 2.
Well,
that's
give 3. Me what specific tariff?
You want a specific tariff?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Do you agree with every tariff that he's implemented? What tariff's implemented right now that you agree with? What percentage? What do you agree with?
Chinese goods.
You said what?
Chinese goods.
Appreciate the articles. Thank you. What percentage?
I don't know the percentage.
Okay. So you don't even know what percent tariff you support on China?
Was it like... It was pretty low, wasn't it?
He doesn't even know.
I used to know. I don't know off the top of my head. Dude, I have a fucking life. Like, this is like...
No, you don't.
Politics
dude, you have no life. You have no life.
You sit on live all day. I have no life.
Yeah, that's my life. That's a life right there. You just explained a life.
That's not a life. You don't go...
That is a life.
If you come up on a live and actually try to debate a position, because that's what you're doing, you should actually have enough ammo to debate said position, no matter what no matter the way the position turns. Whew.
Yeah. Also, James, like I just want to let you know, like you say I have no life, but then you waited in my guest box to come talk to me.
Yeah, I rated guest box on a Thursday afternoon.
Yeah. You spent time in my live. I wasn't spending time in your live. I wasn't spending time looking at you. I wasn't even thinking about you. I didn't know you existed, James. But now you exist to me because I let you up on my live stream to be able to speak in front of 8,000 people, 8,600 people.
I'm recovering from surgery. I can't do anything else.
Well, you should have time to actually learn this information. You said you had a life, but if you're recovering from surgery and you can't do anything else, then you should actually be prepared to, have an actual debate. So you should know these things.
Parker, what's your job?
This is a job.
This is not a job.
You don't think being in front of 8,600 people right now, debating people, is a job?
Content creation is a job. This isn't content creation.
How is this not content? Is this not content?
Bro has no idea how content creation works at all. Hold on, James. James, who should we listen to about content creation? Should we listen to James with his 199 followers, or Parker with his millions of followers? Who do you think has more perspective on quote unquote content creation?
You listen to a working student. That's me.
Why?
Wait, I developed my platform while in school.
Wow.
Did you know that? I was doing this for years while I was in school.
You didn't go to any party, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So you're just stuck inside.
Yeah, because I just genuinely didn't care to do that. I would rather do this.
You're invited.
Well, I don't care. I never.
He was more focused on his job.
I will
than
actively
partying.
100% admit the college I went to, I didn't get like any friends at that college. I didn't make friends with like practically anyone. Only people like who were acquaintances at school.
Yeah, but James, he was focused on his, job, and that's why he has millions of followers, and you only have 199. But for some reason, you're trying to tell him how to actually do his job and create content. It's wild, bro. Maybe you should focus on your job.
Yeah, like I developed friends in areas of my life specifically where like I'm like incredibly interested in like the things that we're talking about, and I've developed incredibly good friends by doing so. Right?
Okay, misinformation and lies.
Yeah, so that's my life. You don't understand that this is also a context of life, right? And obviously this life is important to you. That's why you joined up on my life, and I'm not, taking a look into what your life is like.
Now, America's important to you.
No, it's not, because you voted for Donald Trump. There's no way America's important to you, because Donald Trump literally is doing things that attacks not only Americans, citizens, the Constitution, literally destroying the foundation of our entire existence. So there's no way America could be important to you if you voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah, you guys just
doesn't make sense.
Roaming this country, and you just want our country to go to shit.
How?
How so?
How?
What do you mean how? You want an open border? You don't want any security.
We never advocated for an open border. Who
said that?
Not an open border, but you don't care about the illegal immigrants. You don't care
If
about
someone's in the if someone's in the country who is undocumented, who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime, what's the reason to deport them? If they have committed a violent crime or bad crime, we agree with deportation insofar as that they're going to be put in a prison in another country.
Why do you keep interrupting me?
Because
James,
what you say is of literally no value.
James, have you ever moved?
Have I ever moved?
Yes.
No.
So you've lived in the same place your entire life?
I moved to go to school. Like I go home though.
Okay. How far away do you go to school versus home?
It's far.
What's far? How many miles?
It's far. Just know it's far.
Okay. Can you
out of state? How about that?
That still doesn't make. Is it 100 miles? 200 miles?
Yes.
What? Okay. Cool. Let's say 200 miles. I'll be generous. Perfect. So you're saying it's far. It's far, 200 miles. Think about the actual trip that it takes you to go from home to college, those 200 miles, right? Yep. James, if someone is willing to travel hundreds or thousands of miles, why shouldn't we welcome them into the country? It is statistically proven that most people, not only do they never move out of the state that they live in, they don't even move out of the city that they live in. And me, personally, someone who moved from one coast to the other coast, I drove 3,000 miles to start a new life. And I had a place to live and a job already set up. And it was still a massive thing. It was a life-shifting event that I went through to actually travel 3,000 miles within this country. It was a major deal. Now, think about the people that are traveling across other countries, literally dealing with life or death situations and trying to get to another country to actually have a better life just to survive. Why wouldn't we let those people into our country? That doesn't make sense.
Not everyone is trying to do that.
How do you know, James?
How do you know?
I didn't make the statement. You made the definitive statement that not everyone's trying to do that.
Okay, I'll give you August of 2023. Why was there a herd of undocumented immigrants dropped off at the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City?
Because they were shipped from the two different states that were actually able to receive legal asylum seekers. Florida and Texas governors were shipping immigrants to other quote unquote blue states. So if you want to talk about that, that's human trafficking. Both Ron DeSantis and Greg Abbott were shipping immigrants to other states, telling them that they were going to actually go to have a better life. And then at the same time, while shipping them to other states, keeping the federal money that they receive for those immigrants.
And James, why do you refer to a group of people as a herd? What the fuck?
just like a group of people. I mean, I didn't mean it that way. You're such a snowflake. Like
you're such a snowflake. No, you just called a group of people a word you use to refer to like a flock of sheep.
Dude, you are actually a fucking snowflake. Like you are. I think like even the liberals in the chat know that I didn't even mean it that way. But like, okay, whatever you say.
I don't know. I just think it's weird that you said that.
Wait, so what's it? Santana. You're acknowledging that happened?
Yes.
So
yes.
You really?
Yes.
Okay, so
do you acknowledge why it happened? Did you listen to what I said?
You can't just drop off illegal immigrants at a hotel.
They're quote unquote, first and foremost, it's undocumented, and they were not undocumented. You didn't even listen to what I said.
Yes, I did.
What did I say?
It's propaganda bullshit that you're.
No. It's actually proven.
You're blaming.
What
it on
did I say?
Ron DeSantis and shit, saying you're trying to ship them to blue states. Like
Ron DeSantis and Greg Abbott both sent legal immigrants to other states like New York and Chicago, while not only shipping them to those states, keeping the federal money that they receive for those immigrants because they were here legally.
Yeah, legal immigrants, dude. Are you okay with legal immigration?
They were not legal. Though.
Are you
They
okay?
were.
Yes, they are. Are you okay with legal immigration?
Okay, let me make a point.
Are you okay with legal immigration?
No fucking shit, Parker.
Okay, well then you must be okay
can't
with
be.
this. Brittany, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Jessica with the $50 for your job because he's so mad right now. It's funny. Thank you so much, Jessica, for the $50. Chris, thank you for the $5 for your jobs. Thank you for your job. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Molly, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mary, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate
Brittany.
it. Hannah, thank you for the $1.
And Brittany, thank you for the 5. W Santana, W you.
What's the point?
No. I gotta thank more people. Give me 1 second. One more second. I gotta do my job real quick. Give me 1 second. Collins, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Parker.
I appreciate it. Kyle, thank you for the $7 Canadian. Kyle, thank you for the $7 Canadian again. Thank you so much. Najia, thank you for the $2. I should be on live for another hour and 15 minutes or so. At least, maybe even longer. Maybe I get till 4 o'clock. We'll see. I might get off a little bit when I hit 6 hours. Hex, thank you for the $5. Thank you. All right, go for it.
Every year I go to New York City. Okay, every year. I went in August of 2023 when Joe Biden was in office, and it was an absolute shit show. Every year we go see a show on Broadway, and we just hang out, and it's a great time. And New York is an absolute shit show. We went the following year, recently. 2 years later, we skipped the year, and it was a much safer place with Donald Trump in office.
How can you quantify that? Or is this a cool story? Because it sounds like a cool story.
It is a cool story.
Yeah, exactly. So how can you quantify what you're saying?
Okay, your chat's fucking stupid.
No. Focus on me right now. How can you quantify what you're saying instead of it just being a cool story, bro?
I can tell you that New York was a safer place.
Sure. How can you quantify that? Give me some actual statistical way of verifying what you're saying is true.
There is less crime going on.
Sure. Where can I find that actual information?
There's less. I didn't document.
Okay, so it's a cool story.
I have a life.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have any sources for anything that I say because I have a life. Me having a life means that I don't have any evidence for anything that I have to say.
What are you gonna do when TikTok goes away?
Oh, and the pivot.
I have 2,000 people on YouTube right now.
So okay, and you think in 30 years' time you're gonna be doing this? Like you gotta work for like at least until you grow old, right? How are you gonna make money in 30 years?
I'll still be doing this.
You're gonna even that's not true.
Well, okay. I don't know. I might not be doing this, but I do have a degree in economics. I just want to let you know. It's not like
it's
not like I won't be able to like do anything. I have a degree, but like again, I will be doing this as long as I can. Like genuinely, like I genuinely love this.
You do understand the visibility and the platform that Parker has grown allows him to actually parlay success into multiple different avenues. Literally, James, he has a brighter future than you right now, bud. It's weird that you're up here pocket watching and also talking about how he should be doing things when literally he's successful at his job. It's weird.
I can tell you right now, he does not have a brighter future. You have no idea. You don't even know who you're talking.
Sure, James.
We don't know who we're talking to, James. Who are we talking to, James?
You're a middle-aged man trying to tell a 20-year-old he doesn't have a bright future, bro. Get a life.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. You're older than Parker. What do you do?
I am.
Wait, James, you're 20 years old. What do you have that indicates you have a bright future?
I mean, I think that I do.
Yeah,
You just think it. He just thinks it,
bro. You have
Well, bro,
no
what do you want me to
actual
say?
statistical
You want me to be like,
data,
I
any
got
evidence.
this, like I do this, I do that.
W's
Yeah,
in the chat for
dude.
Georgia.
Yeah, wait. I'm 23 years old. I'm only 3 years older than you, dude.
Okay, dude. Great, dude.
W's in the chat for Georgia. Thank you for the $2.
Alice,
Bro
thank you so
goes
much for
to
the
Times
subscription.
Square
We have
twice a
a
year and
degree in
thinks he
economics.
knows NYC. He absolutely does.
What
Doctor, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
What'd you say about NYC?
I don't know why I did that.
I was thinking a donator.
No, what'd they say about me and NYC?
You missed it, bud.
Oh, they said that you talked about August 2023 and then skipped it 2025 because you didn't go to talk about 2024. Manuel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 for the bright future. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, bro. Y'all are fucking stupid. Bro.
Oh, are you mad? You're gonna run away now, you beta?
They just call me a beta?
Absolutely
Yeah, you're beta,
is.
bro.
Are you serious?
He's so emotional.
You call me a beta?
He's
Yeah, I
so
did.
sensitive.
That is. Don't ever say that again.
Words hurt.
Yeah, you're
Now
a
I know
little bit
why
of a
you're
beta, huh?
party
Did that hurt your feelings? Did that hurt your feelings?
No, it's just cringe. Now I know
John,
why
thank you for the
you're party
$15 for
fathers.
having a job. Thank you
You're
so
a
much.
beta? You call people beta in college?
Yeah, you're such a snowflake.
You get swirly whirlies or what?
No, I only called you a beta because you probably use that terminology. That's like actually genuinely the only reason. I wouldn't like genuinely say that in an unironic sense.
I would, James. You're a
No,
beta.
you definitely you and your fucking buddies are probably
You're
joking around.
actually you
Playing for the
are
betas.
you are actually a beta.
You're actually beta, bro. How does that make you feel?
A beta? How does that make me feel? I haven't heard the word beta in a long
Sarah,
time.
thank you for the $10 for the snowflake fund. Thank you so much, Sarah, for the $10 for the
I
snowflake
think I'm
fund.
living in 2012, but
I
you know.
hear you.
Cryptic, thank you
Yep.
so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yo, how
Debbie's
old
in
are
the
you?
chat.
Dude,
for,
how old were you in
Clarice. Thank
2012? What do you
for
mean? You're
the,
like 8.
The $5
Well,
donation. Here's to us
figure-
middle-aged folks. I know that's right. I appreciate you.
How old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
38.
You're 38 and you're trying to fucking insult a 20-year-old.
Okay. What does age have to do with your incompetence?
Why are you trying to
I
tell
mean,
a
if you're not
20-year-old?
good at this, you're not good at this. What does that have to do with your age?
I just spoke to you on all your gotchas. I'm smarter than both of you.
How?
You can stop
What did you
asking them?
speak to? Your anecdotal evidence? Your
My
trust me,
anecdotal
bro.
evidence?
You didn't give me anything. You haven't done anything. You've been up here wham,
Oh, am I
and
being
you haven't
microaggressive?
actually substantiated
Am I being
anything that you
microaggressive to
said.
you guys?
I don't have time because I have a life, yet I'm not doing anything because I just finished having surgery. I have a bright future, but I don't know why. What are we doing?
What do you want me to tell you? Like what do you want me
Anything
to say?
factual. Say
Yeah.
something smart, James.
You're so egotistical, but you have nothing to show for it. Like
Nothing.
literally, bro.
Bro,
Like
because there's fucking 5.8 thousand people in here. I'm not going to dox myself.
5.8 thousand plus another 2.2 thousand on YouTube.
I mean, what does the
okay.
people in here have to do with you saying something smart? Say something smart, James.
Parker asked me the continents. He asked me the branches of government. He asked me.
No. Say something
Those are the
smart.
most basic things ever. You couldn't mention 3 Trump economic policies.
then ask me
Exactly.
more
You're
questions.
parroting
I'm smarter
information.
than
Say
you. You know
something
that.
smart, James.
Parker, you know them as smarter than I don't even know who you are, bro.
Yeah,
you know them
exactly.
smarter than you?
Say something smart, James.
Everything I'm saying is smart.
Okay, cool.
You don't say anything smart. You fucking spread proper propaganda. And you think-
What propaganda? Push the gold medal.
Everything you spread is propaganda.
Like what? Be specific.
Oh. Okay, I got you. I'll add to that. You're smart.
Don't be micro. I don't want to be microaggressive towards you guys. Just
You
saying.
don't even know what microaggression
You don't even
is.
know- yeah, you don't even know what that
You're,
means.
you're trying to use it in a facetious way, but you're still not good at. You're not good at any of this. You're not good at debating. You're not good at answering questions. Howdy, partner. You're not even good at your microaggressions, trying to explain microaggressions. You're not good at any of this, James. What are you good at except being a? I'm not gonna say it.
Hey James, can you spell economy?
Bro, shut the fuck up.
No,
bro,
spell,
you're sitting in a
spell
fucking
economy.
corner,
Spell
you're
economy.
driving a red hat, you're
I'm
35
I'm
years
serious.
old, you're
Can you spell
38.
economy?
Definition of a disappointment, bro.
I'm
Hold
38.
on. Spell economy.
38. ECONOMY. Dude, I'm smarter than you think, dude. I don't think you understand. I'm not gonna dox myself.
Dude. Okay, no. Give us. What's good reason to believe you're so smart, man?
What? You don't know me, so how would I prove that to you? I go to a pretty-
exactly. You can't prove it because you're an idiot.
Literally.
Sarah, thank you for the $30 for this is what I make an hour. You def have a job. Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate the $30. Thank you, John, with the $20. Thank you so much, John. I appreciate it. And Amber with the $10. Thank you so much, Amber. I really appreciate it. Thank you for James' delusions of intelligence and your bright future. Thank you. And then John with the $20 to help spread propaganda. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all the support, everyone, for helping me spread propaganda. Seriously, every single day, everyone.
You're
who
hanging out with
supports in the
38-year-old
Venmo, Cash App,
guys.
PayPal
You
link
really
tree
have
in the
right
bio,
now.
as well as the description of the YouTube, and also over YouTube Super Chat. Helps me every single day come on this live and spread propaganda and misinformation and misinform
W's in the
everyone,
chat.
and lead to a worse society, and make everything a worse place. It really just makes everything horrible. And like I just want to say I appreciate you so much.
It tracks for who don't have anything else. So say your hateful stuff.
No, I'm trying to explain to you about your.
No, you said there was something that you wanted to say to us, but we would actually get offended or like. So say what you're gonna say.
Yeah, I said there's stuff that I almost say, but I stopped myself because it's like stuff that you would say when you shoot the shit. It's not offensive, but you guys would take it offensive.
The fact that you can't say it online obviously speaks to it is offensive, because if it wasn't offensive, you would not be ashamed of what you would quote unquote say shooting the shit. No one cares about your locker room talk. Donald Trump had quote unquote locker room talk, and that explains why you actually voted for him, because birds of a feather.
Yeah, birds of a
Alyssa,
feather.
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for the appreciate it. And Sid with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Sid for the DNC payment to keep the allegations alive? Thank you so much, Sid, for the $50 from the DNC. Thank you. Brittany, thank you for the $5 for the Employee of the Month. Thank you.
Parker. Brittany just sent me $5 for Employee of the Month, so I'm coming for your title.
Oh,
W's in the chat for Brittany. Also, W's in the chat for Dylan, who sent $5. Just to call him a beta again, he's absolutely a beta. W's in the chat for Adissa, I think it's pronounced. The guess. Oh wait, hey, thank you for the $5. Did you promise some type of audio? You were supposed to be playing. What audio was he supposed to be playing?
Kilmar Abrego Garcia's wife begged judge for protection order, chilling audio.
No, you said that you had audio of him actually. No, you said you had audio of him assaulting his wife and kid. That's what you literally said.
I said I have audio proving it.
No, you said you had audio of him assaulting his wife and kids.
Yeah,
that's what you said.
I have audio proving it. Go back.
No, you didn't. No, you did not. You said you had audio. You had audio of him assaulting his wife and kids. That's what you said.
You're getting cooked.
Najia, think of the $5 for supporting the radical propaganda. No, we're not.
He's muting me. He can't debate. Here we go, everybody. This guy Parker, he always mutes. Charlie.
Caitlin, thank you so much for the 5 Canadian. Thank you.
Weird.
You're getting cooked. I have it right here. Do you want me to play it?
How?
Go for it.
Wait, you do understand that we can? Okay, I'm gonna run this conversation back. You go ahead and listen to that. I'm gonna play this back on YouTube. We can hear what you actually said, Slapnuts.
Okay, Slapnuts. Hold on, it's a little intro.
Okay, get to the point where the intro's done, and then I'll unmute you. All right, if you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everybody. We're at 2,000 right now. I'd really appreciate if we get to 2,000, everybody. Or at least let's try to get to 1,500. As well as if you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes, everybody. We're at 1.6 million.
So cooked. All right, ready?
Trying to get to the door basement to try to open the door, and then he pushed me. So I saw a neighbor walking his dog, and I opened the door and I was like, help. And then when he heard me, he grabbed me from my hair and then he slapped me. Even on Wednesday, he hit me around 3 in the morning. He would just wake up and hit me. Before I went to my daughter's birthday party, he slapped me 3 times. And then last week I did call the police. My sister called the police because he hit me in front of my sister.
Yeah, is this her referencing Kilmar Abrego Garcia? I don't think that's.
Yes, it is. Wife of alleged MS-13 gang member, which we didn't even get into that. Kilmar Abrego Garcia once pleaded with a Maryland judge for protection from her husband, citing multiple examples.
Wait, tell me the title. Tell me the title. I'll look at it because I have yet to see this before.
TikTok. It's on. You haven't seen it?
No. I've yet to see any evidence of her specifically claiming that, or a video of her claiming this, because actually from what I saw, she said that this didn't happen, and she said that actually what she was referencing, right, particularly within things that people were trying to get this from, was originally about her ex. Right?
Yeah, so you're defending this.
What? No, I'm just.
The New York Post lying? Okay, go on TikTok.
No, tell me the title. Tell me the title. I just want to find it.
What? It's kind of a long title. The wife of alleged MS-13 gang member, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. It's the fucking description. There's no title because of TikTok video. From her husband, citing multiple examples of domestic abuse, according to an unearthed audio recording.
Wait, it says I have the wife of an alleged gang member, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. What's after that?
Once pleaded with a Maryland judge for protection from her husband, citing multiple examples of domestic abuse, according to an unearthed audio recording. New York Post.
This is about Kilmar Abrego Garcia?
Yeah.
Do you want to bet?
I have the video right here.
No, do you want to bet that this particular claim?
I'll bet you bragging rights.
That's not a bet.
Why would I bet on politics? I don't ever bet on politics. I have the dude Parker. I have the video right here. I don't bet.
Again, okay. So, she has repeatedly defended her husband's innocence. That's what she said. Wait, this is literally what the article indicates.
You won't pull up my video.
Wait. I don't know what video you're referencing.
I just played it for you, numbnuts. You're so lost. You're so cooked.
I know what's going on in the conversation. Now, do you think the description? I know that you're referencing like a TikTok video from what is it? The Daily Mail.
New York Post.
New York Post. Okay, New York Post.
I started the Daily Mail.
New York Post is right wing. Also, that's also. I'd love to see. We'd have to know the context. Is she referencing Abrego Garcia?
Yes.
Well, then I'd have to see the video. Where's the video?
It's in court. I just played it for you, Parker.
Wait, where?
Do you not just hear the audio that I played for you?
She didn't say Abrego Garcia.
It's about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Are you trying? Who else would it be about?
Okay. Well, again, it could be about our ex.
Does she have an ex?
Yes.
It's not about her.
Yes. Wait.
Why
How do you know?
Because why would she be talking about her ex in court after Kilmar Abrego Garcia was deported? Wait, you're defending this.
Wait.
You're defending
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't defend that. I would absolutely condemn it if it's true. I'm just telling you, it is the case that I'm referencing things that she said herself that were indicated about her ex, because what you're giving is false information about that.
No, it's
in
not.
order to say that it's justified. Also, even if this is true, this doesn't change whether or not constitutionally that everyone in the country has due process rights. Right? So again, there would still be due process in like determining any guilt. That doesn't I don't see why you're making this argument at all. Because one, it doesn't even get you to like the point of like that they shouldn't deserve due process. And two, I'm pretty sure it's not even about him and it's about her ex.
You're pretty sure?
Yes,
but I'm the one.
I mean, the article that I'm looking at right now, the second, it literally says that she's repeatedly defended his innocence. That's the same thing that I've seen.
But a lot of times, wives do that when they're in a toxic relationship. A lot. It's a pattern of domestic abuse.
Now, do you think the description? Okay, I have a question. You care about you care about abuse victims, right?
Oh, you're gonna pivot? But okay, we can pivot. Just confirm or deny. Is that not a pattern of domestic abuse?
Again, if it is the case that these particular
you ever seen the movie It Ends With Us?
If it is the case that these particular things are true, then obviously that would be obviously bad. We would obviously acknowledge this. I'm just telling you based upon the information that she's expressed to the media. So that's all I'm referencing. Secondly, you're not addressing anything I'm saying. Can I ask you a specific question related to this? It's related, 100% related.
I'm not after this. I got a life. I got to go after this. But go ahead.
Okay. Do you care about abuse victims?
Obviously.
Do you believe them based upon an accusation?
Based upon an accusation?
Yeah.
I need to know more about the situation.
Okay. Did you require that for this case?
Yes.
So then, what did you find?
He's allegedly an MS-13 gang member based on his tattoos. He's been
again. That's all been proven wrong.
He's been arrested before. Okay, what are you trying to say? What's your point?
All these things are made up. You said I asked you for what is good evidence to believe this, and you gave me another allegation. So So are allegations enough reason for you to believe it?
Like I said, every case is different.
Are allegations enough reason for you to believe it?
Sometimes.
Why sometimes are they, but not others?
Because every case is different. I just said that.
I think of the $5 caller. She said multiple times her ex was physically abusive. The audio was about her ex. That's what they said.
That's bullshit. You guys are defending wife beating.
Right here. Hold on. Park. Can I have a second?
Absolutely.
All right. Hey, you remember this, Slap Nuts?
Slap Nuts? It happened. We're not saying it did happen. We don't know what happened. It's a claim. If you want to talk about defending people like that, you're the one. You guys are all the ones up in arms because Kilmar Garcia wouldn't come back when there's audio of him beating his wife and his kids.
Wait.
You want to talk about defending people like that? You're the one. You guys are all the ones up in arms because Kilmar Garcia wouldn't come back when there's audio of him beating his wife and his kids.
Hey, James, didn't you say that you did not say that it was audio of
I was
him
implying
assaulting? No. You said specifically there was audio of him assaulting his wife and kids, and then you played audio of the quote unquote testimony of the wife. And then I told you that that's not the audio that you said that you had. And you said, oh,
Really
I didn't say that. And I said, I can go back and look it up. And he's like, oh, no, I can't look it up. Listen, you're wrong. Also, W's in the chat for Rev, who sent $100 donation because you're cooking, James. Thanks for all that you do. Absolutely don't. Thank you so much for the $100 for cooking, James. James, you're cooked.
And Mitchell, thank you so much for the $50 for the employee of the month and for fighting against willful ignorance. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mitchell. I really appreciate that. Brittany, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Christopher, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Claire, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. By the way, you voted for a sexual abuser, held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, forcefully penetrating her against her will, and you're going to sit up here on this live and act like you care about abuse victims?
The difference between me and you is if there was actual video or audio evidence of that,
wait. We went through that. That doesn't exist.
Was muted midpoint, I would not support him anymore. But the thing is, you wouldn't do that with Kilmar Garcia after I played you that audio.
Wait, because it was in reference to a different person, not him.
No, it wasn't, you fucking idiot.
Yes,
you don't
it
know
was.
that.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
You don't know that.
Yes, it was. That's what she indicated.
Where did she indicate that?
Okay.
You don't even know.
Wait, where did she indicate?
Know where she indicated that?
Yeah, I just read off an MSN.
Honestly,
I just read off an MSN article specifically that indicated that she specifically said that. I just told you, and I don't give a shit if you think that you expected more. You're an absolute idiot, James.
You're a fucking you're a moron.
James, you are an idiot. You haven't given me anything on this live stream to demonstrate anything. What you've said has been absolute lies. You lied. We just fucking with receipts. Santana just proved you wrong, right? Showed that you did say that when you said that you didn't fucking say it, right? The original claims that you made at all don't even justify this treatment in general because constitutionally protected. It is the case that everyone in the jurisdiction of the country under the 14th Amendment, according to Article 1 of the 14th Amendment, it is the case
live without a mute button.
I'm explaining it to you and you're not listening.
Okay, how about...
We prove that you lied with receipts. And then also I'm explaining to you in the 14th Amendment, the first article indicates that everyone in the jurisdiction of the country gets equal protection of the law, which as described prior indicates due process. So everyone in the country, regardless of whether or not they've committed a crime, deserves due process. Regardless of whether or not they're a citizen, deserves due process. That is literally the basis of the rule of law.
Dude, I'm going to be honest with you. You can't live without a mute button. It's kind of sad.
Because you can't live without saying false information that's acting incredibly insufferable and interrupting constantly.
I was watching your live for about 5 minutes, 10 minutes before I got on here, and I was like, I heard about this TikTok thing about you
watched it longer. You're not good at this.
Bro, you would not stand the chance against Charlie Kirk.
You should have sat around and watched it more.
I debated Charlie Kirk on Jubilee and I destroyed him. Yeah.
No fucking way.
Yeah, it has the 29 million views.
You wouldn't understand. You can't even beat me in a debate.
You got fucking destroyed. You're an idiot.
He just got massacred.
On what point? Name what point?
Every single point. I just
name one specific point.
First of all, you didn't even know about that audio. You're trying to deny it. You're defending.
Wait. What specific point?
Liberal propaganda.
What specific point were you referencing? And again, whether or not the audio is true doesn't change whether or not Kilmar Brego Garcia gets due process.
And you're just a fucking idiot.
What? What did I say that was wrong?
You just don't understand facts. I've been playing you audios.
What did I say that was wrong?
On gotchas with your fucking mortgage fucking dilemma.
What did I say that was wrong?
Everything you say is wrong. You're
Name one thing.
Garcia, he's a wife beater. You're saying it was about her ex. Where does it say? Where does she indicate that? Hold on.
I told you, fucking in the MSN article. Do you want me to give you the title?
What's the title?
I got you. I literally X'd out of it because I fucking already was on it.
W's in the chat for Brittany for the 5. Thank you for the 5. Slap nuts is floundering. He is. W's in the chat for Udressa is how you pronounce it. Exactly. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. You're absolutely amazing.
Like you're like not smart. I'm gonna be honest.
And they said that you're an insufferable.
You saying that over and over again isn't actually evidence of that being true.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is it not evidence of that being true?
They called you an insufferable tool. Also, W's in the chat for Lorraine. Thank you so much for the $1 donation. Not him saying shooting the racist shit out loud. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you just assume that because you're a snowflake.
I
Get a
hear you,
life. How
bud.
about that? You need to get a life. Stop being such a victim.
hear
Victim
you, bud.
mentality. You have a victim mentality.
You know what's funny? You can try as hard as you try as hard as you can. You can't incite me. I'm the gingerbread man. No one cares about your dog whistles. You can't upset me because you're the snowflake.
Okay.
You're a victim mentality. You
I
automatically
hear you,
thought I
bud.
was going to.
Hey,
I
James,
hear
James. I understand that you think that you have to be smarter than everyone. You have to announce that out. I get that. Again, nothing I said that was wrong, right? Even if it's true, right? Any of these claims are true. That doesn't change whether or not they get due process. In the same way that I believe that Donald Trump deserves due process and did get due process and was proven an abuser, a sexual abuser of E. Jean Carroll, right? And that you should accept that. In the same way, if there's court proceedings otherwise, I would accept that as well. I'm willing to accept that. But the issue is that when Donald Trump is held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, you're not willing to accept that. When Donald Trump goes and he brags in on Howard Stern's show about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, whereas an 18-year-old at the time that was 18, when Donald Trump would walk in the changing rooms without their consent, said there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old when Donald Trump would barge in without their consent. You have to be able to acknowledge these facts of reality in order for you to be able to actually acknowledge, right, what impacts abuse victims. And for you to sit there and act like, right, those things aren't real while simultaneously saying that you care about abuse victims is actually insanely ridiculous.
The fact that you know how I know you're a closed-minded piece of shit is that you can't even acknowledge like reality. Like even if it's okay if you don't agree with my political beliefs, you can't even acknowledge basic intelligence. Like you know that I'm an intelligent person.
I don't think you're an intelligent person. I think
Name
you.
one
I think
question
you are
you've
an
given me
example.
unrelated to politics that I got
you're
wrong.
an example of the Dunning-Kruger effect. You're incredibly egotistical with practically no understanding of these topics that we're talking about.
Yep.
I've got
he's the
in all of your
smartest person in the
unrelated
room, and
questions
he's
to
not.
politics. I've answered every single one correctly.
I asked you the most basic, simple fucking questions. I asked you how many branches of government there are. I asked you literally basic fucking questions. You couldn't answer to me how many. You couldn't answer 3 economic policies Donald Trump passed, and you're on a live arguing why you support Donald Trump.
I've been sitting up here arguing with you for 1 hour and 40 minutes over having a fucking conversation and proving you wrong, and you don't acknowledge it.
You've only been up here for 52
Yes, I have.
minutes.
You just don't think that.
You've been up here for 52 minutes, dude.
You just don't think that.
What did you prove wrong?
Yeah, seriously, nothing.
What?
You're
No,
just
be
so blind, you
specific.
can't
You've
see
been
it.
speaking. You've been speaking very general this entire time. Be specific. Name one specific thing that you actually prove wrong.
The fact that Kilmar Garcia is a wife beater that Parker's still denying.
Again, how do you actually?
I never
prove
denied anything. I just said that.
And
I just said that doesn't
said-
change whether or not he gets due process.
Yeah, and we said you said that you had audio of him actually assaulting his wife and kids, and that's the thing that we said that you did not have, and you still did not prove us wrong on that fact.
Okay,
that was the point.
I'm not testifying here. I don't need to say everything.
Well,
word for
you
word.
said that you said that you proved us wrong, and you didn't.
Yo, y'all are a bunch of losers. You guys need to get
Exactly. There we go.
Okay, he left. What he's not understanding is regardless the truth of the claims that he's referencing doesn't change whether or not they get due process. I was making the same claim. I believe it's true that Donald Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll, yet he still gets due process. That is just how things work. Like that's how the Constitution set up the law. Sid, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I know he is looking for validation that like I'm an idiot because he feels like it's not true. And that's why he keeps saying like that.
Darlene, thank you for the 2. Can you tell the guests to let you guys finish because you know we can't let a woman finish. And also, Kel, thank you for the $6.66 as an assault victim. That makes me sick. I understand. Happy Juneteenth. You're amazing. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Yehoshua, thank you so much. Appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. Christopher, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Ray, thank you for the $45 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ray. I really appreciate it. And then as well as Sophia, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Paige, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Alrighty. Let's get the next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you support Donald Trump. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I am 34.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Mostly, I mean, the easiest for me, there's so many reasons, but the easiest for me would be the LGBTQ thing in general.
What do you mean?
From what I understand, the Democrat side support men playing against women in sports.
Okay.
And the
So
Republican side doesn't.
Hey, let me explain. So, this wasn't even an issue talked about in the context of the election. Like, there was never a defined position on Kamala Harris's side. But regardless, right? It is the case that after multiple years of HRT, there aren't these unfair biological advantages that you'd be able to point to indicate that like people shouldn't be allowed to play. And I also don't think that you would say that even if it is the case that there's a trans woman specifically that is worse than the average cis woman, that you would allow them to play, right? Because it is the case that you don't give a shit about fairness.
No, I tremendously do give a shit about fairness. Actually, I'm a feminist, right? And the point that you just made, actually, there were many points. The first thing that you said about the drugs not being irreversible, actually, that's wrong.
I didn't even make a claim about that. I said after multiple years of HRT, it is the case that there aren't these unfair biological advantages that you can point to, right? For sports.
Also, you're a feminist. Cool.
Yes.
What's your favorite women's sport?
Favorite women's sport? Probably basketball.
Cool. Who's your favorite team?
I don't really watch sports in general that much, to be honest.
Okay, so what can you name 3 teams within the WNBA and 4 players?
No, not at all.
So wait, so if you don't actually support the sport, right?
Yeah.
Not just the quote unquote sport, but the women in said sport, how are you a feminist that's advocating for their cause? That doesn't make sense.
Do I have to be a follower of any kind of sport to be a feminist?
If you said that you specifically came up and your talking points was, quote unquote, men and women's sports, and you at very least should be supporting those sports so you can know where the quote unquote men are in those sports. Like, that doesn't make sense.
I don't know. I don't need to at all. I played sports a large part of my life.
Sure.
I watch a little bit of the men's sports because they've been all around the news and the TV and everything.
You're just
the
using
women's sports have been on in the last couple of years. They've been a little bit more, but just in general, I don't watch it.
Point. You don't mean what you're saying. You're disingenuous. You're using it as a hateful talking point.
No, I love women. I think women are super important to society as absolutely.
And that's why you voted for a
men.
rapist. That's why you voted for a rapist that bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking and walking to the changing rooms of girls and mischievous.
You didn't ask me if I supported
owns
that.
the place to inspect them without their consent. Well, you voted for him in despite of it.
So you didn't ask me if I supported that, and
I didn't have to. You voted for him in despite of it.
I don't need to agree with 100% of what somebody does to support them.
Oh, but like as a feminist, you're willing to vote for Donald Trump in despite of the fact that he raped a woman, in despite of the fact that he bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, along with the fact that he said he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, along with the fact that he bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking, along with the fact that
I definitely think that's all wrong, and I disagree with all that.
Yeah, okay, so then why do you vote for him in despite of that, even though you consider yourself a feminist?
Because electoral democracy is an imperfect system, and comparing the other options to me with all the other issues as well, not only that one, that was my choice.
Yeah, tell me what aspect of feminism that Donald Trump promoted.
Not letting men play against women in sports.
That's it? Is that the only thing you could say?
That's the main one for me, yeah.
Name one other thing.
That's it.
That's it. So it's not restricting women's rights to get access to abortion. It's not women dying because of the state's abortion laws. It's not women who are being assaulted in this country.
Yeah.
It's specifically like sports that you don't even watch, that you don't even care about.
How many unborn baby women have died due to abortions?
What? Women are adults.
Okay, what about girls? Unborn baby females.
I have no clue.
Me neither. A lot, right?
Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit about embryos?
I do. You don't.
I don't give a shit about non-sentient embryos.
I
care about sentient people who are pregnant.
So if you want to make this an abortion thing, we can make this an abortion thing. And sentient.
You brought it up. You brought it up, dude.
At what point do you become sentient?
24 weeks.
Okay, so I don't know. It's kind of a fine line, isn't it?
What do you mean?
I mean, well, first of all, I'm happy that you believe and that you admit that 20 to 24 weeks, if I divide that by 4, that's about 6 months. So between 6 and 9 months, which is before actually giving birth, probably after 6 months, it would be a problem. So I'm really happy that you admit that. But I mean, for me, there's the potential of a human being. And by the way, I am not religious. I don't believe in God. I'm not a follower of Jesus or any other religion. I'm actually not even an atheist. I'm more of an agnostic. I just don't think humans have really the ability to.
I'm an agnostic
atheist.
I'm an agnostic atheist.
That's cool. And I am happy that we agree on many things. But I don't think, and by the way, I wouldn't even make abortion illegal, but I definitely think we should have a conversation about having less abortion rather than more.
Sure, think about that all you'd like, right? If abortion shouldn't be illegal, then don't vote for the guy that undermines women's rights to get access to an abortion. That led to certain laws, specifically that led to Adriana Smith's body being harvested, right, of a fetus, specifically because her family was forced against, right, their will to keep her dead body on life support.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, that's because of Georgia law. Because Donald Trump put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. Those are the real outcomes of Donald Trump's abortion legislation.
Okay, so on the other side, they're promoting abortion, promoting promiscuity, promoting confusing children about their own gender and sex.
What, dude? Come on, dude. Okay, how is saying trans people exist confusing kids about their gender? I think saying that trans people don't exist is what confuses people about their gender.
That's not the problem. The problem is not saying that trans people exist. The problem is sending trans people to elementary schools.
What's wrong with sending trans people to elementary schools?
Is that not confusing for little kids to see men that look like women and the opposite?
Wait, are you talking about drag?
Yeah.
Okay,
you do understand.
Being drag and trans aren't the same thing.
For sure, but they definitely
doing drag, not being. You got me saying being drag. Jesus Christ, doing drag.
God, for you, what a problem! What a first world problem that is.
You're so disingenuous.
What? No shit. I just accidentally said something wrong.
No, I think you're mad because I'm making some valid points.
You're not making any points. You're up here lying and you're trying to use the actual lies to cover up your hateful thoughts. That's all this is. The reason why I haven't said anything is because you're disingenuous. You don't believe the stuff that you're really saying, and you're just a hateful person, and you're trying to use this as vindication for your hate. That's all.
No, that's your opinion, and I'm not insulting you. You're insulting me. So that says something.
You know what? Because you're a hateful person.
No, that's what you think. Maybe it hurts you, and that's why you want to insult me. I think that makes you feel better, but I don't think it does.
I just want to clarify one more time because I see some in the comment section. I did say that being trans and doing drag are not the same thing. That's exactly the point I was trying to make to this guy. Like, I don't understand how you don't get that. That, like, I just don't get your point. Like, and also, like, what's wrong with someone doing drag?
Sorry, does it confuse kids to support drag people in elementary schools?
No.
Wait,
that's delusional.
I have a question. My sisters, when I was a kid, they dressed me up to look like, what was it, Dorothy from what's the movie called? I forget. I'm from
The Wizard of Oz, probably.
Yeah, Wizard of Oz. Yeah. So, was that wrong?
I don't think. I mean, no, I don't think so.
Why?
Well, I mean, it's just kids playing together. They're pretty innocent. They don't really know what's going on. You kind of want to dress up.
Okay. So
I can't really point fingers and say that that's a huge. I can't blame anybody for, like, playing as kids. That's a different story.
Wait, isn't that technically me doing drag as a kid?
Well, it's a little different. It's a little less intentional, is it not?
Sure, but that doesn't change anything.
It does a lot, actually. An adult dressing in drag, first of all, I think there's an issue there with them mentally.
So you're okay with kids. So to clarify, you're okay with kids doing drag, but you're not okay with adults doing drag, just reading stories to children.
Were you doing drags when your sisters dressed you up as Dorothy?
Technically, yes.
Well, what do you mean technically? What do you have to specify technically? I don't think so. I think that's disingenuous.
Because
no, you were not doing drag.
Because you didn't think so prior. That's why I said technically.
No. That's not true. You were not doing drag. It's just some kids playing.
What is drag? What is drag? What is drag?
No, you know what it is.
What is drag?
It's very intentional, dressing as the other sex and whatever. Then stuff happens. You do a show, whatever it is. It could be different things. But
okay. So if there was some intention when I was a kid involved in that, right, and allowing for my sisters to do so in that sort of circumstance, then would it have been drag? And would it have been okay?
Do you have to know what the term drag means to do drag?
No.
Okay. So it's not that huge of an issue, I don't think. When kids do it kind of innocently, and I think at whatever age.
Yeah, and when adults do it innocently.
I don't think it's that big of a problem.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Are you Canadian?
I am.
So you don't even go here, bro.
I don't. I mean, I do go there.
No, you don't go here.
Do you vote in the U.S.?
I don't.
Get your own fascist. Get the fuck out.
Holy shit.
Why?
Go get your own fascist.
No wonder.
And Juna, thank you for the $2. Why did he just come up here and argue for so long when he doesn't even vote in the country?
Yeah. Wicked work. Wicked.
Diabolical, right there. That's diabolical.
Anna, thank you for the 5. Start giving them the citizenship test. They wouldn't pass. Absolutely. Amanda, thank you for the 3. As an SA victim who had to fight my ass off, not only to be believed, but to get justice. I truly thank you guys. Absolutely. You deserve justice, and so do so many other people. And also, Dominique W's in the chat for the $10 donation. Much love from Orangeburg, South Carolina. Hey, you're awesome. Thank you for the 10.
As well as Nicole, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as if you want to support Santana or I, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube. We probably have 1 or 2 debates maybe left today. I have 28 minutes or so left on the live. Gwyneth, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know I don't know. I think it's MAGA confusing children. I also think forcing like heteronormative ideas onto children is what confuses children.
Yeah.
Like I don't think it's trans people or gay people confusing children. I think it's forcing heteronormative values onto children. That you should be straight.
The wild part about all of that is like that at a younger age, their brains are still developing and they're able to actually take in more new information. So by introducing those different concepts at an earlier age, it allows them to not only understand it better, but to be more accepting. That makes no sense.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? The Real Bang, are you there? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you support Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person real quick. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you support Trump.
Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's get Parker to 2 million likes before he gets off. Tap, tap, tap.
And if you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I would really appreciate everyone. Seriously, liking the stream really helps send it out to more people, especially on YouTube. I would really appreciate that. I'd really, really appreciate that.
Also, guys, if you're not following this account, make sure you give this account a follow. This is my main account now, so if you don't mind, shoot me a follow, please and thank you.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Jerry?
Right now. So again, we are hearing that it is request.
Okay, Jerry's not here. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Again, make sure to like the stream on YouTube if you are here. I would really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Alexander, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Alexander. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? User, how old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 41.
Have I talked to you before?
Nope.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why do you support Trump?
Because he's the best president.
Okay. Why is he the best?
Because he doesn't deal with any bullshit like you Democrats are starting and shit.
I swear I've talked to you. I've talked to you before.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. You're trying to avoid conflict, bitch.
I've totally talked.
You're trying to avoid me. You're trying to avoid me.
Santana, have I talked to this guy with you in the live? I think you were
so.
in the live.
Like this guy's voice sounds familiar. Also, the fact that he doesn't have actually any information. Like
no, I have information for you guys. Why don't you guys go fill out a job application? How about that?
What's a job?
Go get a real job.
What's a job?
Well, apparently you guys don't know what a job is because you guys stay on a fucking computer all day.
Sure, go ahead and
we'll get a real job. Go work a 9 to 5.
Wait, so to clarify, you don't think anyone at 9 to 5 sits at a computer all day?
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Really?
If you have a 9 to 5 and you sit at a computer all day, type 3 in the comment section.
Is this?
You guys are just fucking lame as fuck. Just you guys want to support
super
me?
ableist. Watch your mouth.
Who you tell me to watch my mouth? Fuck you.
Listen, I know you don't understand ableism, but maybe you should actually, take a step back and listen to the words that I'm saying. What you just said was an ableist term. It's harmful, and please try not to use it.
It's harmful for you because you guys don't know how to go fill out a job application or get a job. What the fuck?
There we go. Stephanie, thank you for the 10. Your patience is Yeah, I try to be patient. Thank you, patient. Thank you so much for the $10 donation.
We have 25 more minutes left on the live, everyone. We got probably one more debate left here for today. If you want to support
Someone
Santana,
make it good.
Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as in the description of the YouTube.
Also, happy Juneteenth, guys. Make sure not only are you celebrating Juneteenth, find a black-owned business to support today. Make sure that you actually go out and support a black-owned business, not a big box chain, but someone smaller. I recommend buying some Black and Bold coffee. It's absolutely amazing. Or Uncle Nearest. That's good, too.
Keon, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty.
W's in the chat for Jaylene. Jaylene sent a $5 donation. Said, "What did the Canadian call himself? A quote unquote feminist, and then called himself promiscuous? WTF? Absolutely clocked it."
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yeah, actually crazy. I don't know what's going on. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 34.
Do you support Trump?
Free Palestine, fuck ICE, and fuck Trump.
Hey, based. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No.
Okay. So if you could go back in time, would you vote for him if you could? He left. Oh, okay. Oh, did he not know that he wouldn't have been able to stay on the
line? You were
line?
gonna kick him. Yeah. He thought you were gonna kick him.
All right. Well, that just tells me he's probably lying. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I think he's good for the country.
What's your birthday actually?
2004.
What month? What month?
May.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
I think he's gonna give us a lot of economic growth for the country.
How so?
He's got he's telling us he's gonna lower prices and everything. He's gonna lower house costs.
What's his plan to lower prices?
I'm not actually sure.
What's his plan to make the? Oh, he left. Hey, should we just end it on that?
Listen, real quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it. I'll get up another one anyway.
Cool. Guys, again, one last time. It is Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth to everyone. This is a celebration. The Juneteenth, the name comes from June the 19th. It marks the actual day that the last remaining slaves in Texas found out that they were free. It does not mark the day where slavery was actually over, because there were still bouts of slavery throughout Texas, including from mayors and U.S. Marshals. So guys, make sure that you take an opportunity to learn more about Juneteenth, and not only learn more about Juneteenth, support Black-owned businesses, local Black-owned business, and not POC, but Black-owned businesses. And also, guys, I posted a video on my page talking about Juneteenth, and I have a Juneteenth live this Sunday, Brunch with My Creator, 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. It will be a special Juneteenth panel with multiple Black creators where we talk about Juneteenth, the Black experience in America, and also Black excellence. So if you would like to come and check it out, please, 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 this Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. It's going to be amazing.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, everyone. We'll try to get one more debate up here for tonight.
Parker's so close to 2 million likes. Tap the screen. Like, he's right there.
Also, if you're on YouTube,
so close.
Like the stream if you're on YouTube. I think we're still just like 1.2 thousand. 1.3 thousand, I think. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
No, he's not.
Yes.
No,
I don't believe you.
Shadow, thank you for the dollar donation saying, I hope I live long enough to see you, Parker, or Dean run for office. Love you, brother, and thank you for fighting for me. Listen, maybe Parker and Dean, I have faith in the youth. I am not fit for public office. I cannot do it, but I will support both of their bids for office.
I don't know if I would run. I don't know if I don't know if I could do that mentally.
Yeah, I don't think I could either.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
18. What's your birth year?
2006, September 14.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
I don't have to say support Trump for numerous reasons, but I would like to start off with a question. I see Charlie Kirk dodging because he's really cowardly. Would you rather have your dad walk in on you fucking your dog, or your dog walk in on you fucking your...
You're weird, dude. It's interesting, like how they like hang on for so long to just come in and just be weird.
I know,
That's
like
wild.
what were you doing? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I just think that he was the best option for the country at the moment.
Okay. How so?
I would say mainly like the morale too of the country. Morale, economic. I don't know. I just felt like there was a lot of division, and I'm not saying like that Trump is the end all be all in terms of, that specifically, because he's not, but I just thought there may just need to be a different, page turn, just as it was for the 4 years.
Okay. So you said morale, like what in terms of morale?
I guess that's like tough to pinpoint because there were so many, but just like it seemed like, at least in my community, there was like a lack of faith in like growing up, or just like where the economy was going.
Okay, so like,
Like your ability, like for me, like looking to buy a home, it was like.
Okay, can you tell me any Trump policy that is planned for housing affordability?
Well, yeah, good question. I probably couldn't tell you that, but in terms of, I guess, hearsay, like what he says is probably different than also what policies go in place. But I thought that like just his, the talking about like, we want to, strive to impact the average American middle class. With my family being middle class, they've always said that that was just the best, that they've seen, the economy for them, in terms of wages.
So real median wages have gone up and went up through the entirety of the Biden-Harris administration, and actually real GDP has declined since Trump got in office by 0.3%, when it was increasing by several percentage points prior. Right, real GDP being GDP increase minus inflation.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of where I like stood, and like also like, one of the things that, and I'm kind of pivoting. I'm not like, ducking that, like what you're saying. You're probably right, and I'm not like an expert on or economist or whatever, But I would just like I said, it was just more so like, people were discouraged with Biden. Like they just felt like he wasn't there. He wasn't, really doing much. And, obviously we come to believe hear that he was sick. And I'm not saying that was just the case of, his presidency, but just like, Trump offers decisiveness. He offers like support, and he's strong, like in terms of, you may not believe everything he says or does.
I have a question. Is it strong to not defend Ukraine?
That's tough because like obviously I think it's bigger than like a US like presidency. Like I think like Ukraine is like something that like is about like NATO. Like obviously we want to have
Ukraine
control.
isn't in NATO.
Correct, but we want them to, or at least they want to join NATO, and we obviously don't want Russia to have Ukraine because then they're going to be closer to some of the NATO borders and things like that. Just kind of offers a strength point.
Right, but how do you determine strength? You're getting like kind of far away from it. How are you determining strength?
Well, like it's also like the statements that he makes, like especially with like what's going on now, like I do believe like, he's not like looking for war, but at the same time, like if something, I'm not saying like any other president wouldn't either, but like, he will absolutely like, be decisive and like, strike
I
back.
was just
in
about to
terms of-
say, do you call indecisiveness a indicator of strength? Because he is frequently indecisive in a lot of different things, not just his position of war, but like his overall position, like
policies.
period.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would agree with that, but like, it's also just the administration too. I like who's around him, Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth.
Him and Tulsi Gabbard are at odds right now. Did you hear the statement that Tulsi Gabbard put out?
I did not.
Yeah, she completely disagrees with his position as far as supporting Israel against Iran. And there's chatter that she's threatening that if he does actually initiate and drags the U.S. into it, then she's going to leave. So
I
he's not
didn't
listening
hear that.
to
No,
the people
that's
around him.
yeah, that's news to me. I did not hear that.
Also, he's also freezing out Tulsi Gabbard. Like even when they went to Camp David and started talking about this, she wasn't invited. So he's not even conferring with the head of national intelligence about national intelligence issues.
Yeah, I didn't know that she made those statements. I mean, obviously, like that isn't ideal, and I'm not saying like, obviously we're also 6 months into the term, but like I also do, think like in terms of at least where I am, like gas is going down, things like that. So I do think like, what's that?
It's not. It's gone up. And also, Donald Trump lied and said gas in Parker, you're gonna love this one. Gas in California was $1.78 a gallon. That's what Donald Trump said. Gas in California he said a couple of weeks ago, gas in California was $1.78 a gallon. Yeah.
Oh, it's never gonna be that low in California.
Yeah, that's like actually insane. There was actually right next to
I said that.
Right next to a rally, I saw it was at $8. I'm not trolling. I have a video on my phone of me being like, $8? Because I was like, I've never.
I will
seen
say where
that
I am,
high.
it's went down, and again, I don't know if that's local, state, whatever, but.
I'm sorry. Can I just say this real quick? I apologize to interrupt. Lauren, thank you for the 5. Lauren said, hey, Santana, as a white person in customer service, is it okay if I wish my black customers happy Juneteenth? I want to show my support, but not sure if it's my place, and I just want to be respectful. Thank you for all that you do. First and foremost, thank you for the $5. And yes, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine to wish black people a happy Juneteenth. It shows that not only are you being thoughtful, but you are actually recognizing the actual day that we take pride in. And like I even got my Juneteenth hoodie on. So yeah, no, perfectly fine. Definitely do so. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just saw.
No, you're okay. No, honestly, I want to piggyback on that because I'm white, but my dad is African American. So I do want to say happy Juneteenth.
Oh, thank you.
To
Happy
everyone.
Juneteenth to you as well. I mean, if your dad's
Yeah.
black, technically you're black. I mean, you might present white, but
people don't believe me, but I swear.
no. I mean, based on your phenotypical characteristics, you probably present white, but that doesn't negate your blackness. So happy Juneteenth to you as well.
Yeah, appreciate it. But I also do want to like carry on. And I'm not the best debater. It's not what I do for a living. I hire nurses. So, but anyway, I would say like, and this is, I guess, could be a question too for you guys, but, I've seen reports that, and this is more so on Joe Biden. So I guess, not really what you're looking for. Why is Trump the best? But, again, this is my opinion. I think he was a better option. And like, here's, one of the reasons why, there's reports that, Biden received money from China. And I don't know if it's through Hunter Biden, but there is reports of that. So that was one of the things like, I came from a military family, and I do think there is a plan that China has, and they want to take, Taiwan, things like that.
No, they have a 50-year plan. They've been very open about their 50-year plan.
Right. Which started when, do you know?
I'd have to go ahead back and take a look, but
I also have a theory with what's going on now.
I know that they're technically ahead of their plan.
Yeah. Well, this is what I think. Like, I'm not saying like discrediting that these wars or, what you want to call them, conflicts aren't happening. But I believe that.
By the way, everyone, thank you for the Dean raid. I know Dean's live was like lagging and crashing. I actually watched it start lagging, and then I watched people start flooding into my stream. It was kind of funny.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. Apparently, China has a 100-year plan, and their 100-year plan started in 1949.
Holy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's what's. I mean, they're definitely way ahead of that, though. But
Yeah, for sure.
I think, like, with what's going on, like all, the kind of, and this is why I'm like kind of against of like, the Ukraine conflict for us, like giving as much as we did.
I have a question. Do you support Donald Trump, starting the war with Iran?
So here's what I would say. I definitely like, well, number one, like he didn't start it, Israel did. And number two, I do like in his first term, they did have, talks about, Iran not having nuclear weapons. And that is one thing that I do agree on. Like, no matter what, left, right, you can agree on that because they literally chant death to America, death to Israel. They're a terrorist, proxy regime that pushes proxy terrorism to the Houthis, to, the surrounding.
Technically, Israel also does that because they funded Hamas.
No, Iran did.
So no, they also did. They funded Hamas against the PLO.
Okay, well, it leads me to like my bigger belief too, Parker. I believe in like there's a globalist and there's a bigger plan to all these proxies, is what I was saying. And
Wait,
that is.
I have a question. Do you support the U.S. being involved in Israel's war against Iran?
Only if they strike on our homeland or U.S. bases.
Okay, so given that they haven't, so no.
No, yeah, no. I like if they were to bomb like a U.S. base in Iraq, that would be a little different, but even if they went, to our homeland, that would be completely different because, there's a quote, and I may be, not saying this correctly, but from Winston Churchill, democracy is like, I think it's like it's sleeping until you awake it. And then, the giant or something, it's something along those lines. So like, I do know that if any, country and like, we are very divisive right now in terms of, LGBTQ, ICE, all this stuff. And like,
no, what's divisive is people like Donald Trump. It's not people.
I'm not saying they're the reason it's divisive. So I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that you can't deny that there isn't the most, divisiveness no matter what, regardless of what you believe in the country, rather than just being together and being one. And
because of Donald Trump.
No, I mean I don't think that, but like you could also say the same thing about Joe Biden, and we can all blame Trump, but like also the facts are out of the last 16 years, or I'm sorry, I think out of 18 years, 14 of those years were Democratic presidents. And how has your life gotten better? Like, that is my point. Like, and again, like, I'm not.
Yeah. Well, how about this? How about this? Gay marriage was legalized. We've increased access through the ACA, the Affordable Care Act. We had the largest investment in renewable energy ever. We had the largest investment in an infrastructure ever, right? Since Eisenhower. And I can keep going. Do you want me to keep going? There's a bunch of things. We got a shit ton.
I mean, but you can say these policies and these bills, but like generally, like I take a look at like your life. Like, has it generally gotten better over the years that you obviously can remember? And my answer is no. And I think most Americans feel the same way.
But like literally, the quality of life has taken steps backwards since Donald Trump has been back in office. I mean, he's repealed rights for people of the queer community. He's also knocked down DEIA practices, which incentivizes merit and equality. He's also rolled back segregation within government buildings. Like, I mean, he's literally targeted so many different marginalized communities, making life worse for everyone. And then trying to pass this quote unquote big, beautiful bill is going to affect people as far as stripping millions of Americans' health care away, and also stripping away millions away from people who need food assistance to be able to actually even eat. So like within this short amount of time that he's been in office, he's harmed the American public more than anything that you can say that any other, not only any other Democratic president, but any other president has done. Hell, I would say since George Bush Jr. getting us into like the Iraqi war, which now Donald Trump is possibly getting us into a war with our Iran, which, you know, like, what are we even doing?
Well, I mean, like, again, I'm not gonna like speak on policy because that's not, you know, obviously my expertise, and I wouldn't be able to debate you guys on that. You know, and I guess that kind of defeats my credibility. But I also, I also like I'm just telling you how I you know feel.
Yeah,
How
I mean, I
believe.
can respect that.
I'm just being honest, you know, and like I think it's healthy that, you know, what we need to do more, especially for younger Americans, is just be able to have a conversation. Whether you agree with me or I agree with you, doesn't matter. You know, the First Amendment matters because you're able to have these conversations. And, you know, I don't live in other countries, but I promise you, like, that, you know, other countries, you know, especially obviously, you know, China, but like you won't be able to, you know, North Korea, there's instances where you can't speak on any side.
Yeah, I think that, like, especially you being a young man and coming in and not only having the courage to get up in front of thousands of people to say what you're saying, but hopefully you're actually taking some of this information in and being receptive. Because, I mean, if you are and you're up here in good faith and being genuine, then if I feel like the more that you have these types of conversations, but also two, the more that you actually look into it, I think your actual mind and perspective is going to definitely shift. So, I mean, I find value in this conversation.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And, you know, I mean, like, I watch Parker, I watch you all the time, and I don't believe, like, everything you say. But, you know, obviously,
you shouldn't believe anything that not only Parker says, that I say, that Trump's, like, fact check everything. Like,
Right.
have a healthy sense of skepticism and verify it for yourself.
Yeah,
like
and
that's a good thing.
Yeah, and trying to be more objective. And I think that's important because, you know, I feel a lot of people are opinion ridden, but have no, you know, objection or, you know, facts to back it up. And like, you know, once you're kind of just like off your emotion and your opinion, then like that's when you get, like, I feel like, to the extreme side because you're just so emotionally attached to that view, even though it's not correct.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I think that leads to, like, people supporting Donald Trump without good reason at all. Is that they're voting for him just based upon the vibes and the feelings and the trust me bros, not the facts, the reason, and the evidence. And if you believe the facts, the reason, the evidence, it's going to be really easy to convince you that Donald Trump's a horrible person that you shouldn't vote for.
And even more so, I want to leave you this, like, Donald Trump is our first modern day populist president, right? Where he literally didn't put forth any type of real policy. He has no proven track record of governing or getting anything passed. And he weaponized hate and fear in order to drive the vote that allow him to return to office. Now, I think Donald Trump has surrounded himself with incompetent people, and they can't stop the infighting in order to actually get anything done. But as Americans, if we continue down the path of supporting populist candidates who we vote for because they, quote unquote, make us feel good or either incite hate or violence, then you could get someone who not only gets in office because they're charming enough to actually get people to vote for them, but they actually are smart enough to weaponize the things around them, and they can be even more harmful. Donald Trump is harmful right now, and they have no idea what they're actually doing. Imagine if they were actually organized and could do the things that they really wanted to do, they would be even more harmful. So we have to actually root out the whole idea of having a populist candidate, have a healthy sense of skepticism, and verify, like, facts are important. We have to start leaning on facts more.
Yeah, and I mean, I also would say, like, you know, I know you guys don't, you know, obviously like, you know, Donald Trump, but like, you know, I think that, how do I want to like say this? Like, obviously, like, we are 6 months in the term, and there, you know, is a conflict that is going on. So like, there is, you know, I'm sure there's things that, you know, that he's still, you know, probably trying to work on in terms of like, you know, getting things passed and whatnot. But, you know, I also would like say, like, you know, most people voted for him, and, you know, that is the beauty of America. You know, whether, you know,
most people didn't vote for him. He got
he won the popular vote.
He got less than 50% of the vote of the people who voted. Not everyone
Okay,
votes. A lot of people don't vote. Most
I mean,
people.
yeah, so he won the electoral vote then.
He won the he did win the popular vote. I'm not disputing that, right?
Oh.
I'm just saying he didn't win the over 50% of the vote because there's other parties. Does it make sense?
Oh yeah. That's what you're saying. But he won more of the electoral because of that system. But like I mean,
also in like 2016 he won the electoral, but he lost the popular vote.
And then vice versa this time,
and this time he won both.
Okay.
But he won by a lower margin than what Biden did.
I do also want to say something, and I don't want to take up too much of your. I know you're probably going to.
Yeah, I was actually going to go right after you say this.
Okay, cool. So one of the things that also really strayed me away from voting for Kamala, and I think I read somebody's comment, and they said just admit you didn't want to vote for a woman, which is absolutely not true. I love women. I was raised by a single mother, so that is not true. The truth is, for me, I didn't like how because you have delegates who vote for the primary and who runs for that party, and what really showed me that the left or the Democrat Party is, in my opinion, it's not even ran by the president who's in that party. It's the party who whoever's running that party, globalists, whatever it is. But they put Kamala as the president runner, when nobody voted for her.
But yeah,
do you know what I mean? Nobody voted for her.
Flawed, though, right? There's multiple factors as far as why Kamala Harris became the Democratic nominee. One, it's because she's the most qualified candidate to ever seek the office of the presidency for a first term. Two, she was the only one that had access to the war chest of funds since she was on the Biden-Harris ticket. Anyone else would not have been able to access that fund, and the funds and the fundraising would have been an even steeper uphill climb. Three, anyone could have actually challenged her. No one actually stepped up to challenge her for the actual nomination, and so that's why no one went up against her. And
but that should raise more flags because that's how you know.
Well, I mean, but think about, you have 107 days. Donald Trump has been running for office for 8 years.
Right.
Or whatever, right? I mean, not 8 years, but he's been running for office for a long time. You only had 107 days. Not only do you have to say, oh, we could do that, you have to actually be practical and have to have a whole full, primary within 107 days. Our country doesn't work that way. Other countries do, but not the United States. Literally, you would have put somebody up if you would have just actually went through that process. By the time that it was, time to vote, it would have been even worse. So there's a lot to that actual factor. And I'm sorry, the last point was she did get votes. The delegates voted for her. Literally at the DNC, the delegates voted for her. So she got votes.
But my thing is just I don't know, I
can understand you don't like the process, but I mean, you're wrong. It just seemed, don't like it.
It seemed like it was either the plan the whole time, or
no, it wasn't. I mean, Kamala Harris, apparently there's some feedback. I think there's a book coming out, but talking about how Kamala Harris, about how multiple people were trying to encourage Joe Biden to get out earlier, and even Kamala Harris had to wait a few days before Joe Biden would even endorse her. So Joe Biden broke a contract with Democratic voters. Joe Biden told us that he was going to be a one-term president, and he wasn't, or he changed his mind afterwards. And the lingering determination to actually run again is what held up the process. So it wasn't planned. Joe Biden had no intentions on actually dropping out until it was multiple factors that forced his hand. And then he decided to drop out. Even still, it still came down to him making a decision, because he could have just said no.
Okay.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to say before I get off?
No. Just have a good rest of your day, guys.
All right, for sure. All right, everyone. I'm gonna get off for today. Santana, I appreciate you coming up. Absolutely, go for it.
First of all, this is a fucking marathon. I don't understand how you do this. This is the longest I've ever been live. Ever. This is wild.
Yeah, you were here from beginning to end. Everyone, can we get some W's for Santana in the comment section right now for being with me from beginning to end on a 6-hour live stream since 9 a.m. this morning? Seriously, get some W's for Santana in the comment section right now. Now you know what it feels like.
Never again. W's in the chat for Darlene for the $2. She was trying to she was trying to warn you. You might want to keep this in your back pocket about don't let MAGA Mom 47 up. So just an FYI. Two other quick things, guys. This is the main account now. So if you're not following this account, if you see like a little plus down here in the corner or wherever, hit the plus button and give me a follow. And also, again, don't forget this Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific, Brunch with My Creator, where we're having a special Juneteenth edition. I will have multiple Black creators talking about the Black experience in America, Black excellence, Juneteenth, all those wonderful things. And Parker, before you say your goodbyes, can we do a raid?
Absolutely.
Can we rate Erica? Erica Shante, she is alive.
Absolutely.
Specifically talking about Juneteenth. So if you her at is Erica_Shante, ERICA_SHANTE, Erica Shante. I'll probably go over there and be annoying for a while at some point. So yeah, go rate Erica.
All right, everyone, go rate Erica. I love everyone so much. Have a fantastic night. Happy Juneteenth, everyone. Happy Juneteenth. Have a great night, everyone. I love y'all. Of course. Appreciate you, man. Have a great night, everyone.